Chapter 421 The end can't hold on. The effect of the Gaul anchor's sails gradually fermented, and Umbrella was temporarily in a strange state of balance, relying on its own military deterrence, its own technology, and the minerals it bought. It has firmly established its foothold, with its products and technology integrated into the world. Its capital flow is rich enough to rival a country, and with the guarantee of military force, Umbrella has truly become a top giant that seems to only exist in games and movies, although it still carries a nominal embargo, and the purchase of some civilian aircraft in the future will certainly be subject to many restrictions. But at least whether it is oil or minerals, Umbrella can be self-sufficient. In addition to the hard consumption of Pomlai, there is still a lot of production capacity that can be placed in factories around the country to produce civilian goods. In theory, with the long-arm jurisdiction of Pyongyang, which has always been domestic law over international law, even if the sanctioned person has his own minerals overseas after the sanctions are launched, they will also be forcibly restricted by them. If there is a disagreement, warships may come to the door. But this time the target is Umbrella. Pyongyang himself never mentioned this bill. It can only be regarded as a departmental regulation. If the bill cannot be implemented, it will be a slap in the face and affect prestige. So there is no need. Just express the meaning. Although it seems that there is no effect, it has drawn a line in the long run. It is difficult for Umbrella to easily obtain some important resources through other channels. Of course, it is definitely possible to use some special channels. Umbrella has money, and as long as there is money, there will definitely be capital to take risks. Anyway, there are many people who contact it openly and secretly. Chain shot out from the silver lines next to it, completely blocking an area in it. After completing this step of debugging, Wang Yi also showed a smile on his face. Enzo next to him widened his eyes, and the boss with 3 ugly mouths opened wide. He has heard a lot of rumors about legendary wizards, but he didn't expect it to be so perverted. This is in this world that is almost magic-free. The channel connecting to the abyss is used to counter the magic array and block the abyss cracks. He couldn't understand the principle, but he could roughly see that this place had become a controllable transmission area. If you want to enter and exit the abyss through here, you must get the permission of the owner. Otherwise, it is almost the same as the difficulty of destroying the abyss barrier. Wang Yi actually completed this design using the principles of mathematics and canal gates. It is equivalent to relying on the surging magic gap on both sides to squeeze and close. Until now, the potential hidden dangers here have been solved and completely mastered in his own hands. After the foundation is laid, the construction here can be handed over to the skeletons. The skeletons, who have silicone for some symbolic cover, are now meticulously cooperating with various assembled machines and using silver to complete the subsequent construction here. Let this place be filled with a roar on the construction site. Do end and no rest. However, in addition to these skeletons, a dozen hideous beasts with big boar bodies, 3 irregular horns on the front, fiery red skin, and white smoke coming out of them are even more eye-catching. Flame dogs, a low-level social creature in the abyss, are also Enzo's followers. They have low intelligence, which is similar to the lowest intelligence dogs on Earth, and they are manic and full of destructive desires. They are worthless things that only know how to destroy and eat, and even eat stones. So Wang Yi got a dozen of them, and killed them directly to revive them in the form of undead, relying on the more concentrated magic aura near the connection port. He even saved money on food. In addition to these dozen undead flame dogs, there are also some grass-headed gods scattered by Wang Yi as spies, and a bone dragon as a backup. The small troubles on weekdays are guarded by 100 Umbrella special forces, who have completed the second operation. In terms of the manpower that Umbrella can spare, these 100 elites, who have completed 2 operations, are already a considerable amount. In fact, if there were undead, Wang Yi would not have to arrange so many things. But there was no way. He had to have enough deterrence here in order to prevent some troubles that might arise. He didn't want the construction here to be disturbed all the time. When the structure of the Mage Tower here is completed, he might try to replicate the original teleportation array of the Divine Court. The abyss is everywhere, and it is the source that the teleportation array cannot bypass. Or in other words, all the use of space power is related to the abyss. It's just that in the past in the alien world, there have been examples of disasters caused by studying the twisted void in history. So there are very few related materials, and they are almost sealed. Wang Yi just occupied a few teleportation arrays to do some research, and then tried to test his plugin and the power of the abyss before returning. But the research at that time was still lacking clues, and it was just slowly groping. After returning, He published his problem in a mathematical journal, but unexpectedly got some directions. Now, when the construction of the Mage Tower is completed, relying on the suppression of the Mage Tower and the power of the Abyss, combined with the progress in imaginary numbers and his own plugin, plus some known information about the broken teleportation array, Wang Yi is still confident that he can complete the connection between his Mage Towers. In other words, each Mage Tower will be a teleportation portal. Let's go. I'll give you a transformation surgery. Wang Yi looked back and saw Enzo's ugly appearance, and felt that he had to be transformed. The vitality of the Abyss creatures is strong. Although they can't be possessed in the same way as the vengeful spirits, they can still be treated. Although the contract has been signed, for the time being, this guy still needs to be kept by his side and trained well. After completing multiple consolidations, he can be put back to work on his own. At that time, he will definitely have to do the dirty work of catching those Abyss species. If he doesn't train him well for a while, even if he can control his life and death, it's a bit unsafe. The Abyss creatures have poor brains. It's Chinese New Year again in the blink of an eye. After returning to China, Wang Yi walked out of a laboratory in Umbrella, feeling the atmosphere of the end of the year on the street, and some emotion appeared in his eyes. This is the third spring festival since I came back. In another 3 months, it will be 3 years since I came back. Although I decided to make a fortune by farming, I became hostile to those big forces for no reason. Oh, Professor Wang, let me take you back. Mo Bin came to Wang Yi with a patch on his forehead. According to Umbrella's performance, Wang Yi should bring bodyguards with him when he is on the move, so that he can deal with some minor problems. Mo Bin is doing well so far, so he came to take Wang Yi back this time. However, this guy was a bit unlucky. He first followed Wang Yi to the sea and encountered sea monsters, and then accompanied Wang Yi to Africa as another instructor, but was left behind. As a result, he encountered poachers and local armed forces in succession, and then encountered lions and hyenas in succession, and staged a good survival in the wild. When he was finally found, he was already covered with scars, but Fang Qian, the little director, was well protected by him. Except for being a little tired, he was not injured. It can be seen that although Mo Bin himself has some moral cleanliness, he will take the lead and set an example. This behavior is still easy to gain trust and goodwill. The Saint and the Saint Show are completely two different creatures. The former takes the lead, while the latter uses moral kidnapping to let others take the lead. There is still a big difference. In fact, most people don't dislike the real Saint, but dislike the Saint Show who likes moral kidnapping. It's scary. Umbrella really makes some big moves from time to time. My god. But this time it has such a big impact. And they actually feel that they are getting better and better. TSK. On New Year's Eve, Wang Yi, Xian Yayan, and Lu Xiaoke leaned on the sofa. The TV in front of them was playing the Spring Festival Gala, and they didn't watch the show much and kept chatting. This time, the conflict between Umbrella and Gaul has been the recent hot spot. The popularity on the domestic TT platform has been dominating the list, especially because Gaul chose to make trouble when the tracker was sold. It is now evaluated as the world's #1 anchor with goods. Various edited jokes and materials based on the battle between the two sides are simply overwhelming. Those anchors who really sell goods are imitating this material. However, Umbrella's tracker is really selling well. Except for a few troublemakers, there are almost no negative reviews on the entire network. It is so powerful that it seems not like a product of this era. It's a pity that most people can't afford it. It's already very cheap. Even if it is sold at this price, it is recognized as the best value for money. Lu Xiaoke also replied while eating potato chips. In the past, those luxury cars did have some advantages in performance, but many of them also had face and premium. But after the tracker came out, the status of these luxury cars was instantly in jeopardy. That is, it has just started to be sold now. As more and more car owners mention the car, the change will become more and more obvious. Domestic car companies have already dominated the economical and practical long-range ordinary electric vehicles. And among high-end models, except for business cars and cars like those big guys that need a heavy feeling, they are almost all cut off. And if Umbrella launches more new models in the future, it is only a matter of time before high-end cars are fully replaced. No one will have this question. Technology is the primary productive force. Wang Yi smiled casually. But sometimes the price of luxury cars is more about face, and it will not be crushed in a short time. Umbrella does lack the heavy feeling. In fact, in theory, Umbrella should first acquire brands like Rolls-Royce before starting to produce cars, and the effect will be better than now. But I am not interested. It is originally a technical product of technological innovation. There is no need to force such a heavy label to cater to some people. What Umbrella has to do is to make others cater to themselves. Now, magic has to be added, Qian Yayan said happily. And her delicate face is really getting more and more beautiful because of the supplement of nutrition. The temperament of pure and lust is just right. But then again, if we keep changing like this, the outside world will also be suspicious. Right? Although Lu Xiuke has always been a little careless, he is still very sharp in terms of intuition. Women are becoming more and more beautiful. In most cases, besides dressing up, they may also use technology. In fact, there are already rumors about Lu Xiuke, and even some gossips about where the surgery was done are clearly stated. But as time goes by, it will be impossible to cover it up sooner or later. Well, Umbrella will launch beauty products when there is a chance. You can just use the trial version, Wani said casually, not caring much about it. But his words made Qian Yayan's expression stunned, as if she knew something through this amount of information. However, what she said later made Wani speechless. Really, for sale? Although your body is great, you can't handle it if you sell it to others. When it comes to beauty, women are crazy. This made Lu Xiuke next to him roll on the sofa with her hands on her stomach and laughing. Wani couldn't help but show a subtle expression. What kind of picture did he imagine? Did he become a cow in a dairy factory? Not to the point of bang. The dense sound of fireworks and firecrackers appeared, and the gorgeous sparks dotted various patterns on the night sky. The clock rang at midnight, which meant the arrival of the new year. With the mobile phone lens fixed, a white tracker appeared in front of the camera, and the owner and anchor said to the camera with a proud face, "The goods brought by the world's #1 anchor are really amazing. The tracker has been obtained. Although it is only the lowest equipped version, the appearance alone makes me feel that it is worth the money." The white body and black windshield. This style of matching, combined with the tracker's sci-fi appearance, is really full of appearance. Now the tracker is the traffic code. Although many car owners have already posted their cars, and many internet celebrities have started various tests. But even so, it can still bring a steady stream of traffic. The integrated appearance. Even the door gap cannot be seen. And the black as ink glass can have more gorgeous lights than Porsche at night. Whether it is the exterior or the interior, it is full of the epic-making technological style of Umbrella itself. Even the car logo that pops up in the car system feels so domineering. Combined with the scene of defeating kangaroos and gulls, it can make people feel it. Although holographic bracelets are now popular, Umbrella has not released holographic technology. And the various holographic devices in the car are considered the second civilian holographic devices. And I also found that the combination of Umbrella's latest 2nm chip mobile phone and tracker is simply perfect. It is no problem to free your hands directly under the supercomputing power. The video host put the phone directly in the original gear position. It is equivalent to the linkage between the mobile phone and the car key, combined with the intelligent voice of the Red Queen. Various facilities in the car will be fine-tuned to suit the owner. The longer you use it, the more intimate it will be. I have decided that Tracker will be my wife in the future. Many netizens in front of the screen also made various envious words. After all, let's not talk about whether you can afford it or not. At present, there are indeed not many people who have Tracker. Moreover, the Tracker does not allow the situation of selling at a higher price. Otherwise the qualification will be revoked directly. One meal is full and another meal is full. Hangwon is still very clear. This has also brought a very good reputation to Umbrella, while impacting the status of some price-raising kings. For example, this anchor said, "When I went to buy Lexus, not only did I have to increase the price, but the 4S store was also arrogant and looked like they didn't care about my purchase. The attitude was very polite, but the words they said were quite unpleasant. Now I think about it, and I am angry. I sold too many cars and thought I was the boss." The anchor's chatterbox also made many netizens feel a sense of resonance. I don't know when it started. There will be a phenomenon of price increase in China, which is simply unbelievable. But many people still buy into this. The more they increase, the more they want. For example, a Nani car, and a Lexus, etc. Logically speaking, with the quality of the Tracker, if the price is really increased, there will be consumers who will buy it. But they just don't do it. Not everyone can get the car because it is really out of stock. Not hunger marketing. There were even scalpers for a while. However, Umbrella sells cars directly to car owners, and there is a cooling time for account changes, which also eliminates scalpers to the greatest extent. Scalpers still exist, but the impact has been reduced a lot. After chatting about this, I gradually discovered that many 4S stores have bad habits, and some common problems of high heat products. Umbrella actually dealt with them quite well. In fact, it is to eliminate price increases and hype. After doing this, the experience is really quite good. Hey, in fact, with this technology, they can really stand proudly in the sky. But they will still think about us. It's completely different. But then, the anchor paused and said, "But I still found a fatal flaw in the tracker." When this was said, many netizens were shocked. Fatal flaw? In the past, some car owners have used this gimmick. Most of them said that ordinary people can't afford it. And some said that it was sold cheaply, and it was everywhere. I don't know what this person means. I can't put some icons on my car. You see, as he said this, he took out a newbie on the road sticker and wanted to stick it on the back of the car. But it didn't stick at all. But on the contrary, I should be able to save a lot of car wash fees. Haha, Umbrella's tracker came out. And after being promoted by the top seller, it really gave many foreign car companies a headache. Masla is fine. For the time being, the Pyongyang has stabilized the market. Although it has been decided that the tracker can enter the market, it will be subject to high tariffs like other products. This gave Masla's SX electric car a chance to breathe. And because of the sales effect of the tracker, it also promoted the sales of his electric cars in reverse. It is equivalent to the Pyongyang's high-end electric car market also handed over to Umbrella. Those who have money can buy the tracker after the tax increase. For ordinary transportation, the SX electric car is enough. At present, the problem of battery production is more restrictive for SX electric vehicles. The progress of repairing the factories that caught fire in Mexico and Brazil is touching. And the prices sold by Umbrella's own battery factory are touching. If it weren't for the subsidy given by de Mailong, it would probably be on the verge of bankruptcy like a few years ago. But now it is just struggling to survive. And investors have lost confidence in SX electric vehicles. There is no way. The gap is too big. Even if the same battery is used, there are huge differences in various designs. I don't know what kind of production line Umbrella has. Originally, the simpler the production line, the better. And it would be best if it could be directly integrated. But Umbrella's is obviously quite complicated. Can the production line controlled by artificial intelligence really do whatever it wants? At this price, with such complex functions, normal competition really can't afford it. And if SX electric vehicles can still survive, at least they won't die suddenly. And if the subsequent battery production is recovered, it may also take advantage of de Mailong's low-end market. Now Japanese car companies are already in a state of panic. Car companies play an extremely important role in Japan, with 7.8% of all the working population engaged in related industries, especially import and export business, which is the pillar of lifeline. Yes, Japan can learn from the Pyongyang to increase taxes, but increasing taxes is useless, because their internal market is actually very saturated. Their consumption capacity is quite weak, and they mainly rely on overseas markets. This was cut by Umbrella with a sickle, and it instantly cut the aorta. Prussian car companies are also very important to itself, but they have the support of the European Union, and they can form a group with the Pyongyang to rely on increasing taxes to carry out some boycotts and ensure the survival of local car companies. Although Gaulle surrendered and is now helping Umbrella open up the market in the European Union. Gaulle had already agreed with Umbrella before that he would help open up the European market, but in exchange and to appease Prussia. This specific product still needs to be protected locally, so Prussia can still survive temporarily by relying on the low-end market with the support of the European Union market, and can also form a group with the Pyongyang. But now Japan's car companies are on the verge of collapse. There is no hope at all. In a conference room in Tokyo, many people gathered together, all with sad faces. "Gentlemen, what should we do now? The impact of the last infection in Tokyo has not yet recovered. This time it is really over." An old man with silver hair sighed and said, "At the beginning, a zombie infection broke out in Tokyo, and it was a mutant virus like Seoul. The outbreak was still in the most prosperous area of Tokyo, although the follow-up has been suppressed stably. The subsequent chain effects still make them exhausted to deal with. Mitsubishi's package sale, international capital hunting, dealing with major forces, and internal appeasement. They bowed their waists so much that they almost broke. It was not easy to stabilize by selling beautiful bonds. but they fell back to a medium-developed country. But now Umbrella took out an electric car, which is really going to kill them with one knife. This wave of bleeding, plus the backlog of problems that have not been solved in the previous wave, combined with the various social problems of Neon itself, may collapse in an instant. First of all, we need to confirm whether we can catch up technically. Umbrella wanted to buy our patents related to hydrogen energy batteries, which shows that they have made achievements in this area. To be honest, even if we have made a breakthrough with their culture medium, it doesn't make much sense. It would be great if the elderly could have a cesarean section collectively. Then you and I have to take the lead. There is no solution. The various problems in front of us are problems, and they are linked together. If you are not careful, it will collapse completely. The last zombie incident was already a little bit uncontrollable, although it has just been sold this time. Judging from the feedback from the Eastern market, it is probably only a matter of time before it explodes. The market is so big. Umbrella has made a lot of money. So naturally there is a party that wants to spit it out. In the past, Umbrella harvested the holographic bracelet, which was a newly open market. Before that, batteries and other things were also built in Neon, which actually drove part of the economy. So the impact is not big. But this time there is really no way. If it were just other ordinary companies, they could still think of some tricks. But Umbrella? A dirty trick? How could I, Neon, be so worthy? Damn it! They were already numb to the annihilation of the Kangaroo Navy. Later, through special channels, we learned that a group of people had been kidnapped by Qianli Binshi before. And now it is even more exaggerated. Let's see what happened in Gaul. 200 people cleared 5,000 foreign troops without damage. Stealth bombers with air combat capabilities. Ultra-long radar and missile range. Which one can the castrated Neon handle? After all, they are also small and elite, which is completely defeated. Gaul is one of the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council, but it was beaten and surrendered within a day, humiliated and evacuated, and handed over the base. Will Neon fight with its head? In terms of pure economic volume, Neon is definitely much larger than Umbrella, with the number of people here. But the problem is that as a country with many internal problems, Neon really can't fight against Umbrella, which is lightly equipped. The consumption of their own operation is already large enough. To put it bluntly, even if Japan used all means to win a business game, it would have almost no impact on Umbrella. They would just make less money. But they would never lose money. If Neon loses, it will all collapse. What can we do? Now, it seems that there is only one choice. Yeah, it's not our fault. Demalion can't solve it by himself. What can we do? Didn't Kangaroo also vote? Gaul also half voted. We still stand on their side. But in terms of choice, we have to consider our own survival first. I hope they can understand. That's it. Decide. Breaking news. Neon suddenly announced that it would open up all markets to Umbrella and would not participate in the act of increasing tariffs. But it wants to seek cooperation with Umbrella. This sudden news made ordinary people eat a big melon. But those who understand the situation are clear in their hearts. Neon can't bear it. If Kangaroo and Gaul were collapsed by Umbrella's military means, then Neon is a silent soft knife in the economy. Even Umbrella didn't specifically target Neon. It just took out its own technology and its own products. It was directly killed by the aftermath of the split attack. Now Neon has only one idea. Beg for life. If they were alone, they could still find ways to slowly solve the problem and transform. But the key is that they have been beaten up by international capital since the Tokyo incident. If they are beaten up again, they will be torn apart by 5 horses. Facing those greedy crocodiles, they must not show fatigue. So they can only use the ultimate trick and recognize their father. Learn from the full opening of the Kangaroo. And at the same time actively welcome Umbrella to acquire their own industries and set up factories in their own homes. At that time, under the influence of multiple employment and taxation, they can also continue the wave for the precarious Neon. Don't surrender now, while there is still blood. Wait until their production increases. Be squeezed out little by little. And wait until they are at a low blood level before expressing your position. People will still care about you. Now, at least Neon has all kinds of ready-made automobile production lines. All sold to you. If you make some changes, can't you increase production capacity? Just drink some soup and feed yourself. Chapter 422 Target A desperate dog will jump over the wall. The sudden surrender of Neon really caught people off guard. Kangaroo was stunned. Which is normal. And he still often speaks in a sarcastic tone. It is obvious that he is standing on the side of Pyongyang. He just passively opened up the market and then paid attention to his attitude and tone. After a contact with Gall Africa, he also admitted his weakness in disguise. However, it can be said that both of them admitted their weakness in the whole live broadcast. Although the live broadcast made them lose face, it is precisely because they have lost face that their attitude of admitting weakness is taken for granted and they don't feel anything. Umbrella's strength is here, and they can't do anything to them, and they are beaten by them. What can they do? But this time Neon seems quite abnormal in the eyes of many people. Although Pyongyang is also afraid of Umbrella and didn't say anything harsh, it still found an excuse for the militarization of civilian equipment and imposed restrictions. And this time, the excuse is obviously more high-sounding. Although the product has relatively few restrictions, tariffs have also been added, which is the kind of attitude that obviously wants to deal with it, but is helpless. The allies of Pyongyang have always been firm supporters. For example, the attitude towards TT is quite tacit. The defeated kangaroos are used there, and Gall is planning to use it locally. Then, Japan, which has done nothing, directly shouted wildly across the air, took the initiative to open up its own market, and restarted TT. And it was quite humble. And according to Japan's own self-exposure, they also communicated with several Japanese companies that cooperated with Umbrella across the air. How strange. Does Neon want to die? Forget about other products. Neon's mobile phones and other things have not improved much. But aren't cars very important to Neon? Although Pyongyang now pays attention to her attitude and recognizes Umbrella's strength and status, at least her actions show hostility. This lackey dares to do this without the master's consent? Is it Pyongyang who is passing the message across the air? Many domestic netizens also feel a little puzzled about Neon's attitude. However, in the internet information age, there are many people who have a deeper understanding. For example, the carrier of Umbrella information, C. Highway Jia, who has become a popular science anchor, explained in detail. It is because cars are too important to Neon. So this is their helpless move. Recently, you should have rarely heard about Neon. That's because their situation is a bit miserable. After the Tokyo zombie incident, even if they handed over Mitsubishi, they were still besieged by international capital and barely resisted. After C. Highway Jia slowly said this, many people also came to their senses. Damn! With the performance and cost-effectiveness of the tracker, it is simply a one-sided massacre of Japanese cars. Just like beating up kangaroos and gulls, Neon, which was already in danger because of the last incident, really couldn't stand this blow. The only way is to choose to lie down and compromise. Another degree of shock therapy. Neon's automobile manufacturing industry is still here, with ready-made equipment, skilled workers and operating models. If Umbrella completes the acquisition, it can indeed quickly expand production capacity. Neon has always been very gambling, which is normal, as long as the enterprises stay in Neon and the production lines are here. Employment, taxation, and consumption can help Neon survive. Of course, there is no need to think about returning to the past, but at least it can survive. As for the changes in Neon, Wang Yi, who is recuperating, feels that their speed is fast enough. But he is not surprised. In fact, not to mention Neon, South Korea is also having a hard time at this time. The importance of 4 stars to South Korea is unquestionable. But many of 4 stars' important money-making projects are suppressed by Umbrella without any resistance. Although the battery sector was supported in advance, there is also an Umbrella battery factory in South Korea. But it can't survive on this alone. Originally, the oligarchs such as 4 stars had Wall Street's stepfather behind them to draw blood. And now they are suppressed by Umbrella in all aspects. It can be said that there are really not many choices. These are brothers in distress with a small domestic market and high dependence on exports. If Neon surrenders, it is likely that South Korea will make the same choice. However, South Korea is more obedient to Pyongyang than Nihon, and is almost obedient to her. Now it may be difficult for this female boss to make such a decision. Just after the new year, a group of beautiful women were playing beach volleyball on Wang Yi's private beach. Wang Yi was lying on a sun lounger, letting a South Korean succubus behind him give him a massage. Recently, South Korea also wanted to contact Wang Yi himself as a middleman. It seems that they want Umbrella to let them go, but Wang Yi ignored it. Now this group of members, who debuted in China, and are members of the girl group, have completely completed the division. Qian Yayan is still quite good in this regard, and is unexpectedly talented. As for which side has more prospects, they are also very clear in their hearts. and their performance is getting more and more hardworking. Qian Yayan was wearing sunglasses and leaning on a sun lounger. She was sliding a tablet in her hand, looking at the holographic screen and performing multi-line operations. And she was still chatting with Wang Yi. Even our Starry Sky 2 was released in Neon. They are serious. The overseas version of TT has also reopened. After Neon's various statements came out, World Company also received some goodwill. Although Starry Sky 2 has been released in China for a long time, at least they are willing to be released again in Neon, which is also a statement of their attitude. Knowing the current situation is their ancestral skill. That's true. Anyway, it's better to take advantage of it. Qian Yayan has become interested in and goal in developing business. Then she turned her head and looked at the ugly Pekingese squatting at Wang Yi's feet with its tongue hanging out, and said with a bit of disdain, "Where did you get such an ugly dog? It's so ugly. If we want to raise a dog, we can just find the best looking one. Don't you think it's uniquely ugly?" "Well, that's true," Qian Yayan just asked. She never disobeyed Wang Yi's decision, and after testing him and knowing his attitude, she knew what to do. In fact, she was just trying to see if she should help Wang Yi find two good dogs. And Wang Yi could only take Enzo with him and train him slowly at this time. After all, Enzo was too strong and schizophrenic. Even if he was controlled by the contract and left too far away, he might make trouble if he was not careful. First, I will train him well by my side, and then it will take some time to strengthen the binding contract in some details. After that, I can throw him back to the abyss to let him catch more species of the abyss tribe, so that those species can show up when the door is opened later. Well, every time there are new species to be updated, I will open one to release some new species, and then the game will be updated synchronously, which is very reasonable. Wang Yi was lying lazily enjoying the massage, while thinking about some related operations in the abyss. Now, it has entered the mutual support stage temporarily. A strange balance has been formed in all aspects, which is a rare period for self-cultivation. Now Neon has begun to surrender, and South Korea is about to collapse. After playing enough, you can also go there for a round, take a rest, and see if you can find a suitable spokesperson. It's a good opportunity to take a look at the little apprentice who is already in college, the witch wife, and the chief's son. In China, there are still a few lectures to attend. Let's leave after we finish attending them. However, just as Wang Yi was muttering to himself, he suddenly raised his eyebrows. The grass-headed god patrolling nearby sent a message that some people were diving in the water and coming here. When Wang Yi came back, he always arranged for Mo Bin to send him back. Naturally, he knew that after Umbrella had these incidents in succession, as the founder of magic numbers, a great mathematician, and an expert in high-probability magic, the degree of attention he received would continue to increase. Others are not like a certain big country who has their own small kitchen to help. Therefore, arranging Umbrella's security forces to follow can also reduce some troubles in another way. Avoid harmony and avoid everything that can be avoided. Now, in fact, corresponding security arrangements have also been made. There are several Umbrella bodyguards around the beach and even at the seaside. Mo Bin, who has undergone surgical enhancement, is the supervisor, and the other ordinary bodyguards are assistants. The proportion of female bodyguards also accounts for half, responsible for internal personal protection, with clear levels and perfect vigilance. In addition, as a semi-open card, Wang Yi himself has strong individual capabilities. It can be said that normally it is foolproof in China. However, the beach is indeed a place where there may be a mistake. Although Wang Yi likes to wander around, he comes to the beach villa relatively frequently. After all, his flaws are also open cards, and they have to be maintained on a daily basis. And this place is close to the sea, so it doesn't seem strange to have related concerns. Don't be afraid of thieves stealing. Just be afraid of thieves thinking about it. There will always be negligence. The deterrence of Umbrella security is very strong, but it still has its limits. While the overall environment in the country is safe, the restrictions on some weapons have also suppressed the combat power of Umbrella security to a certain extent, because of the special identity of Wang Yi and Mo Bin and others' original gun licenses. All security members here have ordinary pistols and can almost wander around, but they can only have pistols. This specification is absolutely sideways in China, but it can't stop people from sneaking directly from the water. After turning on the grass-head god's perspective and observing for a while, Wang Yi was sure that this group of people used some new equipment and came from the bottom of the sea, wearing a diving suit and holding a submarine propeller, the blades of which were extremely precise and made almost no sound. It can be said that a lot of effort was put in to bypass the guards. And Wang Yi has always been very concerned about privacy. And he hired his own bodyguards. So although there must be emergency arrangements nearby, there is still a distance. So in a short period of time, theoretically, this group of people only need to face a total of 12 bodyguards including Mo Bin and Wang Yi himself, who is a single soldier. Of course, theory is theory. In fact, it is to deal with a legendary necromancer and an abyss lord. It's better not to do it too much. Of course, no one should be injured. At this time, a female bodyguard was teaching Lu Xiuke some beautiful flower stands. And the sand under her feet was whirring on the beach. In terms of the scene, it attracted a burst of exclamations and cheers from the South Korean girl group next to her. Lu Xiuke is getting better and better now, and is really ready to try some action scenes. This kind of practice is still very hard. It must be said that good-looking people can do any action well. With Wang Yi's subtle reinforcement and practicing yoga, Lu Xiuke's foundation can be said to be quite good now. Even the female bodyguard, who came from the same place as Mo Bin and had a traditional Chinese martial arts heritage, was quite surprised. It's hard to imagine that as a star. You have such a good foundation. It's not the case if it's just yoga. The female bodyguard has a more neutral appearance, and wears men's casual clothes. She has always been very confident in her skills. But now after seeing Lu Xiuke's performance, only the word genius emerged in her mind. There is indeed no trace of practice on the other party's hands. And the beginner's movements are also very stiff. It's really the first time to learn. Although it is the most beautiful and simple flower rack that she picked out, she still feels quite emotional that she learned it in one go. Maybe I'm gifted, Lu Xiuke said with a sweet smile. Although she was a little careless. She would never say anything careless. I'm really gifted. I have to admit it. At this time, Wang Yi came over with a smile wearing a beach jacket. But his words were a double entendre, which made Lu Xiuke blush and spit. Boss. Mo Tong became nervous when she saw Wang Yi coming. She also knew that this instructor had the same level of enhancement as the instructor in the company. And his combat power was extremely terrifying. Even her cousin, who had undergone 2 levels of enhancement, could not see the boss from a distance. In Mo Tong's opinion, even their ordinary employees were well trained. And several of them were like her, with great skills and excellent marksmanship. But she knew that ordinary people like them, who were well trained, really didn't know who would protect whom in the eyes of the instructor when they encountered danger. Their role was more of a warning. And the 6 female bodyguards protected the women. It might be more likely that they would act as lifeguards. Don't be nervous. You are a bodyguard. How can your employer feel at ease if you are nervous? Wang Yi couldn't help but smile at the conscientious bodyguard. They haven't realized yet that the problem is not their inability, but that the enemy is too hidden, and they are still a little far away. If I guess correctly, they shouldn't land directly on the beach here. It's too obvious, and they are most likely to land on the reef area on the other side, where the water is deeper. In fact, there is also a male bodyguard on the periphery with a headset on guard. But no one can always maintain a high level of concentration. So if they are unintentional, they will probably die. Wang Yi was ready to go over and make a profit. After all, they are employees under his command. Since it has been discovered in advance, it is better not to let them work for themselves after their death. Wang Yi never thought that he was a good person. But he would not ignore the death of his subordinates. He would not be stingy if he could save people. I'll go fishing over there. You continue. Wang Yi took a picture of Lu Xiuke's indescribable elastic area, and then smiled, and went to the reef under her scolding. 2 South Korean succubi were already acting as attendants, each carrying fishing gear and following behind Wang Yi, heading towards the reef area. At the same time, there was another female bodyguard following behind, plus the original male bodyguard and another one who moved a little closer to this side. So the protection was still strong. Coming to the reefs eroded by the sea, watching the waves below smashing into the reefs and scattering into white waves, Wang Yi was also a little emotional. Because of the reefs on the seabed, there are many undercurrents nearby, which can be said to be quite dangerous. If you are not careful, you will be swept down, or hit the reefs under the impact of the water flow and be covered with bruises. But that group of people took the risk to come here, which is definitely a dead man. After sitting on the fishing box and fishing up a piece of kelp, Wang Yi's expression was calm. So the bodyguards and 2 girl group girls not far away had to temporarily look away to avoid irritating the boss. At this time, Wang Yi's limited perception also roughly sensed the figure approaching in the sea. from the K virus-infected person on the plane last time. It can be seen that the organization itself also has very good control methods. Whether it is drugs, brainwashing, or holding the handle, they do have a group of people who are not afraid of death. This is also the foundation of this old organization. But sometimes, don't stretch your hands so long. Wang Yi glanced at Enzo at his feet, and Enzo's eyes, who had been drooling, lit up. Aloud? The master aloud? It's really too kind. Great master. If it wasn't for the order to pretend to be a dog and not speak in front of people, he would have said a few words. Then, the ugly Pekingese dived directly into the rolling waves below under the exclamation of the girl from the girl group next to him. In this environment, it is quite dangerous for people to fall down. So what should such a small dog do? This is the boss's pet. At that moment, a girl in a black bikini, who was standing nearby, had a fierce expression on her face, and took 2 steps forward to rush down to save the dog. For them who came from South Korea, even a dog belonging to its owner was extremely important. It's okay. He's a good swimmer. He's here to help me catch fish. Wang Yi pulled the little goblin up and held him in his arms. Under the dim sea, an underwater propeller slowed down near the coast. Some figures in the same outfit nearby also held the propeller tightly and made various gestures to each other in the water. Under the water, many spiral undercurrents were formed due to the ups and downs of reefs and waves. Even the most experienced divers are in a very dangerous situation in such a place. Once they are caught in the undercurrent and pulled to the bottom of the sea, they are in danger of death. But this underwater propeller can maintain general stability in the water through the adjustment of the propeller through a fine structure and a sensor for the ocean current. Even in such an area, it can be firmly anchored in the sea, providing convenience for this group of people. There is only one chance. For this plan, they have been waiting for more than half a year. And finally they have waited for this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But the target is not only surrounded by security guards, but also an action master. However, they are in the east, and even if they have weapons and equipment, they are mainly pistols, which is completely no advantage over the sneaking in. What needs to be paid attention to now is that we must fight quickly and decisively, and not give the Orientals, who are practicing nearby, a chance to come back and rescue. Just like the last time Umbrella rushed thousands of miles to kidnap people. This time, we will also let you watch us take people away. After a slender observation mirror surfaced in the disguise of seaweed and observed for a while, they were surprised to find that the target had actually come to the reef area, and the number of bodyguards around them was sharply reduced. This is undoubtedly a great opportunity. After notifying each other and making gestures, they also changed their special high-pressure crossbows one by one. This is a weapon that can be fired in the water and directly attack the ground target. With deliberate calculations, even if Umbrella's people are attacked, they will die. But at this moment, suddenly one of them seemed to be dragged by something, and was dragged into the seabed in an instant. Only a series of bubbles were left at the original place. The sudden change made the action team in the sea startled. What happened? What's going on? There was only the shadow of the reef area below. It was pitch black, and no specific situation could be seen. If someone with claustrophobia of the deep sea came to this environment, the scene in front of them would drive people crazy. When they didn't dare to turn on the lights casually, they felt that there was something eerie and terrifying waiting for them there. Like the bloody mouth of a prehistoric monster. Just when they were a little doubtful, looked down and used the crossbow in their hands to be on guard. Suddenly, 6 thick tentacles rushed out like lightning, wrapped up the 6 people, and dragged them to the bottom of the sea in an instant. Just like before. Only some bubbles were left. Without any movement. There are monsters. Aliens have appeared before. Could they come here again? The remaining survivors did not hesitate, and instantly chose to shoot downwards. Sharp arrows cut through the water and shot away. However, this weapon, which was specially designed to be fired in water, did not cause any movement in the shadow of the reef area. Then, the water flow stirred, and a huge outline vaguely emerged from the shadow that had been unclear. The 3 real bloody mouths began to appear from darkness to clarity in front of their eyes. Gurgle gurgle. The panic sound in the water turned into bubbles, and began to surge towards the surface of the water. Paw. The ugly Pekingese crawled out of the water, holding a small yellow croaker in its mouth, nimbly jumping on the reef, crawling back to Wang Yi's feet, putting the small fish down, sticking out its tongue and looking flattering. Wow. So good. It's worthy of being the owner's pet. The bikini girl group, who wanted to go into the water to save the dog before, and now looked seductive after being played with by Wang Yi. couldn't help but exclaimed when she saw Enzo really come up. Not bad. Keep it up. Wang Yi was also quite satisfied with Enzo's performance. It seemed that he had trained him well. He was not satisfied that Enzo killed this group of people. It would be strange if he couldn't kill them. He was satisfied that this guy restrained the endless desire for destruction of the abyss creatures, and was able to control the situation after the killing began. This was quite rare for Enzo, who had 3 consciousnesses, and was schizophrenic. If he continued to maintain this, he would soon be allowed to return to the abyss to capture other abyss creatures. After receiving Wang Yi's praise, Enzo also stuck out his tongue, and a funny smile appeared on his ugly face. However, after a few lectures, he did have to go to Japan and South Korea. Their interests there were not small, so they had to give back. Will the plan succeed? It took a lot of effort to get the chance. I'm afraid his own action is comparable to that of Umbrella's instructors, plus the bodyguards next to him. The success rate is only half at most. Half of it must be done. Japan was very dissatisfied with our last move, although the excuse this time was that they were forced to do so. It was also a test. Japanese people can't be tamed. In order to prevent artificial intelligence monitoring, a group of people who rarely met offline on weekdays have met frequently recently. After the last Tokyo zombie incident, International Capital was too aggressive in suppressing Japan, and even took over Mitsubishi, which also caused considerable dissatisfaction in Japan. Originally, Japan and South Korea were somewhat different, and the control was relatively not so strong. This backlog of dissatisfaction, coupled with Umbrella's electric cars, directly led to their defection this time. Although they kept passing on the message that they were forced to do so. They knew Japan's temper very well, and knew that this time was different from Gaul and Kangaroo. The latter too, at least in the key choices. There was no sign of change in their positions. But Japan was really unsure. Moreover, the chain reaction on Japan's side was likely to bring South Korea down with it. Although South Korea is still obedient at present, and the control of those chaebols by the organization is better than that of the Japanese chaebols. However, they had to guard against the bad heads set by Japan. This is why they tried to gamble even though they were not sure. If they could get this treasure, they could still win back a game. Based on repeated analysis of the battle footage from Gaul, we have come to a very scary conclusion. Their electromagnetic guns may use superconducting materials, or their energy density may far exceed the batteries they are currently selling. Such words also made the scene silent. Superconducting materials. Nowadays, superconducting materials are actually used in many aspects, the most common of which is nuclear magnetic resonance, followed by magnetic levitation and controlled nuclear fusion projects. With the increasingly mature cooling system, it has entered practical use. But it is obvious that it is really impossible to achieve the portability of their electromagnetic gun. If there is a breakthrough in their material, it can really have a subversive impact, even if it is not a superconducting material, but a battery with higher energy density. It is also a very scary conclusion. They were originally invincible in the field of batteries, but now they are still castrated versions? This is too exaggerated. Chapter 423 Hype? Race Against Time. Failed. How did they fail? We haven't seen them in action. And suddenly they lost contact. I don't know. They disappeared for no apparent reason. I don't know if it was a problem on the seabed or a trick of Umbrella. It's unlikely to be a problem on the seabed. Even if there are big problems with this kind of equipment, there will be at least a few survivors. Now it just disappeared out of thin air. But there seems to be no movement or news over there. There has been no news for a long time. And the people who were arranged no longer have a fluke mentality. Umbrella has always been very low-key. It's normal for them not to say it if they solved it. What should we do now? What else can we do? We can't beat them. And how many people in charge have been replaced? Since we failed this time, we should prepare to bear a wave of revenge. This man who looks to be in his 40s, and in his prime couldn't help but laugh at himself. He got to the top by relying on this. With Umbrella's vengeful character, it's not impossible for them to shoot us through with their electromagnetic guns now. After all, Gaul has. Before he finished speaking, he exploded into a ball of blood, splashing on other people. A clear gap appeared on the wall of the conference room. Shit! Is this a blessing? Why so fast? The rest of the people were all desperate after their faces were covered with blood. This was supposed to be the last meeting they would hold in Paris. The next one would be in beautiful New York. However, it was obvious that the other party didn't want them to leave safely. They had just confirmed their failure, and they were shot immediately. Such a quick reaction. No. They were ready to hunt from the beginning. Before they could say anything last words or commemorate, they were shot one after another. Umbrella's special operations capabilities, combined with their advanced equipment, are simply even more powerful. No one survived in the conference room within 10 seconds. Except for the gap in the conference room wall. The attack found the best angle and did not affect anyone else. In the distant building, Cheng Shui disassembled the electromagnetic gun quickly, humming Wang Yi's ditty without even looking at the result and evacuating quickly along the original trajectory. She slid down the cableway from the roof to the deserted alley below. Doing this in Paris is a slap in the face to Gall. However, he almost stabbed the opponent to death before, and he would not feel ashamed if he patted his face while the opponent fell in a pool of blood. Besides, the world is not a monolithic entity. Of course, there are people in Gaul who dislike the organization, and there are even insiders who put the blame on them for Gaul's losses. Otherwise, they would not think of changing places. Now that they are changing places, they might as well change them thoroughly and change the person in charge. And it was not until this time that Cheng Shui connected with Lin Shurqin's communication. Big sister, did you need me for something just now? I was busy and didn't reply. Cheng Shui quickly changed and loaded into the car, then drove away while pressing the headphones. Oh, nothing. It's fine now. Good job. Uh-huh. I thought you would say I was too bloody and noisy. Cheng Shui's mouth curled up elegantly. After multiple improvements, her current body has become a hot beauty. It just looks a bit sick when she smiles. I actually contacted you to make more obvious noises. They tried to kidnap the boss before, so this is a return fire. I laughed to death. Kidnapping the boss. The boss is a great scientist after all. Ah. Yes. Yes. What's the next job? Continue to go to South Korea? Let's go to Neon first. Maybe the boss will go there after the lecture. Understood. Since the boss will go, should I change to a more fierce one? Does he like it? I actually think this one is pretty good. Paris. The murder scene. A group of Gallic agents looked at the conference room that was shot through, and felt a little helpless. This weapon must have been wielded by Umbrella. One of the agents sighed while taking photos at the scene. This group of people looks quite high-ranking, but we have no information about them. They might be the members of the mysterious organization that Umbrella has been exposing. I didn't expect it to really exist. Another agent looked helpless as he carefully put some broken bones into the evidence bag. Although I also dislike this mysterious organization, and it is them who made us like this. It is too rude to do this in broad daylight. Can't they do it secretly? At first, the agent who took the photo also looked a little sad. Maybe they just gave a warning on purpose. But this is too disrespectful to us. The authorities are still actively promoting the EU bill recently. Well, I think as long as they don't shoot our leader in the street, it shouldn't be considered disrespectful. Think about it. It seems to be true. Can the Gaul leader defend against such a thing? Shoot through the bodyguards together. Well, let's just talk it out. The agents on the scene can only continue to deal with the aftermath silently. I hope that after this incident, they will not come to Paris for secret gatherings next time. It's hard to piece together a complete picture. If it was before Umbrella did this in broad daylight, these agents would definitely be indignant. But now, think about it. After the more exaggerated things happened before, a few people here who have nothing to do with their family just die. Then the Paris authorities held a press conference. Obviously, all clues pointed to Umbrella doing it. But the press conference said, according to the on-site exploration and the analysis of some experts, it may be that a small amount of solid meteorite fragments just passed through here, which is really regrettable. In fact, it was nothing, and all parties wanted to suppress this matter. But the good thing is that a young couple from China who went to Paris for tourism happened to stay opposite this hotel and almost saw the whole process. Although the shooting was not recorded, the hole in the wall and the subsequent investigation were all filmed across the street, with the cameras that are now equipped with Umbrella technology. Everything is crystal clear. They were also smart. They didn't take it out when they were in Gaul. When they returned to China, they announced the news in conjunction with the Gaul press conference. It made the netizens in China laugh. They are clearly talking about business in a serious manner. But the pictures leaked here are really funny. The meteorite has been made. So the Gaul Foreign Legion was also killed by the meteorite. So Umbrella has Lucio. Nonsense. What serious talk about business? This is just a cheap way for Gaul to hype itself up, in order to attract fans and grab traffic. So that's it. He is worthy of being the top anchor of the world. The effect of hyping up his popularity by reversing is really great. Our big anchor should learn well. In a laboratory with various sophisticated equipment, the group of people gathered here at this time were silent. And the dim light was only the projector in front of them constantly playing various pictures. At this time, all the researchers were repeatedly watching the looping pictures in front. And they would pause from time to time. And these pictures are mainly the video of Umbrella's live broadcast of the annihilation of the Gaul Foreign Legion, as well as some subsequent photos taken on the spot. Now the photos of the Paris scene have also been added. After going through it again, the head of the laboratory also sighed. Their material science has reached a level that we cannot understand under the blessing of magic. The gap in materials is really too big. FXX. With these things, a dog can put it together. It's difficult. I have tried to crack their technology and found that except for artificial intelligence, most of them rely on brute force of materials. The design principle is actually not that difficult. It's really a headache. The higher-ups have issued a death order, and the funds are not stingy. Let's do it. But at this moment, an experimental assistant outside forgot to knock on the door and rushed in directly, which made the researchers here feel a little dissatisfied. What's the matter? You're so flustered. The assistant was startled by the sudden shout, and then he lowered his head and said hesitantly, Professor Wang, the winner of the Fields and Turing Awards, has started his lecture. One of my classmates happened to be studying abroad there and sneaked into the venue. He is now recording a live broadcast for me. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt his shoulders being firmly grasped by a pair of big hands. The doctor appeared in front of him with bloodshot eyes, which made him extremely frightened, as if he was about to turn into a zombie. Where is it? Hurry up and bring it out for me. On the other side, the Academy of Sciences. Since Wang Yi is back, he will naturally give back to his alma mater occasionally. Although he was invited this time, there is actually no restriction on him. As long as he can come, he can say whatever he wants. Pure non-academic chicken soup for the soul is fine. Some words depend on who says them. Anyway, what Wang Yi says now will definitely be repeatedly pondered by people, and many of them are about to become famous sayings. In fact, Wang Yi is not opposed to this kind of lecture. He occasionally publishes some papers related to magic numbers through Lin Shirqin to raise the overall level of magic numbers in the academic community. After everyone's relevant abilities are improved, they can also help him more. He has already gained a lot of benefits. Now sometimes Wang Yi does not need to deliberately guide. Some related extended papers and research can inspire him. It can be said that some new products of Umbrella, some new spells of Wang Yi himself, and even experiments on Enzo, as well as the construction of the Mage Tower on the other side of the Abyss Rift, have been integrated into him. During this period of time since I came back, although I was in a state of no magic power, Wang Yi thought that in terms of realm and strength alone, I had improved at least several times. It's not about his size, but his skills in using some rules. Mage, originally, does not rely on size to win. Knowledge itself represents power. If the size is not enough, use the Mage Tower, Portable Mage Tower, Summon Beast, and even Floating City linkage to make up for it. Therefore, Wang Yi has never been very secretive about improving the academic atmosphere and magic number foundation of the entire Blue Star. He usually replies to questions sent by bold mathematicians via email. Lin Shirqin will also automatically reply to questions that she can solve by herself. In this case, this lecture he gave at his alma mater was also allowed to be recorded. It's not about recording him, but recording some of the demonstration drafts he released. Now most people have understood that this great scientist doesn't like his private life to be disturbed, and he almost never goes out of the country. This time, let's talk about some interesting information, which can be regarded as some intelligence from Umbrella. Wang Yi has never concealed his relationship with Umbrella. It is precisely this kind of openness that has caused more benefits despite the small troubles at the seaside. Although this time, saying such words at the beginning caused a burst of exclamation in the venue. But everyone didn't find it strange. Instead, many people had excited expressions on their faces. Since Wang Yi chose to give this lecture at his alma mater, naturally many seats were occupied by students of the school. A few were given to international friends, and some recordings were also acquiesced. As for the students, it is obvious that the secrets of Umbrella are more interesting than the original academic lectures, because many of Wang Yi's academic lectures are incomprehensible to ordinary students. Although some of the international friends who finally got in were disappointed, they were also interested. Now that everyone is here, you can take advantage of the question and answer session to raise your doubts. Generally speaking, Professor Wang's previous lectures will help answer some of them. now that the matter involves Umbrella. Of course, there is no harm in listening. After beating up Gaul, and now negotiating some acquisition details with Neon, what kind of thing Umbrella is has gradually revealed its prototype. It's mainly because of the alien creature I encountered in the sea last time. In fact, everyone should know that the reason why I went in that direction that time was to relax. Another reason was actually to go to the cruise ship that had an accident before. But I didn't expect to encounter it halfway. It has been confirmed that the cause of the incident was the alien meteorite in 2014. In fact, major research institutions in various countries have not stopped studying the alien corpse. They often hold seminars together to exchange information. This time Wang Yi suddenly said this. Does it mean that Umbrella has made new research progress on the alien creature? Although I only know a little about biology, mainly assisting in algorithms, Umbrella's experiments have found that the body of the alien creature still retains some activity through some external magic stimulation tests. And it is emitting weak signals. Wang Yi's opening words were a big one. The dismembered alien corpse is still active after so long? And what does it mean to be emitting signals? Of course, according to the current test results of Umbrella, the signal emitted by the corpse of this creature is still quite weak. But this signal itself is also integrated with the magic attribute. The transmission distance may be very far. And when it is alive, the power may be stronger. It is not ruled out that the coordinates of the Earth have been captured by this thing. If it was before, Wang Yi's direct revelation might cause some trouble. The West, led by Pyongyang, will definitely use moral kidnapping and double standards again. The two sides have been back and forth in this regard many times, but they are still happy to do so. But this time, Gaul was just stabbed, and the blood has not yet coagulated. Now there is also the meteorite killed Oolong incident. In this case, Wang Yi explained the exposure, but in turn solved some possible troubles. This is Wang Yi's advanced vaccination and reminder. Don't let everyone be too surprised when there is an alien invasion. The coordinates of the Earth have been captured, after experiencing various information and speculations. And most of the students present were students with bigger brains. There was a cry of surprise in the whole venue for a while. Many people started to ask questions directly on the spot. Professor Wang, what is the possibility of being captured by the coordinates? Did this creature enter the starry sky by itself? What are their overall capabilities? Do you think there is a threat? Humanity's own exploration of space is still in the initial stage. If there is any civilization that can reach the Earth from outside the solar system, the gap between the two sides can be said to be huge. It is impossible to fight. Wang Yi seemed to know the concerns of this group of students. He coughed and cleared the microphone, making the scene quiet. Then he continued. The activity of the corpse has a weak signal. When it is alive, it is likely to be transmitted far away. But don't worry. The transmission of the signal also takes time. In addition, since this creature landed in a meteorite, it is not ruled out that some special phenomena caused by supervolcanic eruptions and crustal movement are possible. However, if there is a second similar visitor, it is probably that our position has been captured. Wang Yi's meaning is also very clear. The universe is very large and has endless possibilities. But if you encounter the same possibility twice, it is no longer a coincidence. Moreover, even if they really have the ability to travel in the stars, there is no need to worry too much. At least at present, the technology tree of this group is very crooked, and it is highly unlikely that a fleet is coming. Besides, under the measurement of the cosmic scale, if they do not master navigation technologies such as curvature and wormholes, they have to travel through the long galaxy, and the time they spend is immeasurable. It is also a question mark how many people can come. And first of all, we have to determine what resources on our Earth are worth their long journey. After Wang Yi's speech, of course, he would not deliberately spread panic, and he still had to comfort them. Everyone's words will have different effects, and Wang Yi's comforting effect is obviously still very obvious. At least the scene has been temporarily stabilized, and many people feel relieved. Some people laughed at themselves, as if there was really nothing worth worrying about. It's okay to be able to travel in the stars. What resources do they not have? Then some students joked. That's right. Even if there is an alien invasion, it will be Pyongyang who will take the lead. Ah. Yes. Yes. When it really affects us, I'm afraid it will be the time for the world to fall. Overall, Wang Yi's symposium this time has completely achieved his purpose. It not only lays some precautions, but also lays the foundation for Umbrella's future layout in space. With Penlai's full processing, some superconducting materials have been accumulated, and the construction of the first mass projector has also begun. NASA the Great Aeronautics and Space Administration. At this time, a group of people, including Masra and some engineers, gathered together and replayed Wang Yi's lecture. Professor William, you also got some corpses for research. Can you confirm their words? The alien corpses were eventually salvaged by Rabbit. And Rabbit still cares about reputation. So it distributed all the corpses to major countries, as well as companies with outstanding biological research and development like Umbrella. De Pyongyang also got a share. Professor William, who was asked, sighed while watching the previous video and said slowly, although we can't do magic tests with Umbrella, the activity of this kind of biological corpse is indeed unparalleled. Now we have always suspected that some cells are missing in the sea. As long as there is a living cell, it can first forage for food and develop like a microorganism, and finally grow. After saying this, Professor William paused, and then continued, so I agree with Professor Yi's inference. Whether it is him or Umbrella, they have never made any mistakes in technology. The rest is what you need to consider. After hearing Professor William's approval, the head of NASA also felt some pressure. Now Congress has to come up with a plan first. Isn't it the military's business to deal with aliens? Why do they have to come up with their own plan? Masra, how is your rocket? Did the last test launch fail again? Recently, we have replaced several materials with resins grown from culture media. The reliability has been greatly improved, and we expect to be able to successfully test launch next month. Masra regained his confidence at this time. Reusable rocket. Once he succeeds, the mass delivery price of low orbit will be reduced to an incredible level. Soon, SX Rocket Company's satellites will be able to fill the sky. After hearing this, the head of NASA finally felt good news. Although due to the problem of thrust, it can only be repeatedly launched to low orbit for the time being. Most of the satellites are currently placed in low orbit for cost effectiveness. And the same is true for space stations. The key is that after starting from 0 to 1, it is also possible to develop reusable heavy rockets in the future. And space missions will no longer be an expensive expense. The plan that Masra came up with at the beginning did look a bit funny. In order to reduce costs, everything was done, such as cheap methane fuel and directly welded iron sheet rocket surface. But after continuous attempts, it really succeeded. Although it is currently impossible to launch two heavy objects, the unit cost has been reduced, and it is still a sharp drop. If the quality is not enough, the quantity can make up for it. But there is a question that I still need to mention. Go ahead. During the last Red Queen press conference, when testing Red Queen, they asked Red Queen to design a rocket launch blueprint. We looked at it and found that it is actually very similar to our rocket. And it is even simpler. Now our modifications are partly based on that blueprint. Masra's words made the head of NASA look serious. You mean, Umbrella may also be working on this recyclable rocket? They don't have their own satellite system yet. I think Umbrella's character will not allow itself to be controlled by others all the time, even if they have a good relationship with the rabbits. Masra put himself in Umbrella's shoes and found that satellites are definitely one of the problems that Umbrella needs to solve most now. Umbrella has an offshore city, and methane is definitely one of the easiest minerals to obtain on the seabed. Under strong water pressure, it is almost everywhere. Someone has filmed what Penglai is building recently. Maybe it's a rocket launcher. So, if you keep speeding up, I'll find a way to apply for some subsidies. No problem. Rocket technology is not that easy to break through. Just like Umbrella needs to buy airplanes for modification. Their speed is definitely not as fast as mine. At this point, Masra smiled confidently and continued. Maybe my reusable rocket looks simple, and not something very advanced. They can conquer it if they are given time. But we can use this time difference to occupy all low satellite orbits. When they start launching, they will find that my Starlink has filled the sky. We are racing against time. Masra has a strong ability to predict. He had already made a plan when he made the decision. At the beginning, De Pyongyang had a space shuttle plan, and wanted to repeat the trip to reduce costs, but eventually gave up. And Masra learned lessons and experience from the failure of the space shuttle. So he made the current plan. Once the plan is successful, the price of launching a satellite can be reduced to tens of dollars per kilogram, directly allowing the launch to be mass-produced. This technology is complicated, but it is not complicated. However, various data can only be obtained through continuous trial and error. This is the same as the accuracy of machine tools. It takes time to settle. He knows that after his success, there will definitely be imitators. And because there is no critical threshold, imitators will sooner or later be able to achieve similar goals and effects. But There are only so many low-orbit satellites. As long as you seize the initiative, all orbits will be yours. Chapter 424 Return to Neon Pollution. The plane flew across the sky and landed on the runway of Tokyo International Airport. After arriving at the airport and completing the relevant formalities, Wang Yi also took Enzo, who had changed into a French bulldog, out of the check-in counter. Teacher. Here. Wang Yi had just arrived at the exit with Enzo's cage when he saw Gu Qianqian jumping over there like a flea. But it was precisely because of this action that she became very conspicuous and was no longer blocked by the crowd. After seeing Wang Yi in this identity last time, Gu Qianqian was still impressed by the current image of Quan Yanjin. Because he is handsome. For a girl of this age, this is enough. You are a college student. Don't be so startled anymore. Wang Yi reached out and knocked on Gu Qianqian's little head, causing the latter to giggle. The handsome men and beautiful women here, plus the ugly French bulldog in the dog cage, still attracted a lot of attention. However, Wang Yi looked around and could still clearly feel the difference from the previous times. Tokyo Airport is still very prosperous and busy. But many passengers here now have a faint sense of depression. It looks like it is still prosperous, but it gives people a sense of depression. When the zombie virus broke out, although the scope was successfully controlled and quickly extinguished, the lasting impact was quite serious. As a result, it was hit by Umbrella's electric car and couldn't find the north before it recovered. 7.8% of the national labor force is engaged in automobile-related industries, which is definitely an extremely high proportion. Once a problem occurs, it will have a chain reaction like dominoes. Coupled with the hunting of international capital, Japan will immediately be swept into developed countries. Today, the relevant negotiations between Umbrella and Japan are still under negotiation. After all, Japan's size is here. Although it can be generally confirmed that it has been invested, many details need to be improved one by one. Various pressures have also led to a surge in the suicide rate in Japan recently. Wang Yi is still thinking about coming here to plunder another batch of employees. After all, the things in the abyss are too stupid. Now that there is an extra area, it is found that there is even less people. The two left the airport and got into the car that Gu Qianqian drove herself. This is the reward for her admission to the University of Tokyo. With the blessing of meditation and her innate mental power, Gu Qianqian is now a standard academic master and has received full scholarships. And although she has no talent for driving, she has a quick reaction with the blessing of mental power, which is quite good. Teacher, there are many people who committed suicide in Japan recently, and there are also remnants of the last port area. I have found many spirits, but unfortunately I tried to capture them, but I broke them up. In the end, I persuaded 2 of them with my eloquence and brought them back to my dormitory. After Gu Qianqian was admitted to the university, she also had a dormitory arranged by the school, a double room, and the living place was separate. So she had 2 vengeful spirits directly in the dormitory. As her follower, Yuriko began to enjoy the 007 arranged by Wang Yi because of the shortage of manpower. Gu Qianqian is now growing steadily, and she has no problem defeating ordinary vengeful spirits with the props given by Wang Yi. But as she herself said, it is easy to disperse them, but it is too difficult for her to capture them without hurting their intelligence. This is a delicate job. Tamamanomi and the stupid snake can only capture the grass-headed god. To put it bluntly, even Enzo, the legendary Abyss Lord, is not good enough. After all, although this guy has enough size and ability, his brain is not very good. This kind of delicate job may be scattered if you are not careful. If you rely on the number, you will definitely succeed a few times. But it is too wasteful, and Wang Yi can only do it by himself. However, Gu Qianqian can persuade the 2 ghosts with her eloquence, which is considered to be an effort. Well done. Persuading the ghosts is simple and troublesome. But if you have the ability to disperse them, you should use this deterrence instead of purely persuading them with painstaking words. Although Wang Yi did not see the scene, he could probably make some judgments based on the number of persuading Gu Qianqian and her personality. This little girl is still kind-hearted. It can be seen from the fact that she dared not take action after failing to capture once that she is really not the material for a necromancer. It is estimated that the persuasion of those ghosts really relied on verbal cannons throughout the process. In fact, if some real persuasion effects are added, the efficiency will be much higher. Hee. So I still need to learn more. Gu Qianqian stuck out her tongue, a little embarrassed. This kind of world can form vengeful spirits, even if the probability is higher on the Japanese side. There must be a deep obsession. Although Wang Yi often satisfies the various small wishes of his employees and helps them solve their obsessions. But the premise is that he first completes the capturing contract, so that they can feel the pressure of the master and the feeling of controlling life and death. The effect of the big stick before the sweet date is far better than giving the sweet date directly. So usually Wang Yi can solve the problem in a few moves. And Gu Qianqian can only persuade the two to wait in the dormitory for so long. Teacher, where do you live? You said you have a place to live. So I didn't book a room. In Heichi Shrine. You can navigate if you don't know the location. Wang Yi said casually that he came and went in a hurry last time because of the incident that broke out in Tokyo. This time, I can introduce them to each other. After all, he was also building a magic tower under the Heichi Shrine. Gu Qianqian could also go to the shrine to meditate on weekdays. And the effect would be better. And Tamamanomi and Ben Shi were there too. If Gu Qianqian encountered something more difficult, she could call for reinforcements. But Wang Yi originally thought that Gu Qianqian didn't know the way. But after hearing about the Heichi Shrine, she was still a little surprised and said, "Ah, I know the Heichi Shrine. It's very famous in Japan recently. It's a very effective shrine. It's said that it's also good at exorcism. It's very popular in Japan these days, since TT was released again." Gu Qianqian's face was full of joy. And the shrine maiden of Heichi Shrine is a super beauty. Her son is also super handsome, and has attracted countless fans. He is known as the most beautiful mother and son in 3,000 years. The shrine also serves the dog immortal. It is said that as long as the dog immortal touches your head, you will be immune to all evil. I was planning to take some time to go and see if there are any evil spirits while driving. Gu Qianqian kept chattering about the news she knew. This made Wang Yi speechless. Yuji was born with a charming body, and she was different from Luciaka. She had a very good foundation. In addition to Wang Yi's reward, it was quite normal to say that she attracted fans with her beauty. But what is the dog fairy? Tamamanomi? She really played it out of this world. This fox is indeed smarter than that stupid snake. At least after this gimmick, the status of this fox can be obviously improved. On weekdays, he must be served with good food and drink. Under such circumstances, Gu Qianqian also brought Wang Yi to the parking lot of Heichi Shrine. Originally, this parking lot was one of the main sources of income for Heichi Shrine. But this time, it was almost full of cars. And the parking fee was obviously increased. Heichi Shrine is on a low hill, with a long staircase and torii leading directly to the door. It is about noon now, and there are about 30 or 40 people gathered at the foot of the hill, including men, women, young and old. But there is no access control or obstruction on the shrine side. But they all stay outside the torii honestly, looking at the inside of the shrine with expectation, as if waiting for something. Wang Yi and Gu Qianqian could see that at this moment, there were two grass-headed gods quietly staying on the torii below. If I guessed correctly, it was probably Tamamanomi who arranged these two here and set simple attack instructions. If someone is disrespectful, they will be punished. But I have to say that there is a punishment. But the Japanese still eat it. Not only did they not dare to cross the line, but they became more respectful. When Wang Yi and Gu Qianqian got off the car and came here, someone also looked at them. With their current appearance, it is still easy to get the first good impression. A pretty female student said to the two enthusiastically, "I haven't seen you. Is this your first time here? There are rules here. Every morning, noon and evening, the dog fairy will send messengers to select 3 devout believers to receive blessings. You can't go up to disturb them at other times. Otherwise, there will be punishment from the fairy." When she said the latter part, her pretty face showed a serious expression. From what she said, she might live nearby and come here every day to try her luck. This made Wang Yi show a strange expression on his face and asked curiously, "What does it take to be a devout believer?" "Of course it's like me. I bring different tributes here every day and have received blessings twice. I tell you, the blessings here are really magical. When you receive the blessings, you can obviously feel clear-headed. I performed exceptionally well in the exams." The girl couldn't help but share it with some boasting. In fact, faith is a very precarious thing. Wang Yi thought that Tamamanomi might have simply given her a buff. But because she believed that she had received a blessing, she had confidence and the original small buff. So she would naturally be more satisfied. Big things can't be solved, but small things can really be solved. As for those who still have problems after receiving blessings, it's because they are not sincere enough. But the key is that Gu Qianqian can see the grass-headed god on the torii. But after hearing the girl's words, she still widened her eyes with curiosity, kept nodding, and looked eager to try. This made Wang Yi sigh. His disciple, not very smart. At this moment, the sound of clogs came, and Yu Luo, wearing a kimono, walked down from the shrine. After not seeing him for a while, this boy seemed to be more beautiful. It should be some influence from the mage tower below plus his own hard meditation. Wang Yi's orientation is normal. No matter how beautiful he is, he can't be rewarded. Today, the immortal wants to eat eel and octopus balls. Lucky. Ah, Mr. Quan. Yu Luo originally came down to announce the lucky winner this time. But he saw Wang Yi at a glance and ran over happily. Why haven't you grown taller? Boys should be taller. Wang Yi smiled at Yu Luo. And the other believers next to him were also a little surprised. They had never seen Yu Luo like this. To some extent, this is a messenger of God. Let's go! Don't break your promise. Take people up to receive blessings first. Wang Yi was also quite curious. However, judging from the fact that Yura could name the food, it should be that Tama Minomi smelled the tribute below and then chose what she wanted to eat. This precognitive ability can also enhance her image in the eyes of believers. Sure enough, the believers who brought the corresponding food in the crowd were quite surprised. They were a little old lady, a somewhat decadent middle-aged man, and a pretty girl who had helped Wang Yi and his friends with popular science before. However, from the emotions of the three people, Wang Yi could roughly judge that the little old lady and the girl should be normal believers who wanted peace of mind. And the surprise of the middle-aged man. It felt like grabbing the last straw. Either he was a gambler, or he had encountered a very troublesome problem now. I don't know if the dog immortal will overturn. The pet cage that Wang Yi was carrying also had Enzo, who had turned into a French bulldog. At this time, looking at the situation in front of him, his eyes were full of envy. His ability is here. And in terms of size and physical body, it is even better than Wang Yi's. He can also know what is on it through his sense of smell. The two little Karami were actually pretending to be gods and ghosts in this world. He really envied them. But he knew that his master was still not at ease with him. If he really wanted to let him be on his own, he might be in the abyss. Which made him sigh a little. In fact, if he could get along like this in the mortal world, it would be good. It would be best if there were believers who would regularly offer fresh souls. After Wang Yi released the blockade on the connection, Tama Minomi had obviously sensed that Wang Yi was coming up. But he still tried to hold his image as much as possible. He squatted on a stone pier with an unfathomable look, looking down at the people who came up. But the more she did this, the more respectful the three believers were. They walked carefully, gently placed the tribute in front of the stone pier, and then lowered their heads. Tama Minomi also raised his dog paw and pressed it on the head of the little old lady and the pretty female student respectively. Wang Yi saw that it was the simplest spirit-enhancing technique. Apart from being able to cheer people up for a short time, it was useless. She was playing with him in a very interesting way. She also obviously saw that the problem of this middle-aged man was not that simple. So she did not give him a blessing, but stared at him majestically. Yu Luo also stood by and acted as a translator. Your fate has not yet arrived. The dog immortal asked you to regain your normal mind. Anxiety will only make the problem worse. It was a standard metaphysical fortune-telling tone. But the man, who seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw, immediately got down from his seat and lay on the ground, crying bitterly. Please save me. Immortal. I really have no other choice. Then, he slowly told the problem himself. This man is Shinichi Yamada. His family has been running a century-old hot spring spa for generations. But recently, their hot spring spa had a big problem, leaving him helpless. Well, it's not a supernatural event, but because the secret that they have not changed the water has been exposed by others, which has caused a big reaction. Recently, the business has plummeted and they are about to go bankrupt. Looking at the guy crying in front of him, the expressions of the people on the scene were a little subtle. The bathhouse doesn't change the water? It's a century-old shop? And then because of this, he came to the shrine that is said to be very effective to pray to the gods? Can't you go back and change the water? You are so stubborn. Gu Qianqian and Yu Luo looked disgusted. Even the Samoyed dog Tama Minomi showed a human expression on his face. She could see that the man was worried. So she signaled Yu Luo to finish the corresponding routine and was ready to send him away. I didn't expect him to be such a fool. Enechi Shrine also has hot springs, and they are living water sources. In addition, after the boss built the magic tower, the magic power made this hot spring very beneficial to the body. Tama Minomi also likes to soak. As a result, This place actually compares to a century-old store that does not change the water. This is a hot spring run by several generations of us. It has always been like this. If chlorine is used for disinfection, there will be odor. We are all for the sake of customers. Nothing has happened so far. It's just that there are too many people coming recently. This is not our problem. The middle-aged man burst into tears as he spoke. It seems that he has been under a lot of pressure recently, and now he has found a place to vent. However, Japan has indeed had many problems recently. It seems normal to take a bath to relax when you are under great pressure. As a result, you may not expect to encounter such a store. Some customers got sick after taking a bath, which is why the problem broke out. Recently, it seems that some pathogens exceeded the standard by thousands of times. But the Japanese people have done a lot of dirty things. But they can't accept it after being exposed. That's why this guy is in this situation now. They have bowed. But the matter is still fermenting. Although they did not receive any official punishment after bowing. They just turned out the terms that were formulated at an unknown time and fined about 1,000 yuan. But according to the characteristics of Japanese people, if this continues, someone in their family may come out to commit suicide to apologize and restore some reputation. However, Wang Yi was too lazy to deal with this kind of guy. Just when he was about to go into the shrine to help Mrs. Yuji, who had not seen her for a while, to check her body, Enzo suddenly sent a message to Wang Yi. Master, why do I feel that this guy has a faint breath of the abyss? Wang Yi was also a little surprised after hearing this. Abyss breath? Looking back at the middle-aged man, Wang Yi didn't see any difference except that he was a little decadent. There was no way. His detection ability in the world without magic was limited, and his spiritual projection was affected. Enzo's perception of the abyss was indeed stronger than him. Since it was faint, it was probably related to the K virus. Deliberate? Wang Yi thought of this for the first time, but then denied it. If it was intentional, he would not use such a small karami to test. His identity did not have any connection with Umbrella, and he couldn't sense it yet, so he could only say that this person's virus infection was quite mild, and the incubation period was probably relatively long. Judging from the fact that the other side used the dead soldiers to target him on the plane, they had a very accurate grasp of time, so they were not targeting him. Then thinking of what the other party complained about, Wang Yi took the initiative to ask, "Do you often take a bath in your own hot spring?" "Yes, that's right. We often take a hot spring bath ourselves, so there must be no problem. We have always been like this." The middle-aged man seemed to have found another reason to convince himself. "Then your hot spring is indoors?" The K virus is indeed very strong, but its survival period outside is also limited, especially in the face of sunlight. It is simply dead in the light. And this person infected with the virus can still come here in a circle. And even I haven't discovered it yet. And there is no sign of attack for the time being, which can only be said that the amount of virus is quite weak. Maybe there are skin lesions on the body, and then enter through a little dose in the hot spring. If the virus concentration is not enough, even the K virus can't do anything. This person may have just reached the limit of the virus infection. Tamaminomi found that Wang Yi had spoken, and also cleverly understood that the owner might have some ideas or discovered some problems, and began to cooperate accordingly. In the end, the address of their hot spring and the situation of what happened were all found out, and finally sent the man away with a calming spell. As Tamaminomi's dog paw rested on the other's head, the excited Yamada Shinichi calmed down, as if he had forgotten his troubles. "Thanks to the blessing of the dog immortal, I feel much better. Your instructions are correct. There is no obstacle in the world that cannot be overcome. I will pay the fine when I go back, and then make a water change record." Yamada Shinichi looked like a Buddha, and said something very detached that made people speechless. What does it mean to make a water change record? Forget it. Wang Yi is too lazy to worry about such things. Anyway, Eneichi Shrine has its own hot springs, which are very moist. As for the virus lurking in Yamada Shinichi, what does this have to do with Wang Yi? He didn't put it. With this amount, it's hard to say whether it will eventually break out. Even if it breaks out, it's their business. If Neon suffers this heavy blow again at this time, it may be a good thing for Umbrella. Wang Yi even doesn't rule out that this is a special arrangement by the organization, because they see that Neon wants to turn to Umbrella and reap a wave of ruthless people in the end. Moreover, although the Pyongyang freed Neon after the last Tokyo incident, the most she could do during this period was to equip Neon's agents with suitable weapons and build some isolation walls that could be quickly deployed. So if something really happens, we have to ask the Pyongyang for help and ask the Pyongyang's garrison for help. then we can naturally take advantage of it. Under this kind of internal and external attack, Umbrella will appear as a savior and expose the conspiracy of the organization, which seems to get more. You can let Benshi monitor it at that time, but the reaction afterwards should be more natural. And don't show that Umbrella has known about it. Well, forget it. There is no need for Benshi to monitor. Just use the most natural reaction. Anyway, it's nothing to mess up here in Japan. Those factories and machines will not have any problems. I will help you get revenge at that time. Tit for tat. It's good enough. Wow. It's delicious. Mrs. Yuji's cooking skills are really good. I have never eaten such delicious food. Gu Qianqian drank 3 bowls and patted her belly with satisfaction. When she first saw Yuji, Gu Qianqian was a little hostile. It was a big evil monster. However, after finishing this meal, she was immediately conquered, thinking of the teacher saying that the training environment here is better, and she can come more often when she is free. She showed a silly smile on her face. As long as you like it, you can tell me what you want to eat next time you come, and I will ask you Luo Jiang to buy it. Yuji covered her lips lightly and smiled charmingly. With a tear mole at the corner of her eyes, she looked a little seductive. The loose witch clothes on her body made the scenery looming. She had a very strong foundation, and Wang Yi worked very hard during the time he lived here, so she got a lot of benefits. In addition to the changes brought by the Magician Tower and the meditation that has been passed down in the shrine, Yuji now has the ability of psychic vision. In the true sense, she is the first ordinary person on Earth who can see psychically cultivated by Wang Yi. It's just that there is still a clear gap in talent with Gu Qianqian, but with the special treatment from Wang Yi and her own efforts, her future potential will not be low. But, Chapter 425 Inferiority Anger. Teacher, I have classes in the afternoon, so I'll go there first. I'll pick you up in the evening and go find those 2 guys. After a hearty meal, Gu Qianqian prepared to go back to class. Originally, she was going to take Wang Yi directly, but now that she saw that he had a place to stay here, she decided to wait until dark before going. The 2 guys should have hidden in the basement during the day, and it was not so convenient because there were many people during the day. Well, remember to come here to meditate more when you have time in the future. I know. Mrs. Yuji. You Luo Jiang. See you in the evening. Gu Qianqian waved her hand and walked away with a brisk pace. After Yuji cleaned up the dishes, she seemed to have thought of something. She stretched out her finger and tapped her smooth chin, as if recalling something, and said to Yuluo, "Oh, I forgot that there is no food at home. The master just came back today, so it must be rich. Yuluo, go buy some. It must be fresh." Yuluo was not surprised, but responded, "Okay, I will do it as soon as possible." No need to do it as soon as possible. It's still early for dinner. Yuluo, please choose carefully. Don't be rude. Got it. Yuluo didn't doubt it. The master was of noble status, and it was indeed necessary to use the most solemn etiquette. It would be disrespectful for her to come back too soon. Then she simply changed into a refreshing outfit, took off her clogs and changed into ordinary sneakers, and went out. When Yuluo just left, Wang Yi felt that Yuji's breathing was a little heavier, and the fragrance on her body was much stronger. At that moment, he enjoyed another kind of feast. In terms of serving people, Nian can really apply for World Heritage status. It is all-round, and has no dead angles. It is a real emperor's enjoyment. Wang Yi soaked in the hot spring pool in the back mountain, leaning on the bluestone behind him, enjoying the baptism of this natural hot spring. After he made the OK transformation below, this hot spring has some magical special effects, which is really beneficial to the body and mind. The white mist rises, making this place look a little beautiful. As the door slowly opened, Yuji, who had woken up from a coma, walked in respectfully in a bathrobe. "I'm really sorry that I couldn't let you enjoy it." These words made Wang Yi feel a little speechless. "Are you still ashamed of this? Her combat power is stronger than Lu Xieke. She is really a juicer." Then Yuji also helped Wang Yijin with some back-rubbing services, and also briefly explained the recent situation. Recently, someone wants to specially mobilize a group of masters who have insights into yin-yang magic to study something together. The shrine has also come to ask about your situation many times, and also wants me and Yuluo to go with the ancestral magic tools. But we refused. While enjoying the massage on his back, Wang Yi also understood what he said. As the research on magic becomes more and more in-depth, it is inevitable to start looking for useful rules from the experience that people have summarized for so many years. In the past, They didn't gather together so loudly, just because their own research was still in the initial stage, and they were still eating the things in several papers published by Umbrella after this period of fermentation and precipitation. In fact, all parties in the research on magic should have achieved certain results. Gathering this group of people at this time will make it easier to distinguish the useful things among them. Otherwise, if you gather them at the beginning, a lot of useless things and tricks will be easily misleading. Neon is also a civilization with a long history. Naturally, they have their shortcomings, but there is really no need to pay attention to them. The other party is so ostentatious this time. Maybe it has something to do with the release of the K virus. Prepare to take everyone away before the virus breaks out. This kind of eating is consistent with their usual routine. In fact, they have always been so direct. Now he still has the ghost catching information on Weibo. I think that since you have appeared and come here, it should be difficult to hide it from them. Maybe they will come to you specially. Yuji's tone is soft and sticky, which makes my ears a little itchy. Come if you want. But didn't they ask the dog fairy for help? Wangi couldn't help but reveal a hint of playfulness when he said this. This made Yuji cover her mouth and chuckle. Tamaminomi-sama is still very sensible. In their eyes, it should be a folk scam to make money. That's right. It's so loud now to prevent the interference of scattered invalid information. Tamaminomi's dog fairy was probably regarded as a scam among invalid information. At this moment, Wang Yi's ears moved slightly, and he patted Yuji and said, Euro is back. I'll go prepare dinner for the evening. Yuji's previous intuition was not wrong. Just after Wang Yi and the other three finished their meal, Gu Qianqian hadn't come to pick them up yet, and someone came to visit the shrine. It was an old priest of the shrine, who walked in with two men in suits, because Gu Qianqian came to pick people up at night. The guardian grass-head god was temporarily put away by Tamaminomi, but it happened that they appeared here without any hindrance. Although the two men in suits were dressed casually, their movements showed a sense of awe, and they were obviously two foreigners, a mixed-race black man and a brown-haired white man. The old priest walked in front, and although he had been trying his best to maintain his image, he still seemed a little humble. Madam Yuji, we heard that Master Quan was back, so we wanted to come and visit. The old priest explained the purpose of his visit, and then respectfully saluted Wang Yi. Hello, Master Quan. The two people who followed behind seemed to be a little indifferent to the old priest's attitude, and a little impatient. However, when Xiao Hei saw the appearance of Yuji and Yu Luo, his eyes lit up. But I didn't say I was here to see such a beautiful woman. The beauties in Japan are really amazing. As he spoke, his eyes seemed to be glued to Yuji, constantly looking up and down. Whether it is Japan or South Korea, some people are indeed truly superior people. Although the two of them were just operatives who came out to do things, they also enjoyed this benefit. They liked to come to Japan and South Korea to do business. Just flirt with them, and ask for whatever they want from all kinds of beauties. If they encounter difficult ones, it doesn't matter if they are tough. Most of them will just accept it, and only a few will expose it. And even if it really gets out of hand, it will only be embarrassing, and it won't have any impact at all. It is precisely this habit that makes them have no good attitude when visiting those so-called masters and capable people these days. But it is precisely their strength that makes things easy to handle. Those so-called capable people who would put on airs in front of the guides immediately became soft bones when they put on their faces, and their efficiency was unknown. This time is also the case in their opinion. But they didn't expect that there would be such a beauty here. This humble posture and this foul appearance are simply constantly releasing the strongest signal. Let Xiao Hei lick his lips, and his thoughts are not concealed at all. It is indeed an inferior creature that has not yet evolved completely. Wang Yi took a sip of sake and laughed out loud. Returning to the world, he is actually trying to suppress his sense of transcendence at the level of life as much as possible, and doesn't want to look down on the mundane with the eyes of a superior life form. However, this kind of thing seems to be an exception. Wang Yi's words made Xiao Hei unable to react for a while, and he was still staring at it. But then, he was stunned for a moment. And then he woke up completely, with some disbelief on his face, as if he couldn't believe his ears. Now, no one dared to speak so casually into Pyongyang. How dare he in Neon? A colony! Then, he took a step forward and said angrily, What did you say? If it weren't for his partner next to him holding him back, he seemed to want to rush over and punch him. Pets are not allowed here, since it's already a violation. Tie up your own pets. Wang Yi put down the wine glass and looked at the scene in front of him with a smile, as if he didn't care. But the old priest was numb at this time. Damn! Why did you arrange Xiao Hei to come here? Miscalculated. Miscalculated. Then he hurriedly bowed to Wang Yi and said, Master Quan, I am really sorry. He doesn't know your ability. Please spare him. These two are distinguished guests of our country. If something happens, we will have a hard time explaining it. He really bowed to the bottom, and his forehead was covered with beads of sweat. This is not the masters invited before. Those people have some experience at best, and they have practiced for a long time. The strongest can only use materials to open the spiritual vision for a short time. But the one in front of him suppressed the existence of Tamamanomi, a peerless scourge. Even monsters like Tamamanomi can be eradicated. This existence can already kill mortals silently. Otherwise, they would not have received him with such a high standard. And this time, Xiao He offended the other party, and it is really possible that he will be eliminated. But the old priest's actions, whether Wang Yi reacted or not, is not the point. The two who followed were the first to feel humiliated. Even the white man who was holding the exposed Xiao He frowned and said, Mr. Priest, you should give us an explanation. He humiliated my companion. The black man kept struggling to break free from his companion's grip, and roared, Don't try to scare me with your ghostly things. Do you think you can scare me with this attitude? Today I will make you pay. The two people's behavior made the old priest feel quite embarrassed. This group of people are used to being arrogant. It was obviously their unreasonable first. This is their territory. These two people have no self-awareness at all. Okay. I heard from Yu Ji that she was a little interested before. Now, forget it. Please go back. I am not interested. Please don't harass me in the future. Wang Yi's tone was a little careless, and he didn't seem to care much. But the old priest nodded repeatedly and said, Okay. We will leave now. Please forgive me. Everyone. I am really sorry. His words obviously made the two uncles unhappy. When have they been humiliated like this in Neon? We won't leave. You can call the police. The white man let go of his partner, his face full of teasing. After being released, Xiao He rushed forward 2 steps and then stopped, also with his arms crossed over his chest, and smiled. Yes, we are here. What can you do to us? Huh? After saying that, he took out the pistol from his waist and waved it in front of Wang Yi. Do you know what this is? Do you know what our power is here? Even if I kill you here, I will just go back to accept the punishment. Wang Yi saw the gun in his hand and seemed to be a little surprised and said, Neon's gun license only has hunting rifles and air guns at most. How did you get such things? This is illegal. Such words made Xiao He laugh even more, thinking that Wang Yi had been frightened, and his face was full of joy. Ha ha. That's just to fool you on the surface. You can't stop us from doing anything we want to do. Then, they saw a picture pop up on the bracelet on Wang Yi's hand. It was exactly what they said and did before. The arrogant expression showed all the details under the high-definition camera. I think everyone will like this. After seeing the picture on Wang Yi's holographic bracelet, the two people's faces changed drastically. Some things can be done, but not said. In fact, the shits done by these emperors have caused great dissatisfaction. It's just that they can usually suppress it. If these photos are really sent out, there will still be trouble. Damn it. Why did he suddenly say so much? I was really angry. And the white man was even more direct. He took out his gun and opened the safety and pointed it at Wang Yi and said sternly, Hand over the bracelet, and then enter your cloud disk in front of us for us to check carefully. Also, you must come with us now. We suspect that you are a spy who came here to destroy our image. We need to investigate it clearly. This hat really fell on Wang Yi's head one after another. The reactions of the two made the old priest next to them change their faces. And then, they stopped in front of them and said, No. No. You can't do this. We can. This is our power. You have no right to stop me. As he spoke, the white man took out a certificate and said, Oh my God. Lie on the ground with your hands on your heads. At this time, the black man also smiled brightly. Okay. You aim at them, and I'll handcuff them from behind. Haha, I like this job. As he spoke, he looked up and down at Yuji with ill intentions. He emphasized the word behind. But the next moment, he felt a pain in his ankle, followed by a feeling of numbness. Oh, shit. I was bitten by something. He looked down and saw a black snake of unknown species. Damn. I was bitten by a snake. I need help. My foot is numb. My God. The venom is spreading. He felt the numbness and his foot spread upward at an unimaginable speed. This black man was also unbelievable. The white man with the gun cursed. How can it be so fast? This is all your conjecture. Don't get excited now. The faster you get excited, the more trouble you will have. It's okay. In the city, venomous snakes are okay. As long as the venom of snakes can be rescued in time. It is not as exaggerated as imagined. Not to mention that such a small snake must not have much venom. This black man was really too jumpy. In fact, there were not so many troubles. But at this moment, the distracted white man also felt a numbness in his foot. He looked down and saw that the snake had also come over and bit him. Feeling the numbness spread, he found that it was real. So fast? Shit. I got bitten too. At this moment, a Samoyed rushed over and kept barking, scaring the snake away. It came too fast and knocked the two people to the ground. They were foaming at the mouth. Wangi also uploaded this video. It just so happened that Neon had reopened the overseas TT, and the operation of giving volume was very simple. Finally, Wangi said in a voice outside the camera, "Fortunately, I took a video. We didn't encounter them the whole time. They were bitten by snakes. The shrine is in the mountains. Sometimes there are snakes and insects, but there has been no bites. They seem to be in a serious condition. They are allergic." While speaking, Wangi pressed the number on the phone to send in front of the camera, and helped to call the emergency number in return for kindness. After the broadcast, he continued, although they spoke a little fiercely, what they said was also true. It's a bit helpless. Even if you don't want to save them, you have to help save them. Otherwise, if they really die here, we may be in trouble. The continuous upload of several videos, plus the amount of giving, instantly exploded the entire Japanese network. In fact, after the Tokyo zombie incident, the siege of Japanese by various parties, and the blame on them have accumulated a lot of dissatisfaction for them. Recently, the automobile industry has been hit hard, which is like a powder keg. In the past, many good things of the beautiful women stationed in Japan have been accumulated. This time, someone even said it in person, and it was recorded and sent out. This naturally caused a huge wave. If overseas TT has not recovered in Japan, it is useless to rely on the newly emerging VV, because it can be easily controlled and can be eliminated before it ferments. But now, TT is back again, relying on its technical advantages and the habits left behind. The traffic has recovered quite quickly. This time, this explosive news was given again, and it really swept the entire network. And in contrast, the video on TT went viral, while nothing happened on VV. Thinking of the person behind VV, and the attitude of this bad incident, more Japanese netizens began to denounce. Has this happened many times before? Look at how skilled they are. They also took them away to check the cloud disk and destroy all evidence. If they hadn't been bitten by a snake this time, if TT hadn't recovered, would it have been left unresolved again? And no one would know. That black man's eyes are so disgusting. I can feel it through the screen. It's what he deserves. Originally, due to the recent major changes, Japan was full of resentment. And now there is such a powder keg, which really exploded at the slightest touch. Wow, 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 wow. The ambulance arrived and carried the two bodies that had turned black and foamed at the mouth and lost their breath of life to the car. However, Japan still has the spirit of craftsmanship. Even if they have lost all signs of life, they are still dragged to the ambulance for rescue. Only the old priest sighed with worry on his face. Master Quan, I'm really sorry this time, but you are a little impulsive. I'm afraid it will cause you some trouble this time. But the shrine will do its best to deal with it. This time they went too far. Wangi is a distinguished guest of their shrine. Some of their previous actions this time actually made the shrine dissatisfied. As a result, they repeatedly warned before leaving. But they were still like this after coming here, which made the old priest in the middle the most uncomfortable. However, facing the Emperor of Japan, they had no way to deal with it. Now they can still say such words, which is considered to be quite giving face to Wangi. I know what I am doing. Don't worry. I can solve the problem myself. You can go back first. Please call me before coming here next time. Wangi stood in the courtyard of the shrine, looking at the fallen leaves that had not been cleaned up. He didn't look at the old priest more, but still asked the old priest to thank him again and again. This time, their shrine was embarrassed. Last time, they had promised that all problems could be settled in Japan. As a result, it has only been a short time since he encountered such a thing. As for the two unlucky guys who died, he naturally knew in his heart that it must be related to this great Onmyoji. But of course, he was too lazy to talk about such things. It's just that with the domineering habits of those people, They will probably force the hat even if there is no evidence. Now that this person has sent out the video, it may be difficult to end peacefully. In this matter, the Jindu can only play a supporting role. I just don't know how much means and energy this Lord Quan has. Although he has such ability, there must be some hidden relationships. Just like the other party is on good terms with the Jindu. But he is still somewhat pessimistic overall. No matter how great a person's ability is, there is a limit. Unless you are also a member of that organization. Otherwise, damn it! Arrest him immediately. In a safe house in Tokyo. An Asian-faced agent with a ferocious face was full of ferocity. He is a beautiful Japanese. But because of this, he does things more radically than others. As if to show his loyalty. I suddenly received a notice from the shrine that 2 of their operatives were bitten by snakes and were being treated in the hospital. They thought it was nothing at first. Although the snake was dangerous, it was not a big deal if they were sent to the hospital immediately. But then, they received a death notice from the hospital. We were still in a daze. The intelligence personnel immediately contacted us urgently. The video of the 2 people was going viral on TT. He took it and saw it. And he almost exploded. How could the 2 idiots say anything? Although they were right. We are the Emperor of Japan. But there are some things that can be done but not said. Every time we make a mess, we have to clean up our asses. In terms of Japan's own laws, their actions are also limited. They have no right to arrest or carry pistols. Of course, they bypassed these directly with the domestic laws of Japan. In fact, Japan passed a bill in the 1990s, giving Japan the right to exercise the right to arrest in other countries. It was only because it was almost unanimously opposed by the world at that time that they took it back and said that they had to obtain local permission. But privately, they are still carrying out relevant executions, at least in places like Japan and South Korea. But the same old saying, you can do it, but you can't say it. Every time the soldiers' forced poker games are exposed, there will be a protest. This time it is so blunt and spread so widely. It is really a headache. TT again. Why is the ban here lifted? The face of the Japanese agent was full of anger. The problem now is how to deal with the problem. Is there any need to say that? Contact Japan immediately to explain. And then arrest that guy immediately. Just accuse him of a crime. And after he is arrested, we have the final say? That's right. Just say they are spies who are specifically designed to destroy our relationship. Although the matter has become a big deal, they have no intention of giving up. Originally. Although they came forward this time to invite some special people from Japan to assist in the research. But considering the strength and status of both sides, Japan certainly has no reason to refuse. Originally, it would have been okay to just notify them to come over. It was already a great honor to come to the door and invite them. If they didn't come, they would be ungrateful. But what did they see through the video now? Not only did this person refuse, he even filmed the whole process and broadcast it, making them in such an embarrassing situation. He didn't think that his 2 subordinates did anything wrong. Although the methods were wrong, it was indeed the way it should be. He was angry that someone filmed it. I don't need to explain to others when I do things. Just do it directly. The shrine sent a letter saying that this is their honorable guest, asking us to handle it properly. The shrine still has a great influence here, and we can't completely ignore it. Another agent frowned and said, honorable guest? Is it more honorable than us? Recognize their identity. What is the shrine? Serving the gods is their duty. And we in Japan are gods. The Japanese-born man was full of arrogance. But then he restrained his emotions a little, and began to look through some information. This person named John Young-un should be of Korean descent. But it is obvious that there are huge inconsistencies in his identity. The difference between his previous appearance and his current appearance is too great. It is a fake identity, since he is not clean in the first place. Why should we care? After all, it was his colleague's reminder that allowed him to find a decent excuse. And unlike others, he is not only a senior employee of Fobo, but also a member of the organization. He can have his current position only with the help of the organization. He has a certain understanding of the situation in Japan and needs to cooperate. This search for these extraordinary talents is actually for the study of magic power, and to transfer these important talents that may be useful before the latent bomb explodes. As a Fobo agent, he is still working for the organization. And of course, he knows that most of the coincidence deaths are not coincidences. If it's just one person, it's all fine. But if 2 people are like this, then the other party must have used some means. From the attitude of the shrine, We can also know that this person is different from the previous ones. And he also has the title of Great Onmyoji. To be able to make the Japanese so convinced of a South Korean, he must have extraordinary abilities. So, this may really be done by the other party using some special means. Being able to kill people silently with special means is definitely a major benefit. This is true whether it is for his own use or for the research of the organization. Therefore, this person is determined to get it. Part of his fury is indeed due to anger, and part of it is to seek this person for the organization. Chapter 426, Pulling Out the Ostrich's Head Detonation. While the FBI in Japan was planning something intensively and began to put pressure on the Japanese authorities, the fermentation of this incident has never stopped. Most of the current generation in Japan has indeed been worn out, and they are used to being submissive to Pyongyang. But no matter what, at least on the surface, they are still a separate country. Regarding the troubles caused by Pyongyang soldiers, although they have gone from protesting at the beginning to being numb now, at least you don't expose it. Just like the century-old hot spring hotel. If he doesn't expose it, he can do anything without a bottom line. But once it is exposed, he can't accept it. After Pyongyang has figured out Japan's character, those soldiers have their own countermeasures. And now they won't make everyone know if they commit a crime. When there are fewer such voices, and Japan tries its best to pretend not to see them, it will be much more peaceful. But no matter how much they pretended to be ostriches, when Wani forcibly pried open their eyelids and tore open their wounds for them to stare at them carefully, they couldn't pretend even if they wanted to. Look at what the FBI said. Didn't they declare long ago that they had no power to arrest people directly? Where does the power of arrest come from? And the same goes for holding guns. I know where they went. It was the Daoi Shrine. And the one who knocked them down was the Dog Immortal. It must be the punishment of the Dog Immortal. They deserved it. The current Shrine Maiden of Daoi Shrine is a super beauty. Did you see the look in that black guy's eyes? Disgusting. It was so hard to send them away. But what about the one sent by Pyongyang? We must give us an explanation for this matter. Originally, if the overseas TT was not banned before, to a certain extent, if the authorities sent a message to restrict it, Umbrella would cooperate, and would give face except for the business related to itself. However, the overseas TT has been banned now, which of Kangaroo and Gaul didn't force warmth by knocking on the door with fists. The door of Japan has been opened by the economic stick. It's already like this. And you still want me to cooperate? How is it possible? So now the overseas TT is really wearing the hat put on by De Mailong. How can I cause trouble for you? And the traffic will come. This matter has been forcibly washing the nerves of the Japanese. Even if there are still people who want to escape and not watch it, it is not possible. You must see it. The resentment and protests that finally gathered. And some victims in the past came out to speak out. This forced the Japanese authorities to come out and bow. And also reluctantly explained. The actions of these two people were authorized by us. But this incident was indeed handled improperly. And their authorization has been withdrawn. However, the Japanese people who have been ignited obviously do not buy into the statement of the Japanese authorities. This time, Lin Shurchin personally came out to stir up the rhythm. After the popularization of Red Queen Plus and the in-depth application of Red Queen Intelligence, it is almost possible to give the most emotional output video according to the personality of each user. Because of differences in personality, knowledge reserves, and position, everyone has different views, different cognitions, and different levels of acceptance. But after the Red Queen Smart Assistant has penetrated into almost all daily applications, it is equivalent to real mind reading. How to maximize the stimulation of emotions, and how to make people resonate. There will be different solutions, with a large number of different videos and explanations. For example, for people with children, to resonate with the sense of crisis of children, some previous victims will be brought out. For men, some interviews with the husbands of victims will be brought out. For women, some topics about contracting diseases are also brought out. Different groups of people are classified into different categories. And a large number of videos are made by Lin Shurchin herself. When Neon was not convenient to physically disconnect the internet, and failed to effectively restrict Lin Shurchin and let her fire at full power, some extreme people even shouted that they wanted to have another Pearl Harbor. Of course, overall, Neon's fear of Pyongyang is still engraved in its bones. And there are still quite a few people who will say such extreme topics. Even the topic of expelling Pyongyang's garrison is still relatively rare. This time it is mainly aimed at restricting them. There are few people who marched directly to block the entrance of the Pyongyang Pavilion. Many participants shouted slogans quite loudly. There were even some students who went on strike. Many students from Tokyo University were among them, and Gu Qianqian mixed in with the crowd and shouted slogans. It was a pity that she was too small and had little presence. In fact, she had originally wanted to take the teacher to the dormitory that night to catch the two ghosts that had tricked her in. But she didn't expect this to happen, and Wang Yi asked her not to come for the time being, and to come after things were dealt with. So now she was just mixed in the crowd of students, and howled from time to time. Her roommate who followed her felt a little speechless. "I've never seen you participate in such activities before." She had inexplicably felt that the dormitory was gloomy recently, and took advantage of this time when there were more people to participate in the event. But she didn't expect Gu Qianqian to come too. Mainly because they are so annoying. We have to worry about our own safety. Right? Yeah. It's really annoying. If they weren't photographed, we wouldn't know how rampant they are in private. They must have been photographed more than once. Otherwise, how could they be so skilled? This time, they deserved to be bitten by the snake. Otherwise, they would have been arrested and checked for cloud discs. That's right. That's right. Gu Qianqian nodded her little head continuously, and then howled two slogans. Just when many Japanese people were provoked first, Dapiliang seemed very silent and did not give any response. It was just that a Marine Corps team stationed in Yokosuka was quickly mobilized by helicopter and rushed to Tokyo at the fastest speed. This was an elite team that participated in the previous Tokyo zombie incident. Amid the roar of the helicopter, the entire team was silent, leaning against the seats, looking a little depressed. But the commander, wearing a tactical helmet, still said in a calm tone at this time, "The mission this time is very clear. That is, to take the target away, and to capture him alive. It is forbidden to use lethal weapons. In addition, the speed must be fast, and there must not be any reaction time for the outside world." Now their group of students are making a lot of noise. After hearing the captain's words, some team members couldn't help but speak up immediately. "When will it be the turn of these inferior people to make demands on us? Some things can be done, but not said." You can see from their reaction this time. Moreover, 2 FBI agents died before, so they directly dispatched us this time. So we can suspect that the death of those 2 unlucky guys was not an accident. Well, it is said to be a poisonous snake, but it is rare to be fatal so quickly. Since these strange people are specially taken away, they may have some unique means. But unfortunately, any unique means are meaningless in the face of absolute strength. The helicopter has arrived in downtown Tokyo, and quickly flew towards the direction of Anachi Shrine. Hee. What if you protest now? It's just a tied dog. Is it worthy of showing teeth to the owner? I don't bother to pay attention to it at all. After taking the people away, we will slowly deal with the rest. It's not the first time to do it. This kind of follow-up appeasement is really too simple. Give it a way out, and Neon will take it. Don't answer? Then just give me a slap. When the helicopter had entered the city of Tokyo, and was moving quickly in the sky, under the hill where the Anachi Shrine is located, in an empty alley, several new FBI agents were waiting here. For such a thing, we still call those guys directly. Will it make us look too incompetent? The Japanese FBI agent asked the officer, who suddenly came over and made corresponding arrangements. If you hadn't messed it up before, would I need to come here to clean up the mess like this? Last time it failed. This time it must be foolproof, since he can silently poison the 2 guys, and they can't be rescued even if they are sent to the hospital directly. We need to be cautious. At this point, he turned around and looked at a few people coldly. You don't want to be bitten to death by a poisonous snake, do you? The remaining few people also shook their heads. But at this moment, the commander who spoke felt his ankle numb. When he looked down, he found that a small snake of unknown species had bitten through the military boots he had specially worn. Feeling the rapidly spreading numbness, his face changed wildly. His eyes were bloodshot, and his face was horrified. How is it possible? Originally, he would say this just to establish his authority. At the same time, he came here in person to show his merit and show that he was working hard. The contact with the garrison was also based on him. But in the end, his words came true. Just finished speaking, the other people looked in the direction and immediately saw the small snake. Their faces also changed drastically. Sure enough, this was something made by that strange man. Otherwise, how could it be so accurate? And how could it bite through the shoes? Based on the situation of the 2 companions before, they immediately sentenced the commander to death, and quickly retreated while pulling out their guns. Commander, your judgment is really correct. Thank you for saving our lives. But before the agent who spoke could finish his words, The snake turned into a black streak, like a spring, and instantly bit the gun-holding hand of the person who spoke. Ah! The numbness in his hand made him pull the trigger directly, killing his partner next to him. A headshot. The scene was quite bloody. Afterwards, the alley was filled with the sound of gunfire and screams. But soon returned to calm. At this time, a French bulldog also slowly walked out of the shadows, looked at the trembling little snake, and snorted in disdain. The slutty fox still had to worry about serving the master and saying little things in the future. But this stupid snake didn't care, as it had the lowest status. Well done. After praising him, the ugly French bulldog opened his mouth and split it directly, as if it was going to split the dog's body in half. With a swish, all the invisible soul fragments entered his mouth and were swallowed alive. After taking a drooling look at the soulless corpse on the ground, he still followed the master's arrangement and left the corpse, disappearing into the darkness again. On the other side, Wang Yi also signaled Yuji to open TT Live Broadcast. In front of the computer, Wired Network Live Broadcast. It happened that the computer was also connected to the many surveillance cameras outside the shrine itself. It can effectively prevent various interferences. The FBI team that was originally preparing to destroy the nearby power system and network system lost contact directly, leaving the Marines who had already approached by helicopter completely unaware of the situation. The complete asymmetry of information made them appear in the live broadcast so openly. At this time, Gu Qianqian and the student team also happened to see this live broadcast, and said to the student next to her in horror. They went to Daoi's shrine to arrest people again. And this time it was the garrison, after she used holographic projection to bring out the picture. And many students began to look at it themselves. There was an uproar in an instant. At this time, the fully armed Marines appeared in the live broadcast of the Anachi shrine, and quickly slid down from the helicopter. Everyone was fully armed and holding guns. This was originally the place where the previous incident happened. After such a big fuss, they completely ignored the protests here and continued to do their own thing. It can even be said that they were more unscrupulous. This instantly ignited the anger among the crowd. In addition, Gu Qianqian pinched a silver ornament and catalyzed it with OK. The emotions at the scene were also completely ignited. The Japanese agents who were blocking in front of the Depyalyong pavilion were immediately defeated, and a large number of people swarmed in. Immediately, the faces of the Depyalyong who were watching the show changed. The Depyalyong pavilion has Marines as security, and they are really equipped with guns by the Japanese government, but facing them who are responsible for expelling and defending. It seems to make the crowd think of those who have now invaded the Anachi shrine, and they seem to be more angry and lose their reason. Then, bang bang bang, the gun went off accidentally, and the dozen Japanese students in the front fell in a pool of blood. Some of them were hit in the vital parts and began to groan in pain on the ground. The beautiful Marine who fired the gun was also stunned at this time. She didn't expect that she fired subconsciously. This time, it's really a big trouble. This time, the Neon Protest also had their own various live broadcasts. The sound of the gunshot, the picture, and the figure lying in the pool of blood were all shot from various angles. Coupled with the changes in the Anachi shrine, the already accumulated hostility was completely ignited. In an instant, the people in front of the Depyalyong pavilion lost their minds and rushed in like crazy. And there was a trampling incident. At this time, the director of the Depyalyong pavilion, who was hiding inside, couldn't sit still and roared at the window. Don't fire! Don't fire! Who allowed you to fire? In fact, Depyalyong has killed too many people, and practice will happen in places without supervision. In their eyes, others are just some talking animals. They have already killed many bones. However, this time is different. The matter has already become a big deal, and now it has even attracted global attention. This is too bad. Even if they are used to being domineering, they can't stand this kind of public opinion disadvantage. Even bluntly, because the incident happened in Japan, which is their colony. This incident will arouse empathy from other places. I am afraid that the mainstream media in Europe will have one-sided criticism. It's really out of control. Regardless of what happened at the Depyalyong pavilion, the Marines who got off the plane at the Anachi shrine looked up at a beautiful woman standing casually on the roof of the shrine in front of them, as if they were possessed. She was a perfect beauty who seemed to have walked out of the picture, and it was a bit unreal. The windbreaker on her body was constantly fluttering in the breeze, and with her flowing hair, she looked heroic. Yo, you come here fully armed. You don't just want to say H, lo. Chung Shui's body stood on the roof with his hands in his pockets. looking down at the group of Marines below with a smiling expression on his face. And she was standing here casually, seemingly without any weapons. But this small team of Marines who already had assault rifles in their hands. But none of them dared to raise the muzzle slightly. They are elites. Otherwise, they would not have arranged this operation. But they are also elites. And they have had many teaching cases of Umbrella instructors. And the one in front of him is the most active instructor of Umbrella. As long as he raises the muzzle of the gun, he will probably be hit by a storm. FXX? Didn't they say that they just came to catch a strange man who pretended to be a ghost? They said it was just a snake player. How could they encounter such a dirty thing? Are the sand sculptures of the FBI eating shit? Why don't they just die? Umbrella instructor. In a certain special field. It is a terrifying existence. The place where they started was Mexico. As the neighbor, it was also a disaster area for CIA activities. It can be said that Umbrella Company was paid attention to not long after the beginning. But at that time, they didn't care too much. They just thought that the other party was a group of retired special forces with strong mobility. In the early days, CIA even had some cooperative relations with Umbrella. However, it was just a short period of more than 2 years. Umbrella simply refreshed their cognition. In almost every training session, Umbrella's tactics were explained separately, sweeping local Mexican merchants and clearing out the Pakistani gangs. After that, there were all kinds of magical operations. Among the many impossible tasks, a group of people appeared in their vision. Umbrella instructors. The existence that can make Mexican merchants cry at night. Now, it is a consensus in a certain circle that Umbrella instructors have received special biological enhancements. With Umbrella's biological technology and magic, this is not impossible. Umbrella has been famous for a short time, but it is relying on this short period of time. The dense task list makes them clearly know how terrible Umbrella instructors are. A whole well-trained and fully armed Marine Corps dare not raise the muzzle when they take out the gun first. This is the deterrence of Umbrella instructors. We didn't expect him to be Umbrella's people. So that's it. The leading captain spoke with a little hoarseness. They received the mission, but now the mission situation has changed. So they can only act according to their convenience. I think there may be some misunderstandings. Why not? But just when the captain said this, his feet suddenly went numb. And he looked down and saw a small black snake. Because all their minds were focused on the person above, their reaction speed was obviously half a beat slower. The result was that by the time they reacted, everyone had been bitten, and the numbness was still spreading rapidly. I also think it may be a misunderstanding. Please continue your performance. Chung Shui showed a wicked smile on her face. Then she looked up at the helicopter that had been floating in the air. At this time, the helicopter pilot also knew that something was wrong, and hurriedly pulled up and turned quickly. But at this moment, there was an illusory and transparent spirit in front of him. But it suddenly became clearly visible, and the scream made his head swell and hurt. The time happened to be when he pulled the lever, which directly caused his arm muscles to spasm. And he pulled it to the bottom and refused to let go. This caused the helicopter to suddenly make a big move and fall towards the residential area next to it. Boom! Fire shot up to the sky. Chung Shui had not entered the camera range from the beginning, and the camera of the shrine did not record any sound. In the live broadcast of UG, there was only the current situation of the shrine and the sudden invasion of the Marines. It was just that this group of people seemed to have discovered something, and they looked up. But because they were all wearing tactical helmets, their expressions could not be seen. Then the camera captured them all bitten by snakes, just like the 2 FBIs before. And they quickly fell to the ground and foamed at the mouth. The helicopter seemed to be frightened, and suddenly lost control when it was pulled up, crashed into the residential building next to it, causing explosions and fires. Continuous thunders broke out in Japan, one wave stronger than the other, one round after another, which not only ignited Japan's anger and the recent accumulated hostility, but also caused huge waves on a global scale. There are really not many people who are still using TT now, apart from the domestic version operated by World Company itself. Some hostile forces of Pyongyang are using it abroad, which originally cannot affect Pyongyang. But Kangaroo and Gaul were forced to open their doors by Umbrella. And coupled with the newly unlocked Neon, this is quite subtle, because Kangaroo suddenly remembered the situation of being abandoned last time, and there was a sense of resonance. In the end, they are all dogs of Pyongyang, and no one is much better. It is similar on Gaul's side. This time, there is a suspicion that Pyongyang was cheated by Pyongyang, and Pyongyang will also suppress the European Union, not to mention Alstom in the past. This time, Pyongyang's tyranny is not directed at others, but at his own people, which is not something he can control if he wants to control it. Even if Pyongyang's public opinion is really strong. Even if the nuclear leak can be concealed for 3 or 4 months. After the Allies do not cooperate. It is really overwhelming news of condemnation. Because the matter is too bad. Pyongyang has done more than one thing in other countries. She has even arrested the leaders of other countries, and has also flown to other countries without saying hello to catch terrorists. In fact, she has always been so domineering. At least she targeted the enemy before. But this time it's your lackey. An ally with a security agreement. It's a partner of the civilized world. Reuters, AFP, BBC, and many other media began to criticize in the most harsh terms without any mercy. It's unbelievable that this happened in modern times. History has regressed 100 years. It's time to say no to Pyongyang. Because of the repeated sanctions against Umbrella, Pyongyang has actually lost face and affected its dominance. This time, stabbing their allies in the back has made them even more embarrassed. Well, they did it anyway. So it's nothing. But it was exposed and failed. So they really lost both face and money. It also caused such a serious accident. This forced the Pyongyang authorities, who had wanted to make a fuss about the attack on the Pyongyang pavilion, to come out and apologize. After our investigation, this was an accidental discharge of a gun. A tragedy. In fact, as can be seen from the video, there was no shooting afterwards. We will actively contact the Japanese side to discuss compensation, and will not pursue this collision. They also know where the key issues of this incident are. They went in to arrest people, and were bitten to death by snakes. They were the ones who suffered. So they just pretended that nothing happened. The main thing to face is this accidental discharge incident. And the priorities are very clear. And Pyongyang also knows the best way to solve this kind of incident quickly. Compensation. Sky-high compensation. The injured and dead students gave their families compensation amounts that were difficult to refuse. And even used their media to hype at the same time. In fact, every sky-high compensation by Pyongyang will be used as their own publicity point. And there are some cases of Audit brothers hitting porcelain. This is actually a survivor bias to some extent. Because most of the time, their capital can directly suppress the problem. Such as Purdue Pharma. And the Audit brother also consumes taxpayers' money. Anyway, if there is no money, just issue bonds. And if it reaches the upper limit, increase it. If it is still not enough, the Federal Reserve will cover it. Just print it directly. This is the reason why they can spend lavishly. Anyway, the whole world has to pay for it. So it's a waste not to use it. The 3 axes are considered to temporarily alleviate and divert the problem. If there are no other accidents, it can be digested slowly. Time can make people forget all troubles. Anyway, the garrison is here in Japan. You can think about it yourself. And then go down the stairs. Or get slapped. Chapter 427 Fusion Technology Surprise. The University of Tokyo, Japan's top university, has 12 Nobel Prize winners, which can be regarded as a golden signboard. However, the atmosphere in the school, which should be full of youthful vigor, now seems a bit depressing. The previous protest against Pyongyang caused a tragedy that made many people indignant. In addition, the subsequent problem handling once again felt the oppression of Pyongyang on Japan. The powerless resistance and helplessness really chilled the hearts of many students, who were originally full of enthusiasm. There is a sense of tranquility in the University of Tokyo at night. And the full moon hanging in the sky casts a silver gauze on the campus. 2 students from the University of Tokyo with white flowers on their chests walked on the path of the campus. One of them said bitterly, "Achan used to like to come here at night. But this time it's a farewell forever." The accidental discharge of the gun is really a ridiculous explanation and a ridiculous way to die. Damn it! Another student also had a sad face. The classmates and friends who were alive just fell in a pool of blood. And the reactions of Pyongyang and the Japanese authorities were so cold and disappointing. Hee. I really hated Rabbit Dad more before. But it turns out that Pyongyang, the stepfather, is still riding on our heads. The first one said self-deprecatingly that under the education they received from childhood to adulthood, they all had a natural good impression of Pyongyang. This is our ally, who is here to protect us. However, reality ruthlessly shattered all illusions, trampling on their bottom line and dignity again and again. This time was particularly excessive. What can I do if I know? Is there any way to solve it? There is no way. The more I think about it, the more desperate I am. I have no confidence at all. Can't he see the problem? Obviously, they are the top ones among the young people in Japan who can enter the University of Tokyo. But what can I do if I can see it? This time, such a thing happened. And it ended hastily after being directly blocked by a high amount of compensation. This made them feel incredible and unacceptable. But after thinking carefully about the gap between the two sides, he was filled with despair again. When unable to resist, obedience and surrender became the choice of many people. Or simply acted like an ostrich and buried his head again. What would happen if he fought desperately? He couldn't beat it. He couldn't solve it. Since it was already like this, he might as well keep it going. It's not bad to be an abandoned otaku in Pingcheng. So let's just leave it like that. The previous passion, after the excitement, was also swept away by reality. It's not that they don't want to resist. It's really useless. When they were at their peak, they were forcibly suppressed, and their accumulated wealth was harvested. What can they do now? Since they can't resist, they can only endure it. That's right. We can't do anything. The joy of being admitted to the University of Tokyo disappeared in an instant. The original ideals and ambitions also dissipated. But at this time, the two students, who were full of decadence, saw a pair of handsome men and beautiful women passing by in the flower path in front. Although the girl is a little petite and very flat, it is undeniable that she is indeed a great beauty. And she fits the aesthetics of many Japanese people. And the man seems to have walked out of a painting. The man is holding a dog cage with an ugly French bulldog in it. They know the girl. She is a new freshman and a Rabbit International student. The Rabbit International student was admitted to the University of Tokyo directly from the language school. This can definitely be written into an inspirational story. The most important thing is that the girl's grades are super good. And she is also very cute. She has received a lot of attention since she entered the school. Of course, there are also many students who are hostile to rabbits and have prejudices and opinions about her. But for ordinary students, they are still very curious about her. I haven't heard that she is dating anyone. Is her boyfriend outside the school? So handsome. Wani glanced at the two decadent Japanese students. In fact, this is also a very obvious situation in Japan now. But it doesn't matter. Now Umbrella has begun a more detailed negotiation. With this incident, it can also finalize the authority of some security companies. As for the defense, then just defend against zombies. Teacher, you are a big shot. Gu Qianqian also cooperated a little this time, and naturally understood what the teacher seemed to be arranging. But think about it. If he can use magic directly, he should be a senior executive even in Umbrella. At most, Wani knocked the silly student. Don't hit my head. It won't grow taller. It hasn't grown taller for a long time. Originally, Wani was going to come here to recruit 2 employees on the first day. But after being persuaded by Gu Qianqian's mouth cannon, it was just a formality. But he didn't expect the organization to be so anxious. And they wanted to ask him to help. Wani was quite careful about the identity of this great Yin-Yang master. And he had never had any connection with Umbrella. He got in through the field of metaphysics, and got a good identity and status. Before Cheng Shui showed up, everyone who saw her died. But it was also because of this that the subsequent events occurred by mistake. But in terms of the effect, it was unexpectedly good. Wang Yi just followed the original trajectory, and pushed it in the direction he wanted. And the Pyongyang and the organization did not disappoint Wang Yi at all. And they acted completely in the best way. It's not that they are stupid and so easy to be tricked. But their thinking mode or purpose of action has always been like this, and has never changed. This is also a natural choice and result. When he came to Gu Qianqian's dormitory, Wang Yi could already feel the cold breath of the vengeful spirit. The quality is pretty good. It is relatively strong. It's just that Gu Qianqian's roommate will be a little pitiful. The vengeful spirits are a man and a woman. Both died violently. Gu Qianqian has also explained to Wang Yi about some of the causes and circumstances of death. She was the one who persuaded him, and even helped to solve the obsession to a certain extent. So she knew everything clearly. One was killed by a dump truck, or it was a deliberate murder by someone else. But the Japanese detectives ruled it an accident. Gu Qianqian helped submit evidence and brought the murderer to justice. And that woman just fell into the river by accident. But she still had her own daughter. This was also why Gu Qianqian helped to run around, took her to see him, and promised to regularly remit money to their family. But at this time, the two vengeful spirits seemed to have discovered Gu Qianqian and Wani coming, and flew out directly under the cover of night. Both of them looked a little anxious. Qianqian, it's not good. I went to see my daughter at night before, but on the way back, I found that there seemed to be a group of Yin and Yang masters with some strange instruments looking for spirits. I passed by and made the machine beep. Wang Yi was a little surprised to hear the news brought by the vengeful spirits. But then he thought it was natural. Now that he had this incident, their search for those extraordinary people in Japan must have come to an end. Gu Qianqian also said that during this period, due to the depression of Japan and the remnants of the last Tokyo zombie incident, the number of various spirits was relatively large. Although there are still relatively few who have reached the level of vengeful spirits, there are many ordinary natural spirits that will remain for a few days. After all, the neon environment is somewhat special. In this case, it seems natural to start the on-site test to see the level. After all, the liars must be screened out. Otherwise it is likely that their words will lead to errors in direction. Machine? What does it look like? Wang Yi asked. And the two vengeful spirits looked at him. Can see us? Is it the teacher mentioned by Qianqian? Thinking of Qianqian's bragging on weekdays, the two of them also seemed a little restrained, but still described it. It looks a bit like a mine detection thing, with a big box with an antenna on the back, and someone holding a compass-like thing. It should be a set. Let's do this. Complete the contract first, so that you can move freely during the day, and then you extract the scene and send it to me. Wang Yi was not surprised by this operation. Umbrella has shaken out so many magic-related things, and let them study for so long. Congo has also conducted corresponding experiments and tests. Now it seems normal to have some specific means to detect magic fluctuations or spirits. After all, before Umbrella made magic public, the Sackler family may have come into contact with supernatural events involving vengeful spirits, which led to their tireless yearning for immortality. Now that they have explored magic a little, it is natural to take spirits as the first target. Because these two vengeful spirits were helped by Gu Qianqian to complete their obsessions and persuaded them with her mouth. Wang Yi's contract was quite smooth. After implanting some techniques that they can use, they also extracted the images they saw and sent them to Wang Yi. It is indeed a bit like a mine detector, but the antenna held in the hand is larger, and several people are carrying different detectors. It should be through some unique wavelengths in the background to judge the spirit. It is also necessary to filter out the ubiquitous noise of modern society and find the wavelength that matches the fluctuation of the spirit. Interesting. I haven't even made this kind of thing myself. Wang Yi also felt a little amused after seeing the previous picture. Using pure physical means, he created something that can detect spirits. When he gets it, he can figure out the working principle and then use magic to modify it. Maybe it can help him expand the detection range of the vengeful spirits. It's really not a completely useless thing. On the other side, the outside of an abandoned house is already covered with vines. There is no light at all in the night, which looks a bit gloomy. At this time, there are two figures dressed as yin and yang masters standing at the door, and three researchers carrying various instruments. But now none of them looked at the abandoned house where they originally went, but fiddled with the instruments in their hands in surprise. Just a while ago, everything was normal. They just followed the slight fluctuations to find the instruments of this abandoned house. But they started to rotate rapidly and issued a piercing alarm. Let them fiddle with it here for a long time. What's going on? Is the instrument faulty? I don't know. Didn't the noise get filtered out? Not really. This location is so remote, and there are trees next to it. There is less interference. Not to mention that it has been tested so many times. The three researchers kept debugging and fiddling with the instrument, turning off the original alarm. Then, they looked up at the two somewhat nervous yin-yang masters. What conclusion do you two have? Is there the vengeful spirit you mentioned in this room? One of the older yin-yang masters, whose beard was already gray, said after hearing this. We discussed it before. It shouldn't be something in this old house. It's more like some vengeful spirit appeared nearby and passed by, and then left quickly. As he spoke, another middle-aged yin-yang master, who looked well-maintained, took out a sachet-like amulet from his arms, opened his pocket, and took out the talisman paper folded into a triangle. One corner of the triangular talisman paper had turned black. This is the means we use to detect. Judging from the charred color, it is definitely a vengeful spirit. But it only invaded one corner, which means that the other party did not come to the front. It should have just observed and wandered around and left. This is actually consistent with the current status of your instrument. The old yin-yang master also continued to speak. Judging from the degree of darkness, this approaching vengeful spirit may have been able to create some illusions to make ordinary people stumble and have accidents. If it directly invades the body, it can also make people seriously ill. If they are already weak and sickly, they may die from it. It's really amazing. You two are worthy of being famous masters. The person in charge, who brought the least equipment among the three researchers, also showed emotion on his face at this time. He had heard such rumors before, but he had always sneered at them, thinking that they were just tricks made by some scammers. But after Umbrella announced the magic power, he realized that the things he sneered at before were completely due to his lack of vision. Now, after integrating the magic power element, everything can be explained. This time, the instrument was developed through the sharing of data from some research results in Congo, combined with some silver arrangements of Umbrella through magic number deduction and testing. However, they later discovered in experiments that not everyone can produce a spirit after death. Only those who have a strong will or suffer a lot in life can make the machine react. However, it is the first time that the reaction before appeared. It far exceeds the reaction of this castle. We need that kind of thing. Change direction and go to capture it now. The eyes of the leading researcher were full of fanaticism. They had to be quick and leave Neon before the hidden danger broke out. Originally, they were just finishing the work, but they didn't expect to encounter such an existence. While thinking about this, he also took out the satellite encryption phone. Now they dare not use ordinary communication networks. The really important information needs to rely on these individually encrypted satellite channels with different communication formats. We need some manpower here. We may encounter some supernatural troubles. Bring the experimental number 2 capture device. We have ankanging and sedatives, but bring some anesthetics just in case, since it can make the instrument react to this intensity. He believes that it can interfere with brain waves to create hallucinations. However, the so-called hallucinations are nothing but the disorder of brain waves themselves, which should be suppressed to the greatest extent by drugs. At worst, directly anesthetizing the person can also protect the safety of the brain and prevent problems. Since this kind of thing has always existed and has not caused any waves, and is only limited to the extent of word of mouth, it means that the lethality is actually quite limited. For researchers like them, there is more excitement about the ghosts, without any fear. Sure enough, there was a test team that encountered a similar situation before, and they all got seriously ill after returning. There must be one in that location, so send another team there. In a laboratory, after receiving this news, the person in charge of the project was a little surprised, but also felt that it was natural. After this kind of thing was made, it was naturally tested everywhere, specializing in places with various mysterious legends. I encountered a similar situation in Alaska last time, but there were no professionals at that time. I just made relevant records and came back, but the researchers all got seriously ill. This time, combined with the explanations of the 2 Japanese people, it was completely consistent with this accident. Sure enough, magic has always existed. If it exists, it must leave traces, and the spirit body is one of these traces. His research direction is on the right track. After completing the notification, he turned back to the tempered glass in front of him, where several figures were imprisoned. His eyes were full of bloodshot. His face was exposed with blue veins. His breathing was heavy, and occasionally there was a low roar in his throat. It was a K-virus infected person. However, these infected people were a little different from those who had appeared before. Their clothes were neat and not messy. They looked meticulous. They were curiously observing everywhere in the room, and some people were looking through the magazines and pictures that were specially left. They didn't look like infected people who had already developed the disease. The infected body infected by the K-virus would still retain its activity, and even need to breathe. It was really easy to deal with it. In theory, the infected who seemed to have recovered their sanity, and can think seemed to have achieved the effect of treatment. But the doctor picked up the autopsy report in his hand. The report shows that according to research, all the seemingly normal infected bodies have long been occupied by the K-virus. To put it bluntly, the original infected are already brain dead, and this is a new consciousness born in the body. The reason for the birth is that they captured and mixed some spirits near the hospital. This is not a sudden whim of theirs, but the K-virus has been confirmed to have signs of magic enhancement, and it is the material obtained from the magic depression occupied by the Sackler family by Umbrella. The same is true for spirits. Relying on the 2 magic derivatives they have currently developed to try to combine them is obviously a natural choice. The test results are also very gratifying. There is indeed an obvious reaction, and they just need to figure out the principle of this. At present, it can be confirmed that spirits are also divided into different situations. The stronger the will, and the stronger the obsession, the higher the quality of the spirit left by the person. At the same time, it seems to be related to the individual's own physique. Anyway, there are very complicated formulas in it, and more data and experiments are needed to test and summarize it. Obviously, the inferior goods near the hospital are useless, but the resentful spirits in their mouths are very valuable for research. It seems that they still have a certain degree of autonomy. If we can make an instrument that can communicate with them, I don't know if there is any possibility of reaching some kind of agreement. At worst, trying to give them this infected body may also have a certain communication effect, and the frequency found in neon seems to be higher, which may be related to their overall repressed emotions. But it's a pity that the plan over there has been started and can't be stopped. Otherwise, I really want to collect more materials first. However, after the plan starts, there may be more materials, which is really exciting. The person in charge showed a slightly fanatical expression on his face. He felt that he was about to unveil the mystery of magic. Umbrella can do it, so there is no reason why we can't do it. We have more resources and more energy. Even a country like Japan, if we want, it will be reduced to a testing ground. As for their life and death, what does that have to do with us? All men are created equal. The most popular sentence in the Great Beautiful Declaration. All men are created equal, but only those created by God. As for the others, they are just talking two-legged animals. Can you find the right direction? The research team that has arrived in the city has no effective signals on the instrument at this time. The streets are full of neon lights, colorful, and the vehicles passing by on the road and the people on the sidewalks can cause certain interference to the instrument. This is also the reason why they went to find the abandoned old house in the deep mountains and forests. Now they can only turn their heads and look in the direction of the two Yin-Yang masters. We can only try. But at this time, they heard the sound of the instrument again, and all the pointers pointed in one direction, which made several researchers look happy. It is a park. However, this park looks a bit deserted and gloomy, and there are no people at all. Even the street lights inside are flickering. But this atmosphere has no effect on the few people at all. The more weird the environment is, the more happy they are as they rush in. On the other side, Wang Yi has brought Gu Qianqian and arrived in front of the abandoned house where they were before, led by two resentful spirits. Huh? Shouldn't they come here for testing? Wang Yi looked at the abandoned yard in front of him, and was a little surprised. There are traces of natural spirits here, and compared with ordinary natural spirits, because of the remote location and lack of sunlight, their survival period is relatively long. After hearing the words of the two resentful spirits, Wang Yi probably guessed that they were conducting some tests. But he didn't expect to come up empty-handed. Then maybe they locked their target on you when you passed by. Wang Yi pondered for a moment. With the reaction of the resentful spirits, it seems normal for them to abandon the original little Karami here. Then he reached out and pressed the headset to ask. Okay. Shurchin, are there any relevant clues? According to the surveillance, several suspected people went to Mihua Park. There have been several murders in Mihua Park recently. There may be fluctuations of vengeful spirits. Neon surveillance coverage is much better than Demiliang. Let's go to Mihua Park. Lin Shurchin sent the location, which was not far away, and Gu Qianqian seemed to have thought of something at this time and said, Ah, I remember Mihua Park. There was a very fierce guy there. It seemed that he killed several people, but he escaped after being injured by me. Although Gu Qianqian was still a little trash. With the blessing of Wang Yi's props, the vengeful spirits could also be dispersed through learning and training. It is much stronger than before. Now she can still be called fierce, so it should be considered a good material. In this world, even a roll of toilet paper has its own value. But Wang Yi did not expect to have an unexpected gain tonight. Well, but if Gu Qianqian really said it was fierce, I don't know what problems would happen if a few ordinary people went in. Chapter 428 Say the wrong thing no matter the cost. The park at midnight was empty, without a single person. The trees on both sides also showed all kinds of strange dark shadows at this time. The street lights kept flickering, making the atmosphere nearby more eerie. The flickering street lights that even mosquitoes didn't approach were even more creepy than no street lights at all. The night wind blowing from nowhere made the leaves rustle. And it was in such an environment that 5 guys dressed strangely kept moving slowly along the forest path with flickering street lights. 2 of them were dressed like Yin and Yang masters, while the other 3 were carrying all kinds of instruments, constantly pointing the instruments in their hands around. At the same time, they were also watching the changes on the dashboard. Beep beep. The sound on the instrument became louder and louder, and the dashboard began to spin. One of the researchers wearing headphones also heard the turbulent sound of the headphones. It's getting closer. Why hasn't the support team come yet? One of the researchers frowned. He was not worried about the safety of himself and others. But he was worried that the things he had in his hands might not be able to capture it. Be careful. This thing may not be the one that passed by before. And Onmyoji opened the bag of the amulet, looked at the black triangle paper inside that had completely turned into powder. And his expression became a little solemn. The reason why the two of them followed without paying attention was that the passing ghost did not attack them at the beginning. Although their abilities can only be considered average, they still have sufficient theoretical knowledge. They know that there are many kinds of ghosts according to their obsessions and personalities in their lives. There are some ghosts that will not hurt people, as long as you don't provoke the other party. No matter how strong they are not much of a threat. The ghost approached them and left quickly, which was obviously less threatening. But now, I feel that the atmosphere in this park is a bit wrong. Is the flickering of the street lights created by the other party? Has it been able to interfere with the world to a certain extent? And generally speaking, ghosts will only do this before launching an attack. By creating a terrifying atmosphere, we can weaken the human spirit and make it easier to attack. The other party is hostile. It doesn't matter if it's not. We just need to take samples back. It doesn't matter what it is. But why do you seem to have more neon things? We didn't encounter them before. But we encountered 2 in one night here. A researcher answered indifferently, but was a little surprised to see different ghosts. Everyone should still pay attention. Don't be afraid of this kind of thing. And don't have too intense emotional fluctuations. Otherwise something might happen. Another old Yin-Yang master also reminded again. I know. You have said it many times. We have all the relevant drugs, including ankangding and tranquilizers. Even if it really affects our emotions, it will be useless. Another researcher spoke, his face full of indifference and confidence. Fear? It doesn't exist. There will only be excitement. People can only feel fear when they can't understand things. But now that they have gradually analyzed what it is completely experimental material. Physical exorcism and scientific exorcism are the orthodox methods. It is true that the experience accumulated in the past is very useful. But as long as we absorb it, we can use it and transform it into our own things. Yes. For example, this can calm us down. After the last researcher finished speaking, he took the needle filled with sedatives in his hand and directly stabbed it into the carotid artery of the researcher in front. Blood spurted out. The researcher who was stabbed covered his neck in pain, but he could not suppress the punctured blood vessels. Blood gushed out. In just a few seconds, he fell to the ground with his neck covered. And then he kept twitching, and blood flowed on the ground. This sudden change made the remaining 3 people a little dazed. And then, they looked at the researcher who showed a weird smile and walked on tiptoe. It's a big trouble. It turned out to be an evil spirit that can possess people. I told you not to be afraid. An Yin-Yang master looked at the researcher who was walking on tiptoe with a weird smile. And a solemn look appeared in his eyes. The other old Yin-Yang master also said with a headache, "Didn't you say you're not afraid? How could you be possessed without leaving any loopholes?" The 5 people became 3. And there was only 1 researcher left in an instant. The researcher couldn't help but take a step back with an ugly face and came to the 2 people. Is this what you said, that the impact is usually not big? Big? An Yin-Yang master asked back. But it made the remaining researcher stunned. If I hadn't encountered it myself, it didn't seem to be a big deal. Just a mental patient killing people. For others, it was just a topic of conversation. But now that I have faced it myself, it is completely different. While the 2 Yin-Yang masters kept retreating, looking at the companion who was trotting over with a syringe, he said in a deep voice, "Can he be saved? It's possible to get that thing away in time. He can't control it for long. This is also a consumption for the vengeful spirit. But it will cause a serious illness. What are you waiting for? Run!" After saying that, the researcher ran away, throwing the equipment on the ground. The 2 Yin-Yang masters, who had already spent all their money to try their luck, were also stunned when they saw this. Seeing the guy chasing them on tiptoe with a strange smile, they were also a little scared. And then, they also started to run away. Although they said a lot, they really had no experience in practice. They had only heard of this kind of thing that could possess people. They were really unsure. Fortunately, the thing couldn't run fast on tiptoe. Even the old Yin-Yang master was very agile. So he quickly opened up the distance and caught up with the researcher in front. But as they chased, they suddenly felt nervous, because they found out the researcher who ran away in front was also running on tiptoe, too. Ouch! Although they were in good physical condition, they were running so fast with the rhythm, and they were a little out of breath at this time. People can only run so far without anaerobic breathing. If they could still fight at the beginning, there is no doubt that the chance of winning is greatly reduced now. Damn. So cunning. Also, why can these idiots speak so righteously? Are they not afraid? At this time, the researcher who was trotting on tiptoe at the back also chased after him with a weird smile. The one in front also showed a facial expression and turned his head, grinning. I really don't feel that they are afraid of anything. It seems that they are too excited. Hee hee. Are you studying spirits? You are both yin-yang masters and scientists. The one behind also giggled at this time. The sound was sharp and piercing. Both of them were very clear-headed. This made the two yin-yang masters regret it greatly. They only cared about the most common situation of fear, because they had never practiced it. They only had theories, but didn't expect such a big mess. You say, what are you excited about? However, they also thought of some records. If you encounter a spirit with reason, it is possible to negotiate. But generally speaking, there are very few yin-yang masters who can use secret methods to see spirits. So this is difficult to use. But these two have the ability to possess. But they have reached the basis for negotiation in disguise. You too. We can discuss something. This time, they actually asked us to accompany them to collect some materials. Yes, you can tell us your obsession. We have great power and can help you solve it. The scene was a little gloomy. The two researchers who were possessed just stood on tiptoe and showed funny smiles. But after hearing the latter sentence, they turned their upturned mouth corners into downturns at the same time. The breath changed instantly, and it seemed extremely fierce. The lights nearby flickered more frequently, and the body temperature dropped sharply. This immediately made the two yin-yang masters feel bad. It's a motor. They don't want to mention their obsession. It seems that they said the wrong thing. Obsession? Uh-huh. We just want everyone who comes into this park to die. The researcher behind stood on tiptoe and took out the blood-stained syringe. The one in front also took out the same product. The expressions of the two people were extremely distorted under the flickering street lights, coupled with the gusts of cold wind and the rustling of leaves. The hearts of the two yin-yang masters also sank to the bottom of the valley. Big trouble. Actually, I am a little curious about what your obsession is. Just at this moment, a voice came, and it seemed to instantly dispel all the darkness at the scene. The two yin-yang masters felt as if they were wrapped in the warmth of the sun, and all the negative emotions and decadence were swept away. Then, they saw the handsome figure walking with a smile. Every time the other party took a step, the flashing street lights were restored. When he came in front of him, the scene had completely returned to normal. Master Quan. It's saved. Since the two yin-yang masters were invited to cooperate with the experiment because they were a little famous, they were naturally in a good position and knew about Wang Yi's existence. In fact, they were secretly happy about Wang Yi's recent face-slapping of De Pyongyang. The other party's attitude when he invited them was not very good. At this most desperate moment, seeing the other party appear like a god descending, it really shed tears of emotion. His back straightened up immediately. He swallowed all the words of begging for mercy that were about to come out of his mouth. Then the old yin-yang master put on a majestic posture again and said to the two fearful ghosts, "If you do too much evil, you will die. Your death is coming." And the middle-aged yin-yang master immediately bowed and made a gesture of guidance, and said respectfully, "This is the great yin-yang master who subdued Tamaminomi. Master Zen, you are destined to be in the history books. Why don't you surrender quickly?" The two people's level of supporting roles made Wang Yi, who came over, feel a little embarrassed. Is this a Japanese? Then, he looked in the direction of the two ghosts with the eyes of looking at a work of art. One man and one woman. And they are obviously two ghosts. But they are rare twin ghosts with a high degree of connection. First of all, to become ghosts, both must have related talents. This park is indeed more yin-heavy. When it was built, it might have been specially designed according to some ancient gardens. So the location is no problem. But they both gathered to this degree of resentment at the same time. Isn't this really too much of a coincidence? It's okay that both of them have the probability of becoming resentful spirits. But they both have this degree of obsession at the same time. And they are so ferocious. What happened? Wang Yi said he was interested. And he was really interested. If this can be replicated, then the source of intelligent employees can be solved. Right? But even with the two yin-yang masters' flattery of Wang Yi and his aura. But after hearing Wang Yi's question, the two resentful spirits still jumped up. Shut up. Don't mention this. Go to H.L. Let the world be destroyed. The two resentful spirits completely ignored the difference in strength between the two sides, and at the same time gave up their possessions. And instead of fleeing, they rushed towards Wang Yi. For a while, the wind was gusting, and the two resentful spirits were not as powerful as Lin Shurqin at the beginning, but they were even more powerful when they were together. Even the two yin-yang masters, who usually meditate and practice, seemed to see mountains of swords and seas of fire, and the HL of HL. But the next moment, Wang Yi grabbed them by the neck one by one. All the illusions disappeared. Interesting, I have to tell you. Wang Yi held the two confused ghosts and grinned, and then signed the compulsory contract directly. If it was just a simple torture, Wang Yi might not be able to get the detailed secrets, because the spirits might not be able to bear it, and if they were forcibly pulled out, there might be memory fragments missing. Just like Enzo had to devour a lot of people to get some relatively complete information. He could only piece it together. But it was much more convenient to turn into a ghost and sign the contract directly. Not only did he receive new cattle and horses, but he also got the news that Wang Yi was interested in. After all, they will be his own employees in the future, so they are considered his own people. Therefore, when they resisted so much, Wang Yi did not interrogate them in front of the two yin-yang masters. Instead, he asked the two yin-yang masters to stay where they were, and he took the new employees to the side to listen to what their obsession was. But after listening, Wang Yi's whole face became a little strange. Even with his mentality, he couldn't help but smile in a funny way. These two ghosts are a couple. The man is called Yuji, and the woman is called Ling Mei. They have a good relationship and are in the period of passionate love. The reason why it became like this is also related to the previous Tokyo zombie incident. After the Tokyo zombie incident, Neon was almost in a state of paranoia. Not only was the economy avalanche, but the internal situation was also in a state of panic, fearing that there would be another outbreak. In order to alleviate this emotion, Neon also came up with a ridiculous idea. Create a transparent public toilet. The panoramic skylight has a 360-degree transparent wall without dead angles. It is beautifully named, allowing people to see if there are zombies hidden inside before going to the toilet. And at the same time, it could also let outsiders see how clean our neon toilets are. Of course, this transparent toilet itself is only transparent when not in use. When in use, as long as the door is locked from the inside, it will immediately become a one-way transparent glass. And only the inside can see the outside. If you look outside, it will immediately be a snow screen. It is a kind of design with a sense of technology. Then, this couple who were looking for excitement met with tragedy. They died in winter because the weather was too cold, which caused problems with the charged particles in the glass. So the scene of the two people playing poker in the room was directly broadcast live. It was also recorded. This made the two people who finished the job commit suicide on the spot. Well, shouldn't you go to find the designer of this toilet? Or the one who issued the order? Why did you find these ordinary people? Wang Yi looked at the two fools, suppressed his smile, and said seriously, after hearing the boss's words. The two new employees, who had just been forced to sign the contract and understood the content of the contract, were stunned. It seems, the boss is right. But at this moment, Wang Yi heard a group of footsteps entering the park again. Judging from the footsteps, these people were still carrying heavy loads. But seeing the researcher lying on the ground, Wang Yi could still judge that this was probably the reinforcements they called for. Well, you are allowed to complete your obsession one last time. Except for those two. You can deal with the others as you like. It's a good opportunity to try out your enhanced abilities. Wang Yi casually waved his hands at Yuji and Ling Mei, indicating that they could be more unbridled. He was open-minded. Not because they had arranged people to catch him before. He just wanted to understand the feelings of his employees. Well, boss, we understand. You are right. It seems that it has nothing to do with these people. We don't want to. You want. Hee hee. Fake. All fake. A fully armed figure looked at his companions lying in a pool of blood. Looked at their eyes that were unwilling to close their eyes. Looked at his gun muzzle that was still steaming. And his face was miserable. I didn't do it. I didn't shoot. They just received an order to come to support. But after entering the park, he seemed to be separated from his teammates. And then unidentified enemies appeared around. After firing back and killing the enemies one by one in the hail of bullets, he turned around and found that they were all his teammates. Looking at their expressions, it seemed that they didn't expect why he would suddenly shoot them. Ah! Accompanied by a scream. He took out the pistol from his waist and put it against his chin. Then pulled the trigger. Bang. Everything returned to calm. Good death. The old yin-yang master came out from the side, slapped his thigh, and was filled with righteous indignation. Yes, I have tolerated them for a long time. The other yin-yang master did not have such strong determination as the old man, although he was also cooperating and speaking. His shaking legs betrayed him. It's over. He will be silenced. There are already so many hats on my head, and these few are not a big deal. Wang Yi looked at the frightened two people, and had no intention of silencing them. The first two FBIs and the entire team that arrived by helicopter later would definitely be blamed on his head, so that they could understand the magic of magic from another perspective. After comparing the gap between those famous masters and themselves, they would naturally have corresponding judgments. Either suspecting that he is from Umbrella is a new research direction, or he is a real top-notch on Myoji. If they can confirm that he is not from Umbrella, or not completely subordinate to Umbrella, then they will definitely change to the means of winning him over and ask him to cooperate. No matter which judgment. I really don't care about adding this little bit. The more debts you have, the less worries you have. Since these two old-timers have been selected, it's better to leave an impression on each other first. For this kind of guys, Wang Yi doesn't expect them to keep secrets at all. It is likely that they will take the initiative to tell it without pressure from the other side. However, in the same way, when Wang Yi finds them next time, it will be easier to get some specific information from them. Afterwards, Wang Yi packed up all the equipment and instruments left by those people and took them away. He could disassemble and study the principles very quickly with his own ability. It's really interesting. Under the condition of being able to completely block the knowledge of magic. This kind of thing was designed purely from a physical perspective. There are indeed blind spots that I can't see. Wang Yi disassembled the instruments overnight. With his vision of mastering the top knowledge of two worlds at the same time, he instantly figured out all the principles clearly with the help of overclocking, and also deduced more information from this perspective. Since Wang Yi himself is very familiar with magic, it is difficult for him to observe it from a purely technological perspective without magic alone, which will be similar to the situation of darkness under the lamp. And these instruments in front of him were made by organizing a large number of scientific researchers with a lot of energy, material resources, and financial resources. It seems nothing, but there are many things in it that make Wang Yi feel very innovative. In fact, I wanted these. After absorbing all the effective information, Wang Yi also sighed. The purpose of establishing Umbrella was to gather resources and talents, but the time was too short. In terms of accumulation, there was still a lot of gap between this old organization and others. At this time, Yu Ji, who had already prepared breakfast, came over respectfully and said to Wang Yi, "The shrine called just now and said that they just wanted to pass on a message that the people who came last time wanted to apologize in person and give compensation." Wang Yi was not surprised by Yu Ji's words. Now, although the voices of the victims' families have been suppressed by the compromise of the Neon authorities, the high compensation and the hidden threats, but the overall environment in Neon is still quite depressing and tense, and a lot of hostility towards the Pyongyang has quickly risen. In this case, it is actually a normal operation to be forgiven for an apology in person and reduce the impact. At the same time, this is also a test of themselves. A test to see what kind of relationship they have with Umbrella. The equipment I brought back last night must be one of the directions they are testing. Finally, I know to make an appointment in advance and go through the main entrance. Wang Yi sneered, and then said, "Just give the shrine a face and let them come up." So many people were bitten to death by snakes here, and those who dared to come up are also courageous. And this time, the words will definitely be much nicer. Sure enough, it was not beyond Wang Yi's expectations that the representative who came this time was a blonde with blue eyes, and the women's suit on her body could not suppress her curves at all. The white shirt that was supported by her chest directly stretched the collar of the suit, with the delicate light makeup on her face and the big waves of golden hair. She was indeed a very pleasing representative, walking up to the Anachi shrine in high heels. The curves outlined by the hip skirt and the combination of heels, a modern oil style, also has another kind of charm. "Dear Mr. Quan, thank you for letting me come now. On behalf of our company, I express my most sincere apologies to you for the misunderstanding that happened some time ago." The representative named Lucia bowed in front of Wang Yi and lowered her posture, although there was light makeup on her face. Some Asian tenderness could be seen from her facial features. She should be a mixed race. The company's sincerity? Huh. Wang Yi looked at the other party playfully and chuckled. Previously, they had dispatched the FBI and the Marines, but this time they came here to represent the sincerity of the company. In fact, to a certain extent, it also declared their own influence. Having enough power, but not having to bear the corresponding obligations and responsibilities, is really the most perfect form of capital. You can raise any needs you have, Lucia said with a slightly seductive tone. At the same time, it also showed the strong confidence of representing the organization. Any needs can be raised. My needs? Uh-huh. You don't bother me again in the future. Wang Yi's words made Lucia's expression stunned. She never expected that the other party would give such an answer. The old priest, who accompanied him, sneered. What can't the Lord John get? You are completely ignorant of the world. This kind of great onmyoji can easily live for more than 100 years, and can maintain very good physical functions before death. In addition, he is not short of wealth, and has a close relationship with the powerful. What can he use to seduce others? Beauty? Thinking too much. What do I want? Why should I serve such arrogant guys like you? Hearing this, Lucia couldn't help but look embarrassed, but still asked Wang Yi tentatively. Then, we went to redeem those equipment last night. I wonder what price we have to pay. Hearing this, Wang Yi also knew that this was one of the other party's ways of testing. He had already fully understood the things. And the interesting thing was the principle. And the production cost was not too high. It was not a very important thing. The other party said that redeeming it was false, and wanted to see if I was willing to hand it over, because if I was a pure onmyoji, I would definitely not care too much about this kind of technology. Maybe I would take it back out of curiosity, but it was not a big deal. And if I were Umbrella, it would be possible to send it back for research, at least for the clever design of this set of equipment. Even Wang Yi would quite recognize it. It's yours. Don't mention the price. Just take it. But you have the ability to make this kind of thing with modern means. Wang Yi casually returned the equipment he had mastered. You don't want anything? And you return the things? As long as we don't disturb him? After receiving this notice, the head of the laboratory also showed a surprised look on his face. And then he became a little excited. Now we will completely cancel all malicious acts against him. We must show our sincerity and win him over at all costs. We don't have to let him join us. Just keep cooperating. While speaking, he also saw the photo in his hand, which was the photo of the action team in the park that was shot by their own people and then committed suicide. It is incredible that they can drive the so-called spirit to complete this operation. Even the instructors of Umbrella can't do it. In other words, if they can bypass Umbrella's technology in this way, maybe the organization can overtake them. In addition, recently an Indian claimed to have discovered room temperature superconductivity, and they suspected that this might be a cover-up by Umbrella. So they must pay attention to it. It is very likely that this technology was used in Umbrella's electromagnetic gun. Chapter 429 Prerequisites for Superconducting Technology Opening. Not to mention the various means used by the organization to win over Wang Yi's vest. Because Neon is extremely dissatisfied with the Pyongyang's recent series of actions. And there are also the ambiguities of the Pyongyang's other allies. This makes the Pyongyang itself actively looking for something to divert the topic. And it happened that at this time, an Indian American announced that he had discovered a room temperature superconducting material. Not to mention that this was originally shocking news to the world. Coupled with the Pyongyang's deliberate guidance, the world's attention has temporarily shifted from Neon to the discovery of this Indian American. And he also made a high-profile public speech. This also led to the world's top physicists flocking to it. Superconductivity itself is not a rare thing, and it has long been used in various fields. Quantum computers, controlled nuclear fusion, magnetic levitation, nuclear magnetic resonance, etc. We can actually come into contact with them in our daily lives. At present, as long as there is enough value and meaning, superconducting materials will be used regardless of cost. However, even if cryogenic technology is becoming more and more advanced, it is still extremely expensive. For example, nuclear magnetic resonance actually keeps cooling without power outages, with liquid helium cooling in the inner circle and liquid nitrogen cooling in the outer circle. Losing superconductivity once will be more expensive and troublesome. The cost of using superconductors commonly used at present is not only a problem of electricity, but also the helium gas used for cooling. Helium is the second most abundant element in the universe, second only to hydrogen. But unlike the abundant hydrogen resources on Earth, helium reserves are quite small, because helium is not as easy to react with other elements as hydrogen, but appears in the form of helium gas. Because it is too light, once it appears in the atmosphere, it will directly escape from the atmosphere. The world's largest helium reserve is still in the United States. At this time, The sudden emergence of a room temperature superconductor can certainly attract enough attention. The largest conference hall at Stanford University was already full at this time. A large number of big names in the physics community gathered together and were whispering to each other before the lecture began. A man with brown hair and a high hairline said to an Asian physicist next to him, "From the current introduction, it should be based on the experimental principle of pressurizing hydrogen sulfide to make hydrogen acquire metallic properties. However, I thought it would take some time, but I didn't expect it to be so fast." The Asian scholar nodded and said, "Yes, this is a method that is currently recognized to obtain room temperature superconducting materials. Now we are actually trying and failing, pressurizing to find the most suitable and cost-effective materials. In principle, there is no problem at all. Now it is the same as the accumulation of materials science. We must continue to try and fail before finding the right cost-effective material. Even if this breakthrough is really completed, it will not have much practical significance, because it is too difficult to use, and it can only be regarded as a theoretical discussion. Speaking of materials, I don't see anyone from Umbrella." The brown-haired scholar started to stand up and look around. Umbrella has completely entered an incomprehensible field relying on magic materials science. In the previous conflict in Africa, the appearance of the bomber that did not need a stealth structure had really refreshed their eyes. There is also the powerful electromagnetic gun. Many scholars have analyzed that it may have used superconducting technology. Maybe they have already mastered it. The Asian scholar also sighed. Maybe this time it also borrowed magic power or culture medium. Otherwise it would not be so fast. Continuous trial and error is like a lottery. It is really not likely to be drawn so quickly. If culture medium is used, then there is indeed such a probability. At present, almost all cutting-edge experiments use various umbrella technologies. Want to rely on magic to complete some key assistance and breakthroughs. Now, various fields have made great progress in the experimental stage. When they are all applied in practice, there will inevitably be another huge change. At present, the academic community has actually recognized that the next technological revolution is magic. Once it starts, it will probably be an explosive development beyond the information revolution. While this group of people were discussing here, the organizer of the other venue was also a little headache at this time. Stanford University is a top university not far from Silicon Valley. Because of its special location, it is normal for this meeting to be held here. Although it is said that academics have no borders, the authorities in the United States have put pressure on them and are trying to make things difficult for the representatives of Umbrella to apply. It is not that they will not give them a quota, but they want to control it and let them ask for it. This in itself is quite difficult for Stanford University. Many laboratories in their own school need culture medium, and they also have research on batteries and filter membranes. Last time, they annoyed them, and the culture medium was directly halved. But the price consumption increased instead? This has made them a little bit ouch. If this time the school takes the lead, will they be retaliated? At this time, they have already thought of the excuse. When Umbrella came to apply, they directly apologized to the other party in private, saying that it was an order from the authorities, and they had no choice. Then they would let them go if they could. But, when the meeting was about to start, there was no sign of Umbrella, let alone whether to apply or not. No one from them came at all. This change made the president of Stanford feel a little helpless and relieved at the same time. It seems that they have indeed mastered this technology, but it doesn't make things difficult for us. The dean of the School of Physics next to him also sighed. It should be the same principle, and the materials may be similar. After all, to maintain a high-pressure state, the material requirements are also very demanding. In the laboratory, you can use a bulky method to pressurize, but in practice, the pressurization device must be miniaturized, and the required pressure intensity is high and miniaturized, which is a pure test of the material. I am afraid that Umbrella can only meet their electromagnetic guns by adding materials in many aspects. Before, the authorities also asked us whether Umbrella can already make chips with room temperature superconductors. But I personally don't agree with the proposal given. Yes, because the chip is too delicate. Even low-temperature superconductors are more reliable than pressurization, so it is impossible to apply such pressure on such a delicate structure. Let's go. It's time to start. Don't miss this historic moment. So, room temperature superconductivity has been realized. A slightly fat Indian scholar stood on the podium and waved his fist excitedly after explaining his principles and some key points. After he finished speaking, thunderous applause broke out from the audience. They are all physics masters, so they all know that this is completely feasible in theory. It's amazing that the other party can find it, whether it's luck or not. Although the material ratio is not detailed, the required element range has been given. Many people have already thought about it and want to complete the reproduction in the laboratory. After all, the materials are already known, and the rest is to keep trying different ratios. Although the other party will definitely apply for a patent. As long as the technology is in hand, it will still have extremely high value. Besides, this thing itself is still a laboratory product, and it is still a long way from practical application. Almost immediately after the lecture was finished, Umbrella's official website also posted congratulatory remarks, and also stated that they had published several papers in different journals. It is not a superconducting material, but a carbon fiber material formed based on culture medium technology, which has a tensile force and length far exceeding that of current related materials. We also know that the newly published material requires huge pressure to achieve, and after mass production of our carbon fiber material, it may be expected to be put into practical use, so we invite relevant scholars to participate in the research. Of course, they need to sign a confidentiality agreement. Umbrella's purpose of riding on the popularity is also very obvious: to continue to poach people. In fact, Umbrella's conditions are here. If it is normal research, many scholars have been attracted. However, the scholars who are willing to sign an agreement and enter into in-depth cooperation to develop magic projects are still a minority. We can only seduce them through new technologies every time. And this kind of thing can't be too frequent. Too frequent will make people numb. And riding on the popularity like this is just right. Aren't you just interested in superconducting materials? Come on. Come to us. We even have the technology to bind superconducting materials, which can greatly speed up the progress of practical application. Well, of course, Wang Yi made a pure magic version of superconducting materials, which does not require any pressure. The reason for issuing this announcement is just a gimmick, purely to fool people. Fake? Wang Yi, who is enjoying the corrupt days of being wooed by the organization, almost laughed himself to death after hearing Lin Shurqin's response, because the theory used by that Indian could achieve the goal. Even Wang Yi himself used the original paper on hydrogen sulfide pressurization to abandon the original difficult silver-copper alloy and replaced it with silver hydride to successfully complete the improvement. Otherwise, if he really wanted to build a mass projector, he would have to spend a lot of time working as a 007, which is far from as easy as the current silver hydride, although the manufacturing speed is not fast. At least, he doesn't have to do it himself. So when that Indian announced the discovery of room temperature superconductivity, Wang Yi really didn't doubt it. Now that there is a culture medium, some special materials can be cultivated to combine, and then pressurized. Theoretically it can be discovered, but there is still a long way to go to apply it in practice. So Umbrella took the opportunity to throw out high-strength carbon fiber materials that can speed up this process to poach people. You also want to realize the practice of room temperature superconductivity from your own hands. Right? Originally, Wang Yi was thinking about asking Lin Shurqin to replicate the experiment, use traditional physics methods to make room temperature superconductivity, and then publish a paper to attract attention and poach people. As a result, Lin Shurqin relied on her own high-configuration Quantum Plus superconducting chip to replicate it, and actually came up with this bragging information. It really made Wang Yi feel a little speechless. The data error is very large, and it doesn't match much with what he provided. So it's not a problem of material ratio. It's just nonsense. And I went to investigate specifically. He has set up a new company, which should be the gimmick of superconductivity, and now it has been squeezed out by investors. Lin Shurqin's voice also seemed a little speechless. It's a pity that she wasted time to replicate it. But the result was a hammer. After all, he only mentioned the elements, not the specific proportions. And it will take some time to disprove the experiment. This period of time can allow him to absorb a lot of wealth. I also got through other channels that he has already announced on a small scale that the diamond that preserves the material is broken, and he needs to make the material again, which takes some time. Good guy. Even the excuse has been found. And it is also very plausible. Indeed, there are limited materials that can be used under such high pressure. Diamond is also used in the previous hydrogen sulfide experiment. It is easy to break under pressure. Originally, Wang Yi threw out the high-strength carbon fiber to facilitate the replication of the experiment, and even to facilitate practical use later. But now it seems that he has entrusted it to the wrong person. It's fake. It's fake. This is very Indian. But our materials have been announced, and we will say that the production capacity is limited to the outside world. and it will not be sold to the outside world. Rabbit can sell a small amount. Since it has been announced, Wang Yi doesn't plan to hide it. It just happens to make others think that their electromagnetic gun is formed by these means. Got it. After Lin Shurqin finished speaking, she said slyly, Boss, I took a picture of it before. Do you want to recall it? TSK. You don't pity her at all. Although it was sent by the organization. It feels like she is dying after seeing this guy start driving again. Wang Yi was too lazy to pay attention and hung up the call directly. He looked back at the indescribable Lucia lying on the sofa. The standard Ahigo expression. And other mosaics. The organization's solicitation this time is obviously quite serious. After knowing that Wang Yi doesn't like harassment, they didn't harass him all the time. But when Yulua went to buy ingredients, they would send all kinds of rare and exquisite ingredients from all over the world. I learned about some of Wang Yi's feats from the shrine. And I also arranged various styles of beauties. Race, age, temperament, identity, and other aspects can be said to be taken. It can be said that as long as Wang Yi shows a little interest in something, they can immediately bring the best unconditionally at the fastest speed and let Wang Yi choose. This old organization that has accumulated for many years has extremely terrifying resources at its disposal. Although they have been attacked many times, and almost all the people in charge have been replaced, they still have not been able to herd their roots. They are scattered all over the world, and have completely integrated into the world. There are traces of them in any resource anywhere. In terms of the efficiency of finding something, they are much stronger than Umbrella. Then Wang Yi also expressed his opinion. He is interested in ghosts. Especially fresh ghosts. Now the organization has the kind of detection equipment, which can naturally provide Wang Yi with a lot of clues. In view of their efforts, Wang Yi also favored some gifts sent to them. For a necromancer, the traces left behind are naturally modifiable by him, so as not to let the other party get any useful things and information. However, although Wang Yi and the organization have a bad relationship, this vest is not for the time being, so he still provided some information. Lucia dragged her tired body up, took a pill of Ankangding to relieve the pain, and forced a smile to please. Wang Yi also stretched out his finger to hook her chin. Your purpose is nothing more than the same as Umbrella. Wanting to understand some of the power usage methods of our system. Wang Yi's calm words made Lucia, who was originally forcing a smile, reveal a surprised expression. He let go. This strange man, with the strongest ability found so far, is finally willing to let go. For a moment, she didn't know whether it was the effect of the medicine or the excitement. She felt that her body didn't hurt much, and said in a voice that was a little hoarse, but with another flavor, Did Umbrella also look for you? But that's right. You are so powerful. The only great Yin-Yang master alive today. During this period, the organization also made a thorough investigation of Wang Yi's situation, and made a judgment through the Palace of God and other capable people they collected. It has been understood that this person is the so-called natural Yin-Yang eyes, and has a unique innate talent. Moreover, he was able to subdue Tamaminomi and kill people from a distance. In terms of ability, he is ranked high in the records, and can leave his own biography. He is almost unique in the world. It is normal for Umbrella to be attracted by this kind of talent, who seems to be able to leverage magic power by himself. They have been exposed to magic for a long time, and may have started to search for it. Then, I wonder if you can understand what Umbrella is looking for you for. Of course, if you don't want to say it, you don't have to say it. I'm just a little curious. There's nothing I can't say. I have always paid attention to what Umbrella has announced. It should be that our abilities are directly technological. I don't like this feeling very much. Wang Yi showed a little attitude, which made Lucia nod repeatedly. And many thoughts flashed through her mind. That's right. Umbrella used technological means to put magic into practice and popularize it. It's normal for this kind of talent, who originally possessed unique power, to be rejected. In fact, it is not just Mr. Quan. Some other masters they have recruited also have people who are dissatisfied with Umbrella. They should all have similar emotions. But it is better this way. Only those who have opinions about Umbrella can be used by the organization. And the organization has spent so much effort to pursue magic power, not to popularize it to the ordinary world. As long as the organization masters this technology, it will directly monopolize it, and only allow a very small number of people to enjoy it. This should be in line with Mr. Quan's idea. Everyone has the same goal. Very good. He is like-minded with us. Umbrella has indeed broken the rules. After receiving the latest feedback, the head of the laboratory was also very happy. I saw the infected bodies in the observation room in front again. So, What a wonderful thing! According to the information of the Sackler family, they resurrected an elder of their family through that place in Africa. But he completely lost his will and became a vampire who only knew how to destroy. If there is a way to resurrect the body through magic, and then use the captured soul fragments to reactivate consciousness, is it a different kind of rebirth to some extent? Moreover, Umbrella's behavior completely broke the rules. This technology should have been restricted and used in a small range. As a result, they all promoted it in a big way. Not only did it explode the ordinary industry, but the money they could earn was actually not much. They didn't touch the business at all. For something with this performance, even if the price increased tenfold or 100-fold, the final profit would not be bad. And it might even be more. Work is easier and make more money. Why not do it? Originally, those top-notch things should only be enjoyed by a few people. Everyone uses the same. Why should we highlight our status? Hee hee. People still can't eat too much. The head of the laboratory sneered, and then issued a new order. Calculate the time. It should explode soon. Don't take him away in advance, but be sure to protect him and let him accept our life-saving grace. Indeed, this only great yin and yang master discovered so far has superb abilities, and can even control spirits to kill people from a distance, which completely subverts their cognition. However, after enough research on magic, it did not make them unacceptable. But they had considerable research interest. It's just that this kind of thing requires the other party to actively cooperate, and the status is completely different from the group that was recruited before. So, that group of people can be taken back to the laboratory first. But this one will be allowed to feel the pain of HL before he is rescued. No matter how strong you are, you will be exhausted when facing endless infected people. Thinking of this, he paused again, and his expression became a little cold. And Neon, you are so ungrateful to go to Umbrella. You dared to resist us this time. Let's see how you defend yourself when you are in trouble. When you ask the garrison for help, you will naturally be able to control it. As for human lives, do the lives of the people in the colonies count? Just numbers. Even if there are still people who go there to take a hot spring tour and spread to the world, it will not affect them. The ordinary original version of the virus used this time is not difficult to control. They can even take this opportunity to absorb more wealth in return. As for Neon, the economic collapse is naturally better. It's just right to hunt with capital. And after clearing them out, we can take their high-quality industries into our pockets. At that time, the control will be more thorough than that of South Korea. No matter which direction, we will win. It's really good. Wang Yi ate a piece of sashimi in front of him, and a satisfied look appeared on his face. In fact, he himself is not short of money. When he rests in China, delicacies from all over the world will be shipped to him. But sometimes money alone can make a difference. The channels and foundations in all aspects have been accumulated for too short a time. For example, bluefin tuna. Wang Yi also eats it often. But in terms of quality, none of the ones he bought can compare to the one in front of him. Some excellent goods will be screened by these people before they are circulated. During this period, Wang Yi also tasted the top delicacies from all over the world, all of which were quickly airlifted here. The top chef bought a house at the foot of the mountain. Most of the chefs are at the level of Xie boss, and some even surpass him. Their cooking skills are even better than Wang Yi's, which makes him very satisfied. As long as you are satisfied. Lucia knelt respectfully on the side, but she looked a little haggard and weak. Others who changed their tastes could rotate at will. But as the main contact, Lucia had to bite the bullet and accompany him all the time. This person is really too scary. It's really deadly. For a moment, she couldn't help but glance at Yuji, who was also respectfully staying next to Wang Yi. Sometimes I really envy her. Judging from her appearance, she should not be treated like me. However, it will be soon. Kyushu Island, the third largest island in Japan, faces South Korea across the sea in the northwest. On the island of tens of thousands of square kilometers, there are 3 metropolitan areas of Fukuoka, Kumamoto, and Kagoshima, and it is also the main concentration of Japan's high-tech industry. For example, the famous Nagasaki is here. At the same time, due to the active volcanic belt, Kyushu's hot spring resources are also quite rich, attracting tourists from all over the world every year. However, recently, a long-established hot spring hotel in Fukuoka called Daimaru Besso broke out a scandal of not changing the water. This is a century-old store, and the result is like this. This has a direct impact on all hot spring hotels in Kyushu. But fortunately, because De Pyongyang suddenly jumped out to help divert the topic, this helped them to gain some breathing space. So the water change record was also made. And the disinfection record was also made. We are a qualified hot spring store again. In order to reduce the impact, they also launched a big discount for changing their minds, and gave out some free trial coupons, and some discount coupons to retain old customers. Not to mention, the effect is really good. Ding-ling-ling. The bell rang, and several more customers came in, making Yamada Shinichi smile like a blooming chrysanthemum. Welcome. After personally going forward to greet and escort the guests in, Yamada Shinichi also smiled with relief on his face. The dog immortal is indeed effective. Should I give them some more hot spring experience coupons? At this time, he also casually glanced at himself in the mirror next to him, and suddenly found that his eyes seemed a little red. So he couldn't help but lean over to take another look. He also reached down and pulled the corner of his eye, and found that there were indeed a lot of bloodshot in his eyes. I've been too busy recently, and haven't rested well at all. Yamada Shinichi looked at the mirror, and the blue veins on his face were a little visible. Should I get some eye drops? For a while, Yamada Shinichi also felt a little dry in his throat. Turned around and picked up the thermos cup at the cashier's counter and drank all the tea in it. But even so, he didn't feel thirsty at all, but became more and more dry, and had the idea of eating something salty. I want to drink soup. Thick pig blood soup. Afterwards, he licked his lips and looked at the neck of the young cashier next to him. I always feel that the other person's blue veins are so beautiful, as if I can feel the beating of the other person's pulse. Ah. Yes. Blood is salty. Right. The girl at the cashier suddenly felt a little cold at this time. She turned around and saw the store manager looking at her with greedy eyes. His eyes were full of bloodshot, and the blood vessels on his face seemed to have black lines, and his face was hideous. She was stunned at first, but because there had been zombie incidents in Japan, the image of zombies had been popularized. The first thing that made the girl think of something was that she screamed. However, similar things are not just here, with Fukuoka Prefecture as the core, radiating outward, and even in many places around the world. Various infection incidents have occurred one after another, but most of them are still concentrated in Japan, and the number is far greater than that of the outside world. Chapter 430, all over the place kneel down. In a live broadcast room of a small broken station, a little fat man wearing a strange mask was talking about some strategies and dirty talk. As a serious person, I will never say that you must not go to some special places in Japan, and I will never tell you where those places are. Obviously, this is a host who is giving advice, but actually telling some marginal information. But his words have attracted a lot of attention. The fat man also posted some of his achievements in traveling to Japan in the form of advice. But soon there were still sharp-eyed fans who immediately saw the special features of his journey. Did you go to Fukuoka to take a hot spring bath? Ha ha! 100-year-old stew. It's so funny. Is the stew flavored? Did you get sick? I heard it's thousands of times higher than the standard. In an instant, the entire comment area was in an uproar, which made the masked fat man feel a little embarrassed. But in the same way, since he would release this itinerary, it was to achieve this kind of eye-catching effect. When he first heard the news, he was also disgusted, and he did feel uncomfortable, and his eyes were a little itchy recently, probably because of that hot spring bath. Maybe he got conjunctivitis or something. But since such a thing has happened, he naturally has to make use of the waste and maximize its value. Sharing it with the fans to make them happy is definitely the best way. So after looking at these barges, he was secretly happy in his heart, and said in a sad tone, I didn't know when I went there. It was only revealed when I came back. Recently, the Emperor of Japan has been dominating there, and you haven't distracted your attention, and you still hold on to this little thing. The more he did this, the more the fans in front of the screen laughed. All kinds of sarcastic and teasing barges teased. Some fans who are not short of money also gave rewards to comfort them. Looking at these gifts, the masked fat man couldn't help but be happier. And then for better results, he also rolled up the clothes on his wrists, showing some blue veins on his arms, and said, Hey, don't say it. After taking a bath, my eyes hurt and my body itches. I feel like I have eczema. And these things really make me worry that I might be Merlin or something. Many people laughed even more happily after seeing how miserable he was. Haha. If you really have Merlin or something. It seems like you got it from other channels. That's right. It's just a bath. Not that serious. I remember you said last time that you got the umbrella vaccine. which can prevent warts. But there are also some fans who really care. A big brother directly rewarded a rocket and sent some reminders. Don't laugh. Some diseases are very tricky. Hurry up and get checked. That's right. Looking at you like this, I thought you were infected with the zombie virus. It's really scary. One of the early symptoms of the zombie virus seems to be this. Don't scare the anchor. How can the zombie virus be so easy to infect? This kind of thing with obvious symptoms, and can only be transmitted through blood, is very easy to control. Last time, Japan had a special infected body leaked from an underground laboratory. But just when the netizens in front of the screen began to make fun of him, the masked fat boy kept coughing, as if he was going to cough out his lungs. It seemed that there was phlegm in his throat, making a gurgling sound. This made many people think that he was deliberately making a joke. You are pretending. Yes. When the masked fat boy started to roar continuously, stood up and knocked over the chair, and his movements became more and more violent. Some people gradually felt that something was wrong. This is too much. It's unnecessary. Okay. Why do I feel it's true? At this time, as if hearing the movement here, a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s pushed the door and walked in and scolded. What are you doing? Stay at home every day. And what are you yelling about? Judging from the tone, it should be the father of the masked fat boy. However, at this moment, it was obvious that the masked fat boy suddenly rushed towards his father. But fortunately, he was tripped by the chair and fell to the ground. Even so, he kept rushing towards his father with his hands and feet, holding his father's feet and biting them fiercely. It was just because he was wearing a mask, so he could only keep rubbing against it, and couldn't bite. The mask kept rubbing against his father's feet. What are you doing? What's wrong with you? Stop doing these live pranks. That's enough. Although the zombie virus is now known to everyone, and there has been a lot of panic for a while. All kinds of hoarding supplies and various incidents have occurred. But after slowly realizing that this matter is so far away from me, I don't have any ideas. It's like Ebola has been raging. But no one is worried that someone next to them is infected with Ebola. But many netizens in front of the live camera have already noticed something wrong. It's really a zombie. Call the police quickly. No way. Can you get the zombie virus by soaking in a hot spring? At this time, the live broadcast was interrupted. It was not a network interruption or a malfunction in the live broadcast room, but all channels on the entire network began to insert emergency notices at the same time. Emergency notice. Chinese people who have been to Fukuoka, Japan recently, please contact the police as soon as possible. Repeat again. Then many people began to constantly understand the situation. Because of TT, all kinds of important news spread quickly throughout the network. At the same time, many people also learned first-hand information. The zombie virus really broke out? It's Japan again! And the source of the outbreak is the century-old stew in Fukuoka. At this time, there are many video excerpts from Japan circulating on TT. But there are some corresponding reminders and precautions under each video. This virus is not the mutated virus in Seoul and Tokyo, but a more toxic original virus. The physical fitness of the infected will be inferior to that of the dead. If you appear near it, please overcome your fear and be careful not to be scratched or bitten. The following are some early characteristics of the infected. After some advice, the current situation was also stated. Please don't panic too much. This time it is just the original strain. According to the information of entry and exit management, there are not many related personnel in our country. Next, the relevant situation will be reported in real time. It has to be said that Rabbit's mobilization ability is really the best in the world. Nothing less. Because there have been previous outbreaks of the K virus. And there are also tragic situations in Tokyo in Japan. So there have been many contingency plans. The police stations in various places have corresponding weapons and countermeasures to deal with zombies. Even some properties and communities have conducted corresponding rehearsals. This kind of thing has been rehearsed once. And then after finding that the problem is indeed like this, the speed of suppressing panic is still quite fast. Even many places have made live broadcasts according to some instructions. The Thunder Order was popular, instantly killing the zombies and controlling the situation on the scene, and slowly made most ordinary people in the country feel relieved. After all, only a few people went to Japan for tourism. It can be said that most people have no nearby counties or even urban areas. With such a long distance, they slowly changed from panic to watching the show. The explanation is very clear. The situation caused by the century-old brine. After these multiple points were dispersed, Rabbit extinguished all the sources at the fastest speed and solve the problem first. Zombie infection is actually the same as fire. It is not the same order of magnitude to put out the fire at the source and wait until it starts to burn before dealing with it. But relatively speaking, the situation in other places abroad is not so optimistic. The organization is preparing to hit the neon lights and then reap another wave. However, it is not that there are no beautiful people traveling there. In Philadelphia, a street that can be classified as a slum, a large number of homeless people and drug addicts wander here. Many people sleep in the broad daylight, and some sit against the wall with a weird smile on their faces and saliva at the corners of their mouths. Many people want to stand up on their skinny feet, and they have to waste a lot of effort. Even if there is sewage flowing next to them, they can sit aside quite freely. Even if it is some excrement, they don't care at all, since the relative receptors in their bodies have been exposed to those stronger stimulants. They have not been interested in anything else. Now, apart from eating, drinking, defecating and urinating, they are immersed in this fantasy. Ah! A scream attracted a little attention. And then many people happily saw a crazy guy holding a homeless man's face and biting it fiercely. If it was when the K virus just appeared and Umbrella was broadcasting live in Yemen, it might have immediately alerted people. But since I found that every news that appeared was done by drug addicts, I didn't take it seriously at all. What's this? Isn't it a normal scene? As for the possibility of death, it's too common for a few people to die in the big beauty. Well done, idiot. You should bite off his nose. A thin black man sat on the trash can, enjoying the residual effect at this time, while laughing at the guy biting the face. But his voice seemed to attract the other party, and after biting for a while, he suddenly looked up. The face was full of blood. The eyes were full of bloodshot, and the white of the eyes occupied most of the area. The sudden glare frightened the thin black man. But then he stood up angrily. I am a member of the Poison Wolf Gang. Do you want to live? As he said this, he took out his butterfly knife and began to skillfully dance with it, full of threats. Other people nearby were also watching the situation here happily, and the homeless man was holding his dog as if watching a show. This is a chaotic place, where even the beautiful police are unwilling to patrol, and the guy who bit him should have been too excited, and he didn't pay any attention to the weapon in the other party's hand, and staggered towards him. This made the black man feel provoked. It seems that I have to teach you an unforgettable lesson. The thin black man was in a state that was more terrible than being drunk. He jumped down from the trash can and stabbed the guy who rushed over without hesitation. However, he had clearly stabbed the other person's waist and turned around with a grin. But the other person seemed to be unaware of the pain and bit his shoulder in return, making him scream. FXX? Let go! Let go! He stabbed dozens of times with a knife. But the other person didn't let go. Instead, he bit his neck again. Although these people were numb to pain, the scene in front of them seemed a bit too much. The homeless man who was watching the show with a dog in his arms felt something was wrong. The dog in his arms also let out a low roar and kept barking in one direction. This made the homeless man turn his head and look over. The guy who was thrown to the ground and bitten beyond recognition at the beginning was standing up in a twisted posture. In the two infection modes of the K virus, once the amount of virus entering the body is large enough, infection and hijacking can be completed almost immediately. Until this time, some people nearby have realized that things don't seem to be like this, and some people have already started to run away. But there were still many guys who were slow to react due to brain nerve damage, and were still watching the show and whistling. Then another person was thrown to the ground. There are still many people who travel to Neon because they can feel the superior status. And because of the visa-free policy, it is convenient to go there. So there are really many people, and they are scattered all over the place. To be honest, given the relationship between Neon and Pyongyang, they must have sent back the news as soon as they found something wrong. But the Pyongyang delayed it for a while for the stability of the stock market. Let those Capitol Hill stock gods complete the corresponding operations first. The whole public opinion atmosphere seems to be peaceful, even after Neon and Rabbit began to explode. Because TT had been cleared from the Pyongyang, there was still not much attention. On the contrary, during the hype of this Neon incident, several people in their family were bitten to death by poisonous snakes. And these Marines were stationed there to protect Neon, so the cost should be paid by Neon. The VV platform is debating this matter. The few who reposted the situation of Neon and Rabbit were also restricted or blocked on various platforms. The reason is that unconfirmed news cannot be spread casually. The handling of infections is also done privately. After all, infection incidents have occurred many times, So De Pyongyang also has a plan. The Federal Guard, local agents and FBI agents take multiple precautions. With the firepower of De Pyongyang's own civilians, they think they are foolproof. When problems arise, local agents first protect the rich area, and with their own guns, they can easily complete the cleanup, and then wait for the Federal Guard to clear the area. In De Pyongyang, the poor and the rich are in two different worlds. Zombies can't drive, so their range of movement is quite limited. In fact, Africa has accumulated a lot of experience, so they are not worried at all. The spread will not be very large. Just don't affect finance. It was not until the recent gunshots became more frequent and VV anchors began to complain that the zombie incident was truly revealed. Coincidentally, the Capitol Hill stock gods and their financiers had almost completed their operations at this time, and took advantage of the stock market avalanche to short sell. No one knows zombies better than me. If I were in that position now, I could solve all the problems within 3 days. A candidate for the leadership of De Pyongyang took the opportunity to make such campaign remarks on his Twitter. When the control was relaxed, all the people in De Pyongyang were a little stunned. Although this thing was indeed not fatal and seemed to have been controlled, they never expected that it had reached the point of blooming everywhere. And many De Pyongyang netizens also learned to bypass De Pyongyang's own control and ran to Kangaroo, Gall and Neon's overseas TT to post videos related to OK. Oh my god! They are banging on the door! What should I do? Please tell me! A middle-aged woman holding a lady's pistol in her hand kept crying to the camera. And the shaking camera also shot her house door. It was a very ordinary wooden door, which was shaking violently at this time. There was a broken window glass next to it, and there were broken glass fragments on the ground. 2 infected bodies were also stuck on the window guardrail, constantly waving their claws and teeth as if they wanted to come in. They were cut by the glass and bleeding, but they seemed to have no pain. It looked extremely scary. Various roars filled the entire camera. It can be seen that this should be an independent wooden house with a lawn, and the zombies outside were not sure whether they were her original neighbors or someone else. Holding a lady's pistol in her hand, she felt as if she had no ability to resist, because a zombie broke the window. Although it was stuck, the hand that kept stretching inward made the woman dare not go forward to block the door with something, and she only knew to keep asking for help and asking questions to the camera. Constantly priss, until the door was knocked open. The zombies swarmed in, and then accompanied by a few screams and gunshots. The camera was knocked to the ground. All you can hear are screams and chewing sounds coming from the side, which makes people who see it feel the creepy feeling through the screen. I didn't expect that De Pyongyang would suddenly become like this without any sound. It seems that she is not much better than the worst Neon. Suddenly, the K-virus broke out on a large scale, and the sound of zombies appeared in various places one after another. Except for the erosion within the scope of Neon, the speed of cleaning outside was pretty good. Among them, Rabbit handled it the best, and De Pyongyang handled it the worst, which formed a sharp contrast. However, at this time, Western public opinion became unprecedentedly united from the previous division of the Neon incident, and continued to watch back from various angles. Only Kangaroo and Gall had various opinions because of TT. Except for Neon, although it can be regarded as multi-point spread, it is still very scattered. In addition, they are all ordinary zombie viruses, because there have been examples and some preventive warnings. Other places have almost suppressed it. Even in places with a large population such as Hengsan, there have been zombies directly killed by people with bare hands, which caused riots in the short term. But even De Pyongyang, who suffered the greatest loss, was actually not a big deal. Those who died were just some low-level people and illegal immigrants. After the incubation period, the outbreak began, and the transmission route seemed very simple. Just treat it as optimizing the population. But, for Neon, this matter has just begun. Akihabara, a comic exhibition site. At this time, there are several Neon police cars parked outside, and more than a dozen police officers blocked the exit, and constantly took down the portable water barriers from the car to complete the splicing. There are also police cars roaring in the distance. This is a kind of thing developed by Neon for short-distance interception after the Tokyo zombie incident. The water barriers can be connected to each other, which makes it much easier to fill water. And even if they are broken and leak, it will only cause one leak and will not affect others. It is indeed an innovation. Hurry up. No one is allowed to leave. Otherwise, they will be treated as infected. Come here. Hurry up. A neon agent kept shouting loudly with a loudspeaker, guiding the people who escaped from inside to walk in one direction. The water barriers also specially opened a gap, forming a pocket formation composed of police cars and water barriers. And all kinds of figures rushing out of the comic exhibition also followed the instructions with their hands and feet crying for their parents. Because after the Tokyo incident, there have been many drills. If there is an outbreak, if you do not follow the requirements, you are allowed to be killed as an infected person. So if you still run at this time, you may really be bitten or scratched. Bang bang. The two people who tried to climb over the water barrier from another place were shot to death without hesitation. The neon agent shot without hesitation. They were specially trained. The bullet penetrated the body. It was obviously a pistol, but it broke 2 bloody holes, and blood spurted. It was obviously not hit in the vitals, and it lost its life in an instant. This horrible scene made the survivors who escaped full of horror, and they were obviously a lot more honest. There was no complaint. Super reasonable. And they came to the designated location one after another. Don't blame us. Everyone. We must prevent the spread. The agent who shot before was obviously a little pale. Neon was different from Depyeong. This was his first time shooting, and he used anti-zombie bullets. In fact, it is a modified dum-dum bullet, which ensures that the zombies can lose their mobility even if they are not in the vital parts, and reduces the requirements for shooting. It's just that the bloody scene made him a little uncomfortable. But during the training, it has been emphasized that the infected cannot be treated as human beings. If one is missed, there will be more victims. We must control the source as soon as possible. Damn it! When the agent holding the loudspeaker said this, looking at the densely packed infected people rushing out of the comic exhibition venue, his scalp was numb for a while. At first, he saw that there were survivors coming out in front, and he still had some expectations for the environment here. After all, they came very quickly. But who would have thought that there would be so many? At first, they all stayed people and didn't chase us. The first infected appeared in the toilet outside, blocking our way. We escaped when they stopped to hunt. A survivor briefly explained the situation inside. Hearing this, the agent's face was also quite solemn. This means that they may have to face thousands of infected people now. We can only buy time. When will the beautiful soldiers arrive? Quickly returning to his car, the leading agent picked up the intercom. But facing his question, the other side was silent for a moment before saying, "For the time being, there are no beautiful soldiers. You have to hold on. Now there is a serious shortage of manpower, and people are missing everywhere. We will try our best to let the defense team speed up the cleanup. This time it is the original strain, which is not so scary." Hearing this, the agent felt a little unbelievable. There are many agents in Neon, but no matter how many there are, they can't resist the large population density. If it is just a few outbreaks, they can definitely be quickly extinguished with the experience they accumulated last time and the updated equipment. But there are too many outbreaks this time, and there are not enough people. What can be done now is similar to what they did. First control the situation and hold on, and then wait for the subsequent cleanup. There are only so many people in the Neon defense team, and they must still rely on beautiful soldiers. But the result of the current notification is that the beautiful soldiers are not coming. What a bastard. They paid the fee. Come out to bully others? Don't come when something happens? But soon. The agent also thought of something. This is a revenge for the protest of Neon to Depyeong before. They want Neon to kneel down and beg them. But we have been kneeling all the time. Bastard. Damn. This virus is not you. While thinking about this, he had to regain his confidence and began to command the agents present to fire at the zombies continuously. The only thing to be thankful for is that the anti-zombie bullets used now can almost make the zombies lose their ability to move with one shot. So it is not necessary to shoot them in the head. Oh, dear friends. Of course we want to help you. But this kind of thing happened recently, and we have to ask for your understanding. Right? The representative of Yokosuka Depyeong looked at the humble Neon defense minister in front of him at this time, and said with a slightly playful expression on his face, "Didn't you jump before? And blame our people? If you have the guts, don't beg me now." Here, the beautiful representative is sitting casually behind the desk, while the Japanese defense minister has no stool and can only stand aside with his head bent. The Japanese defense minister is really humble at this time. That time was a misunderstanding. Both sides have explained it. We don't mean to blame you. Blame us? The beautiful representative lengthened his tone. This made the Japanese defense minister feel sad. Then he moved his lips, bowed his waist, and said in a trembling voice, "No, I was wrong. The previous incident was all our fault. We didn't control ourselves and crashed into your Pyongyang pavilion. It was because of us that your soldiers were bitten to death by poisonous snakes. We will pay for this." Seeing the humble attitude and words of the Japanese defense minister, the Pyongyang representative also laughed loudly, and laughed wantonly, bringing out a kind of arrogance. Then he stood up and patted the other party on the shoulder. "Yes, I will report and apply. If they agree, they should be dispatched in a while." Looking at the casual figure of the beautiful representative, the Japanese defense minister suddenly felt as if he was in another world. Before encountering such a situation where he had to make demands on the other party, he really couldn't feel it so real. But now this feeling of being strangled and powerless also made him clearly and directly feel that a weak country has no diplomacy. Obviously, our Neon is not weak. But why is it like this? The 577 small bench. The Syrian representatives collectively left the stage after speaking. And all kinds of humiliation and arrogance have always been there, and have never changed. The only thing that can be changed is one's own strength. So that the other party dare not use such an arrogant attitude again. This made the Japanese defense minister think of the neighbor who grew up next door. Once upon a time, they also had to face this kind of arrogance and rudeness. Sure enough, in the end, you can only rely on yourself. No one else can be relied on. Chapter 431 Compromise Cleaning Mission. Master John, something happened. Please wait in the shrine and don't move around. Close the doors and windows. We will send a helicopter to pick you up. Wang Yi stood on the eaves of the shrine and watched the commotion gradually appearing below. Hearing the call from Lucia, his expression was a little emotional. After serving for so long, Wang Yi still left a contact number for the other party. And this time, the other party contacted him and said that he would come to rescue him. It also made Wang Yi feel a little ridiculous. You are the ones who poisoned. And now you come here to pretend to be a good person and sell favors. It's really killing two birds with one stone. If you don't want to bomb this place, then there is no need to care about me. I'm safe here, Wang Yi said in a very calm tone, which suddenly made the other party speechless. In fact, the shrine is also mobilizing helicopter resources to rescue Wang Yi first. In this kind of disaster, the speed at which the upper and lower levels know and the way of handling are completely different. But the organization used a little trick and walked in front of the shrine. However, I didn't expect to get this kind of reply. God knows how much she planned to make the announcement and arrange the helicopter rescue in the first place. She had to make sure no one could see that they had made a mistake, and pretend that they had arranged it as soon as they got the news. But now it seemed like a punch in the air. But after all, she still had a certain authority in her hands. And she immediately understood that this great Yin-Yang master might have some means of defending against zombies. In order to continue to show goodwill and want to see why, she quickly said, "Master, it would be great if you can solve it yourself. But I'm still worried about your safety. Can I bring a team here? Those combatants will only be on guard at the periphery." After saying this, her tone became a little sticky again. "And I also want to have a fight with Mrs. Yuji." Hearing this, Wang Yi didn't care much. Then come on. It must be said that if you want to be ruthless, the chaebols within the organization are the real experts. The reason why they used the original strain with a weaker impact was just to worry that they would suddenly get out of control, giving all parties some time to prepare and react. And they had clearly started making arrangements long ago. But they didn't make any extra preparations for their own base camp. Anyway, only the lower class died, which couldn't shake them. Even taking advantage of this opportunity, they can still make money again and complete the concentration again. Even at that time, the lower class of their own base camp will also be their target of harvesting. As for the dead, just numbers. Murder. Help. The riots are spreading. It is obvious that even if there are enough agents in Japan, and after experiencing the Tokyo incident, they have begun to configure special anti-zombie warheads, and the local firefighting ability is extremely strong. But after all, there is still an upper limit on the number of people. The number of people who broke out in Japan exceeds the total number of other places in the world. And it is still a scattered trend. At the same time, Japan's own population density is also here. This is definitely a lish start. When all the agents are dispatched, it is difficult to control the situation. And when the big beautiful garrison does not act in the first time, the scene will be corrupted again. Moreover, when Japan was in the most desperate situation, the situation was completely deteriorating. The Pyongyang not only controlled Japan from the garrison, But also their domestic spokespersons were still attacking Japan. Last time it was Tokyo. And this time it was Japan. What research are you doing in Japan? It caused so many of us to lose our lives, and caused us huge economic losses. You must bear this price and responsibility. The person in charge of Yokosuka had already agreed to the words of the Japanese defense minister. But after the Japanese defense minister stated that he would compensate for the losses last time, they immediately tore up the agreement and continued to make inroads. Yes, Yokosuka reported the situation. And de Pyongyang had no choice but to disagree. Right? No matter how much Japan declined, no matter how much it suffered from the Tokyo zombie incident, it is still the third largest economy in the world. It was harvested by de Pyongyang so hard that year. But it still has a huge size now. In particular, Japanese people like to purchase various assets and equity overseas, and have a very solid foundation. De Pyongyang had long been salivating over these things. It was just that she had to maintain the order she had set and the face of the leader in the past. So she controlled her eating habits a little. Now that she had the opportunity, she really did it without any courtesy. Obviously, Japan was in dire straits, and the zombie virus was spreading steadily and blooming in many places. But de Pyongyang first showed her attitude of collecting protection fees. Before, Japan suddenly contacted Umbrella, which made them quite dissatisfied. The direct release of TT also made them taste the bitter fruit immediately afterwards. Even some European media were mocking it, which made de Pyongyang very embarrassed. Now, after it was directly in her hands, she naturally took it at will, taught Japan a good lesson, and at the same time plundered a lot of wealth. And the key is that the excuse is quite good. Japan has no ability to resist, and let others bully her. At the same time, de Pyongyang also took out the pictures of her own stock market being circuit breakers many times, and some pictures of zombies running around in the slums to increase persuasiveness and empathy. There is a kind of, you see, the stock market is so bad, and so many people died. It's all Neon's fault. We want to get back what we deserve. Isn't that too much? This statement also received support from quite a lot of people, because de Pyongyang suppressed the news. The degree of zombie attacks faced by the internal was second only to Neon. A large number of people in the slums and illegal immigrants died, and many people suffered heavy losses in the stock market. The accumulated contradictions under this situation also urgently need an outlet. Since you don't want to detonate internally, it is natural to let Neon take over. Isn't the purpose of raising a dog for such a time? Huh. Besides, it hasn't been obedient recently. Boss. Neon agreed to the conditions, but needs to ask for our assistance. When the helicopter that Lucia was riding arrived over the shrine, Wang Yi also received news from Lin Shichin. Given Neon's size, it is impossible for the negotiation to beg for mercy from Umbrella in order to survive. In fact, it has been talking all this time. Cheng Shui has also been staying in Neon. Originally, Neon just wanted to save its own automobile industry. It mainly wanted to engage in economic cooperation, simply open up its own market, and then allow Umbrella to acquire its own internal automobile industry. The requirement is not to move out of the range of Japan. In other aspects, there are not many concessions. Especially Japan itself still has to follow de Pyongyang at the critical moment. Many things are still unresolved. But now the organization wants to teach Japan a lesson and make up for the recent losses. It directly gave Japan such a ruthless blow. There are still ways of traps in the follow-up. Umbrella naturally took this opportunity to propose that we can also help. And we can also assist in investigating the source of this virus. You also know that we have some unique technologies in magic. And we are also studying virus samples. So we can be sure that this time someone deliberately released it to you. You don't want to be hit by someone like this again in the future. Cheng Shui sat in front with her palms crossed, her face full of casual smiles. The Japanese representatives on the opposite side all looked ugly. In fact, this time it was someone else's release, and they can judge it themselves. At the beginning, the problem in the laboratory in the port area was exposed, and it was the enhanced virus in Seoul. This time, there was no situation. Suddenly, many places exploded, and the original strain was different from the last time. It can be said that this outbreak was just right. If someone showed symptoms of infection earlier and was discovered early, there would be nothing wrong. But they took advantage of the incubation period of a small dose of the virus. This requires a high level of control over time and virus dosage. So the mastermind must be the parties who started studying the virus the earliest. In fact, Umbrella is also on their list of suspects, because Umbrella is also a beneficiary. They compromised because of this. But in the same way, Neon also suspected Pyongyang. As for the situation of their godfather, they certainly knew what was going on with them after being beaten. They really could do it. And here Umbrella said that they could help with the investigation, which was not only to clear themselves of the relationship, but also probably to have some confidence in the investigation. Can you be sure to find evidence? The Neon representative asked in a deep voice. Now it can be said that Neon is in trouble both internally and externally. The impact of the Tokyo zombie incident has not yet ended. And then, there is capital hunting. And then Umbrella dealt a fatal blow to the automotive industry, which has already hit them hard, and now they are on their knees. As a result, there is another zombie outbreak on many sides. And Pyongyang is still saying that she will take the opportunity to ask for compensation. This is to kill them. And now the only chance to turn the tables is really for Umbrella to find evidence and help them solve the problem of zombies that are spreading. This takes time. And if you cooperate, there is still a certain degree of certainty. Then, are you sure about controlling the spread? Without the help of the garrison, the Neon representative sighed helplessly again. Umbrella has never won by numbers. But the chaos in Neon now requires numbers. If they still can't hold back the erosion in the end, then they have no choice but to kneel in front of Pyongyang and ask for help. Even if we find evidence at that time, we have to keep it to ourselves. Maybe you can try it first. We agree. As long as you can control the infection, we will agree to all the conditions you put forward. And we will give you the authorization for your armed forces now. The representatives of Neon also gritted their teeth and made up their minds. They are very gamblers. In fact, Neon has been castrated. Their own military development is restricted. And the authority they can authorize to Umbrella is actually limited. However, Neon has suffered a biological attack. And Pyongyang has not fulfilled his duties, and has been shirking that this has not triggered the Pyongyang security agreement. Then Neon can naturally use their rhetoric to make a fuss. No. Right? Then we just invited a cleaner, not a security company. At the Anachi Shrine, Lucia and a team looked at the situation in front of them on the helicopter, and were also shocked. In order to ensure the life-saving grace, they even added ingredients nearby. Anyway, it is not noticeable when mixed with multiple outbreaks. Therefore, the area near the Anachi Shrine can be said to be a severely affected area, although they are just ordinary zombies, and their individual functions are not as strong as those of ordinary people. The number has already increased. Anyway, the Japanese agents nearby are no longer able to stop the expansion, and can only keep notifying everyone to hide at home, and at the same time withdraw to defend and consolidate the periphery. But what do they see now? From the perspective of the helicopter, the streets below are already full of zombies wandering. Looking down from a high altitude, you can see a considerable number of them. At this time, there is no living person on the street. Only occasionally can you see the terrified driver and passengers inside through the car window windshield. The bus surrounded by zombies, and some terrified eyes behind the curtains of the houses on both sides can show that there are still many people alive here. Fortunately, it is just an ordinary version of the virus. And these zombies can't fly over the eaves and walls like mutant individuals. At present, as long as you stay at home for a short time, there will be no big problems. This is also why after the multifaceted outbreak of the zombie virus, the overall order is still controlled, and no panic beyond the scope of other countries has been caused. Because after several baptisms in Yemen, Seoul, and Tokyo, they have developed a fear resistance to zombies. But other survivors are hiding in cars or at home. But the Anachi Shrine is an open-air environment. But it has not been harassed by zombies at all. The torii at the foot of the mountain is like a dividing line. There are zombies wandering outside, but they have not crossed the line. You can even see 3 people and 2 dogs in the shrine grilling in the open air, which is in stark contrast to the outside world. Seeing this shocking situation, Lucia immediately took a picture and sent it back, and she was ready to go to find out some information. It seems that you don't need to go out. I will go down alone, and you go to perform other tasks. Now the organization can mobilize the power in Neon is also quite tight. They must fully mobilize the effective forces to gain the greatest benefit in this incident. So after confirming the situation of the great Onmyoji here, only Lucia was left, and the others quickly flew away by helicopter. Tokyo University. As a relatively independent campus, Tokyo University can also complete the closed loop relatively easily, after each area is blocked. With the help of nearby agents, a safe zone can be formed. But the terrible thing is that there is an outbreak point this time, right inside Tokyo University. It seems that a group of students organized a hot spring school trip, which led to the outbreak of infection in several people. The campus is originally a densely populated area, and there are multiple outbreaks. In an instant, the situation got out of control. But fortunately, students usually have flexible minds, relying on the teaching buildings, dormitory buildings, classrooms, and other areas that have not been infected. A large number of scattered safety points have been formed, separated from the zombies, and patiently waiting for rescue. At this time, Gu Qianqian was also with 4 ghosts, staying in a classroom with a blocked door. Although Wang Yi did not specifically follow the infection, he was still very concerned about this disciple. The 2 ghosts that Gu Qianqian collected herself, as well as the 2 stronger ghosts in the park before, were all arranged by her side. When necessary, these 4 guys can also possess zombies to act, and the possessed bodies are simply inexhaustible. In a large tiered classroom, there are more than 20 people hiding in it. The front and back doors are blocked with dismantled tables and chairs, and more than 20 people stay in the middle of the classroom as much as possible. There are also several boys holding dismantled metal table legs as weapons and putting them aside. In addition to the students, there is a bald middle-aged male teacher and a fashionable female teacher. Everyone's expression is still terrified, and the atmosphere on the scene is a bit depressing. From time to time, screams can be heard outside the window, and there are low roars of zombies. Are you kidding me? Why are there zombies again? And Tokyo again? Yoko said, a little frustrated. I know that I must have bad luck recently. I don't know why. The dormitory suddenly became gloomy, and then the bad luck began. The pen on the table turned by itself. The alarm time was wrong, and the cabinet creaked at night. Originally, because De Pyongyang's outrageous speech was filmed, she joined everyone to participate in an event to get rid of her bad luck. But the gun went off accidentally. After returning, she suddenly found that the gloomy feeling became stronger. In the past, it was at night, but now it feels chilly even in class. This made her eyelids jump, and she felt that something bad was going to happen. Sure enough, it worked. Zombie virus broke out. Oh my god! Why is it me again? Yoko's family conditions are quite good, and she is a typical example of a special channel for admission. Although she can't be called a chaebol daughter, her parents are both executives of the consortium, and both graduated from the University of Tokyo. Her family used to live in Minato Ward. The last time the Tokyo zombie crisis broke out, it also broke out near her home. Fortunately, they live in a high-end apartment, and the floor is also high. She spent those unforgettable days with her parents while shooting TT short videos. Although it seemed like the pretty soldiers had finished cleaning up most of the mess in one night, the subsequent cleaning inside the building actually took much more time, and they had almost eaten up everything in their house before they arrived at the apartment building to complete the cleaning. For this reason, they moved, and Yoko also lived in the school. But who would have thought? Gu Qianqian, who was standing next to him, looked at her roommate's complaints and laughed dryly. At this time, 4 ghosts were floating on the side, and you would feel eerie, which seemed normal. After the teacher completed their contract, they could also show up during the day, but the situation was even worse. But then, Gu Qianqian also looked out the window. This neon is really full of disasters. Don't worry, classmates. There will be a big beautiful garrison to rescue us soon. We just need to wait here. It's safe here. And the zombies this time are not as powerful as the last time in the port area. As long as everyone unites, there is no need to be afraid. At this time, the bald teacher was also cheering for the students. At this time, many students were actively contacting their families through the phone, and some called the police, and they didn't pay much attention to him, because it was a multi-point outbreak. Neon had no intention of controlling the information at all, but instead took the lead in ensuring the power supply, water supply and signal problems, ensure smooth communication to facilitate the subsequent cleaning work. But Yoko had been feeling chilly and had confirmed the safety issues with her parents, so she had time to deal with him at this time. She turned around and said speechlessly, "Teacher, I just saw TT's message. De Pyongyang is now condemning us." While speaking, she also turned on the bracelet holographic projection and played the clip of the De Pyongyang spokesperson's criticism. This made many students who were still calling their families pay attention. Each one felt unbelievable. Didn't Umbrella investigate it? It's a Western organization. Okay. It was clearly them who did it last time. And they blamed us. But they're blaming us again this time? Maybe it's the organization again. Or even Pyongyang who poisoned us. Are they kidding me? They're just trying to force us to die by saying this at this time. Right? Isn't there a security agreement? Many of them participated in the protest before. And their classmates died in the accidental fire at Pyongyang Hall. The atmosphere on campus was already very heavy before the zombie virus broke out. And a large number of students had negative views of Pyongyang. As a result, the information that Yoko brought out now made these students, who were already depressed and trapped here, feel even more sad and pessimistic. Why do we have to suffer this? Be quiet. At this time, the bald teacher stood up with some dissatisfaction. First, he took his mobile phone and carefully watched the video over and over again. Then he put on the dignity of a teacher and said, "Why is this happening? Don't you know? You know how much they helped us last time with the zombie incident. But we were not grateful, and this time we bumped into them, which led to the tragedy of accidental discharge. They are angry. And they should be angry. We are the ones who are wrong." After seeing that his teacher's aura was temporarily suppressed, he said earnestly, "If you do something wrong, you will be punished. This is what we should compensate them. As long as we speak out more, let the authorities apologize and give compensation as soon as possible, and agree to their conditions. The garrison will come to rescue us. Otherwise, God knows how long we will be trapped here." As he spoke, he took the lead and took a selfie with his phone, and began to record an apology video. However, just as he bowed to the video and apologized on behalf of all Japanese people, he was kicked from behind by someone and fell to the ground. Who? After getting up, the bald teacher's face was full of anger. When he was young, he went to Damiai and became an exchange student. He has always been full of yearning for that place. Now his daughter is also in Damiai and is married and settled down. She has always been his pride. Before, a group of young people resisted this and that, which made him very angry. However, there was public outrage at that time, so he did not dare to speak. This time, he thought the time was ripe to let this group of people understand the truth. But he did not expect that they would take the opportunity to kick him. "Okay, Teacher Yutaru. Let's try to save our energy now. I don't know when we can be rescued." The female teacher also came out to smooth things over. She saw that it was Yoko who kicked him, but she would definitely not say it at this time. It is better to keep the internal stability. However, at this time, they immediately received the latest notification on their mobile phones. It is the official promotion of Umbrella. Our company has accepted the commission of the Japanese authorities and has been authorized to carry out the cleaning work. The next actions are completely legal and compliant. I hope all parties will be aware of this. Hearing this, many students also showed excitement on their faces. Umbrella, a legendary company. Admittedly, Japan is not a big rival of Umbrella, but this company is too cool. And there are many fans of Resident Evil in Japan. In fact, there are many people who have a natural liking for this company. Add to that the recent full surrender of Japan, at least among the students. This powerful company is still full of legends. And now, when Pyongyang began to threaten Japan with the garrison, the new adoptive father they were just about to recognize began to show up. It's Umbrella. We are saved. Kangaroo and Gaul were defeated by Umbrella one after another. Their fighting power is absolutely superior. If it's just the garrison on the Japanese side, they are really not their opponents. Humph. If Pyongyang doesn't save us, Umbrella will. Don't care about you. There is hope of being rescued again. And there is hope. It made them vent the anger that Pyongyang had used to control them before. Before, they were angry and furious. But more of them were sad. With the Pyongyang holding their fate by the back of their necks, they had no ability to resist. But now, we can be saved without you. Humph. Umbrella. This company is ambitious. Our automotive industry was destroyed by it, and we were forced to sign a humiliating treaty. Yutaru snorted coldly, then paused and continued. And how many people does Umbrella have? Do they bond directly? This is not the Foreign Legion that defeated Gaul. Rescue is always more difficult than destruction. Chapter 432, Concession Cleaning Efficiency. When Neon was in deep trouble. It was also the time when Pyongyang condemned Neon most severely. This time was completely different from the previous Pyongyang accidental firing incident. The previous one was too bad, and even caused the other allies to mourn. So Europe also expressed dissatisfaction with Pyongyang. But this time was different. This time, the people who returned from Neon's tour were of all nationalities. Pyongyang had it. And Europe had it too. Relatively speaking, Europe's handling speed was better than Pyongyang. But it was limited. and losses also occurred. Except for the relevant chaebols and families of the organization who knew in advance and took the opportunity to manipulate a wave of money. Others were not so lucky. Where did the organization cut the meat from? Isn't it from them? In this case, De Pyongyang showed a gesture of wanting to share Neon. And Neon had suffered many blows and obviously couldn't bear it. Of course, everyone was happy to follow and make accusatory remarks. The dead family members, the economic impact caused, and the contradictions of various losses were all transferred to Neon. The size is big enough. Killing and eating meat can not only make up for the loss, but also make a small profit. Moreover, this is a castrated country. Even if the defense team is well equipped, the number is limited, and it lacks long-range strike capabilities and has no mushrooms. This kind of killing does not need to worry about resistance. You can eat with oil dripping from your mouth, and you can occupy the righteousness without worrying about any negative impact in the future. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They have been thinking about Japan's overseas assets for a long time, breaking the bottom line again and again. Is Japan researching biological weapons? The first time can be said to be an accident, and the second time is intentional. This time, it is Japan's fault. There are condemnations from all sides, and Japan is now a bit miserable. But it does not prevent them from adding insult to injury. The zombie virus came from you. As for whether it was poisoned by others, that is not within their consideration, and it is none of their business. Originally, they just wanted an excuse. Japan has overseas assets, not to mention that it has no military protection, and its own foreign investment is relatively small. If all places directly pass the bill and start detaining, Japan will not even have any countermeasures. Japan's overseas assets have always been the most proud of Akita's boasting. Now it has not been seized. But obviously, the posture of blowing the wind is a clear rhythm of killing the dog and eating the meat. When the overseas assets are divided, Japan's high-quality assets will also be injected and change hands. And then only Japan will be hurt. Relatively speaking, Rabbit did not follow the trend to hype this matter. Although Rabbit was also affected to a certain extent, it can be said that it was the least affected because of its rapid reaction. At this time, it just stood by and watched the melon. Western faces. I'm used to it. Even Rabbit's network is full of cheerful atmosphere. After all, there are more negative views on the neighbors next door. It has caused some of us to be infected. We should join the condemnation together. Don't be led by the rhythm. Don't get involved in their affairs. Otherwise they will definitely blame you. This is following the wrong master, and being sold out directly. It seems that the Great Beauty Garrison has not moved yet. Do you think we should help now? It's almost impossible. The Great Beauty will definitely accuse us, and even say that we invaded. Then Japan's island chain is no longer a threat to us. Right? In fact, it has no effect on the Great Beauty Garrison. It doesn't mean that their garrison will withdraw after the wealth is plundered. Maybe it will increase. Then we have to do something. Suddenly, I felt that Japan was very pitiful. Maybe it was the Great Beauty who poisoned Japan. Seeing that Japan wanted to surrender to Umbrella, it felt that it was disobedient and came directly to attack it. Oh! It just announced that it would open up the market to Umbrella. Isn't it too coincidental? No way. Releasing biological weapons. Is it so dirty? However, just when the discussion was the most intense, Umbrella's announcement came out. Because the zombie virus is the hottest thing now. The Great Beauty and Europe took advantage of this time to publish a manifesto to spread the word. It looked like Japan was about to collapse. And if it continued, it might really become the kind of apocalyptic situation in the movie. Umbrella's sudden statement immediately attracted everyone's attention. Combined with the previous news that Japan unilaterally opened its market to Umbrella. Now many people have also realized that Japan may have made greater concessions to ask Umbrella for help. At least Umbrella's reputation is still quite good. At most, it's just knocking on your country's door. Japan has no dignity to begin with. And it doesn't matter to them. At least Umbrella may just knock on your country's door and occupy all your markets. But the Pyongyang wants you to die. We were waiting to kill the pig. But Umbrella jumped out and said he wanted to do cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Let's not talk about whether it can be pressed back. But the Pyongyang's dissatisfaction is directly reflected. And a spokesperson immediately reprimanded. According to the security agreement, we will not allow other armed forces to enter Japan. The Pyongyang spokesperson was quite tough this time. But Umbrella ignored it and didn't respond at all. They had the attitude that the security agreement you signed is none of my business. Which made the Pyongyang punch the air directly. But their yacht that often wanders near Punglai also photographed Umbrella's stealth transport plane taking off. I don't understand what Umbrella is doing. It seems that their 747 can switch between bombing, early warning, and transportation at any time. When it was discovered that 10 747s came out in full force, De Pyongyang's attitude gradually softened. Umbrella did not give any explanation or response. But when facing reporters' questions at the press conference later, it changed its words and said, "Oh, we looked at it. They didn't say military action. They said cleanup mission. And they were invited by the Japanese authorities, which does not violate our security agreement." Just after saying it, it denied it in an instant. This is really the standard style of De Pyongyang, however. Netizens who also watched the live broadcast of the anchor over there, after seeing Umbrella's 10 black 747s take off, can also understand the reason why De Pyongyang suddenly denied it at this time. I laughed my ass off. The way De Pyongyang was humiliated is so pretty. The spokesperson's expression is like constipation. The example of gall is here. All the 10 747s have been dispatched, which is enough to wipe out the Yokosuka garrison. Is the headquarters of their 7th Fleet in Neon? Yes, in Yokosuka. But from the satellite map, their main battleships are heading towards Busan. They are probably hiding. Right? What do you mean by hiding? This is just a routine exercise. Haha. Aircraft carriers are expensive. And battleships are also expensive. We can't afford to lose them. The combat power of 10 747s was demonstrated in Africa last time. I would like to call the 747 the strongest civil aviation. So it's just a loud noise. I thought there would be a fight. Damn it! On the flagship of the 7th Fleet fleeing towards Busan, the person in charge had a face full of humiliation. Yokosuka is their headquarters, the base camp. But this time, they were scared out of their wits. Yes, they claimed to be going to South Korea for exercises. But anyone with a discerning eye could tell what was going on. Neon is their sphere of influence. How could this be possible? He wanted to stay, and even wanted to do it. But the annihilation of the Kangaroo Navy and the tragic situation of Gaul calmed him down. In terms of combat power, the overall strength of the Great Beauty is definitely far above that of Umbrella. But the account cannot be calculated in this way, and they have a lot to deal with. And if they really want to fight with Umbrella, they must launch a saturation attack. However, if their 7th Fleet fights alone, it is really easy to follow the footsteps of Kangaroo and Gaul. Even if they really fight alone, they cannot passively fight in their own territory. They must put the front line in Punglai and let them retreat to a place where they have no way to retreat. He kept thinking about countermeasures in his heart. And at this time, he could only sigh helplessly. General, don't worry. In fact, the job that Umbrella took on this time is not pleasing. And it is not their area of expertise. The staff officer stepped forward and comforted the boss. Humph. Of course I know. And our Navy has taken away most of the Marines. Haha. You like to show off. Right? And Neon is disobedient. Right? Naturally. There are plenty of ways to deal with you. Let's see who you ask in the end. The general smiled coldly. After the cleanup of the last Tokyo zombie incident, he knew how difficult this task was. Admittedly, this time it was not a mutant-infected body, and the threat of ordinary infected bodies was very low. But this time, the number was greater, and the distribution range was wider. Even if zombies have no intelligence and can only expand instinctively in disorder, Neon should have about 20% of its area ravaged by zombies now. When you clean up an area, there will naturally be more areas to spread. It is impossible for you and Neon's agents to stop it. For a while, he couldn't help but show a terrifying smile on his face. Human life. That's nothing. Only interests are eternal. Just after Umbrella's plane took off, De Pyongyang made another follow-up response. Since Neon hired its own people to clean up, there is no need to mobilize our garrison this time. I hope you can solve the problem quickly and prevent it from spreading or affecting our garrison. Obviously, De Pyongyang is just going to sit back and watch the show this time to see how this mess ends. In their opinion, Neon invited Umbrella to take over this, which is a bit of an attempt to squeeze them and make them get involved with Umbrella. But, are you too naive? At this time, another reporter immediately asked, what about the compensation? These are two different things, and they are not mixed up. We have already had a congressman submit a relevant bill. The meaning behind it is also very clear. Even if you don't ask us for help, we still have to eat what we should eat. It is clear that they want to use your flesh and blood to make up for the loss. What can you do? It's not the first time they have done it. But this time, they will do it more thoroughly. Beat them half to death. And then change the person in charge. And everything can start all over again. This time, Umbrella directly scared De Pyongyang's fleet out for exercises, which really shocked a group of spectators. This means that De Pyongyang is very reluctant to have a physical conflict with Umbrella. The last battle in Africa directly made Umbrella famous enough. It is true that one punch is the best way to avoid 100 punches. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong. No matter what the result is this time, Umbrella's actions are very satisfying. If De Pyongyang doesn't want to send troops, then don't send them. Anyway, it's Xiaoshi who will suffer. Haha. De Pyongyang. Win-win. At present, all parties have similar views on Umbrella's assistance to Neon in completing the cleanup work. Even ordinary people. If Umbrella goes out, it will definitely be a crushing defeat. Mutated zombies are useless. And ordinary zombies will definitely be pressed to the ground. However, Umbrella has limited manpower. Look at how many people they used to ambush the Gaul Foreign Legion. And the newly occupied mining area in Congo must also be guarded. So the number of people that can be mobilized this time is probably not many. Most of the zombies are in the city. And they can't be bombed indiscriminately. So the places where Umbrella is deployed can definitely be quickly pacified. But other places can only wait slowly. If the garrison of De Pyongyang had not been so cautious and had also come out, it would have been a perfect match. De Pyongyang had the numbers to control the situation. And Umbrella solved the problem quickly. But now De Pyongyang has directly packed up and taken most people away. And those who are left are not ready to take action. Which makes people feel the fun of it. Obviously. Although De Pyongyang is embarrassed and the fleet has run away, they are still waiting to beg for help and wait to make a gesture. This is actually very unsolvable. Xiong Tai is a young otaku living in an apartment building. Hearing the banging at the door and seeing the latest news on the computer screen, his face is full of collapse and despair. He always hoards a lot of food at a time and eats it slowly at home. But this time he just finished eating. He was about to go out to buy goods, but he was scared by the zombies and ran back. His movements attracted the attention of the zombies, resulting in him banging on the door now. The banging sound of the door that never stopped seemed like a death warrant, which made him feel terrified. While moving some tables and chairs to block the door, he quickly logged into the forum he often visited and posted messages asking for help. It doesn't matter who it is. No matter who can save me. I haven't eaten for 2 days. After posting the message, he found similar messages everywhere, and everyone could only huddle together for warmth. Opening the short video platform, there are also cries of grief. Relatives died. Food is gone. And even Slightly Bitten Live broadcast the whole process of zombie transformation. All kinds of negative information. It seems that Japan is all over. But in fact, the affected area of Japan is less than 20% for the time being. And the movement range of zombies and the scattered actions without intelligence will still have some natural restrictions. But even if it is only this 20% area, it may cause millions of people to be infected and tens of millions of people to be trapped. The information sent out by the trapped people under the fear and sense of urgency is equivalent to blowing out all the people who were originally diving. So it occupies almost all information resources. As long as you open the information, you can see the situation in the infected area. Others who were relatively less affected had no other options except folding paper cranes to pray for blessings. At most, they could only donate some supplies that could not be delivered. But at this moment, Xiong Tai, a thin otaku wearing glasses, heard the roar of an airplane outside. This made him crawl to the balcony and watch the pure black plane flying low in the sky. He excitedly picked up his mobile phone to shoot and kept shouting, "I'm here! Someone come and save me! Stop it!" But no matter how he shouted and screamed, the black plane had no intention of stopping and flew across the sky at a constant speed. But you can see that the plane dropped a box with a parachute hanging on it. This made him keep zooming in on the phone camera in his hand that used umbrella lens technology. Fong Fong was looking at a very ordinary box with the umbrella icon on it, and he had no idea what it was for. "Hurry up and drop the paratroopers. What are you dropping the box for?" But then he found that the plane seemed to drop a box down at a distance, and he didn't know what it was. "Don't tell us to get the weapons ourselves? This isn't PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds." At this time, there were many people like him. The low-altitude flight of the umbrella plane made too much noise. 10 planes seemed to be constantly dropping something around several infected areas. University of Tokyo. The students trapped in the classroom also heard the roar outside at this time. and came to the window one by one to look out. Sure enough, just like other areas in the video, Umbrella's iconic black transport plane was flying in the sky and dropping some boxes with parachutes. One of them was flying towards the Tokyo University campus. When I came to the window, I could see a large number of zombies wandering around the campus, all chasing the sound of the plane. Many zombies in the building even fell directly out of the window. Those who could still move after falling to the ground were still struggling, but most of them couldn't move. At the same time, through the window, I could see traces of other students in many classrooms. Some people even put SOS signs on the windows. As expected, no one was arranged to come. What's the big deal about throwing some boxes? Funny, right? Without the Pyongyang garrison, what can we use to drive away these zombies? Professor Utara cursed, because the internet was not disconnected. They could see the arguments outside and the reactions of Umbrella and Pyongyang. For him, of course he would not blame Pyongyang. It was originally a problem caused by Japan. So of course they should compensate and apologize. But why did Umbrella intervene? Bastard. This is the result. Looking at the slowly falling container, Utara couldn't help but laugh sarcastically. Could it be that some weapons were thrown down and we risked our lives to get them? I won't go. As he said this, he returned to his original position and collapsed there. Now, the beautiful garrison is not coming. We are hopeless. We will starve to death. Then the bald, greasy middle-aged professor kept looking at the young and beautiful girls in the classroom and said, since we are all going to die, why not? But before he finished speaking, Yoko, who was still looking at the window, said in surprise, look, the box has transformed and opened. Really? What is that? This made Utara mutter constantly. What's the use of transformation? Is it a transformer? As he spoke, he came to the window again and looked around. It was found that the container on the ground had transformed like a signal tower located on the ground, and the antenna was still extending upwards. Then Umbrella's TT also synchronized the corresponding explanation of okay, don't worry. Trap people. We are now connecting to the local network, and we can start the rescue work after the connection is completed. Obviously, the live broadcast was still in the cockpit of the last plane. The co-pilot seemed to be debugging something. The row of indicator lights in the holographic projection in front of us kept changing from red to yellow and then to green. Slowly, with the sound of beeping, all the indicator lights turned green. If you zoom in with the phone camera to observe the dropped container signal transmitter, you can also see the green indicator light on it. Okay, the network connection is successful. Now it has all been connected with the Red Queen. Then, the new era of combat methods will also be shown to everyone. In the future, soldiers will be trained more on game skills. As the co-pilot finished speaking, he pressed the button next to him. Then you can see that other areas in the container quickly ejected dense drones into the sky like fireworks. Each drone was like a compressed spring. After ejection, it was deformed in the air, forming a four-winged drone that stayed in the air. Then it flew quickly to various areas with a buzzing sound. By yubu, a rhythmic and extremely pleasant sound appeared, and the zombies in the campus fell to the ground one by one. All were shot in the head. Plasma was scattered all over the ground, just like cutting wheat. In just 1 minute, there was no zombie left on the playground. The amount of ammunition carried by the drones is definitely limited. But these drones can't be locked. All of them were killed with one shot. So accurate. The clearing was completed in just 1 minute, which made the students in the classroom feel a little incredible. Then the drones in the air began to scatter and flew in along the stairways or windows of various buildings. A drone also flew into the classroom where Gu Qianqian and her classmates were. From a close distance, you can see the extremely light hollow frame structure of the helicopter. It must be the hollowness that allowed it to shrink into a very small piece before. Because of the powerful chip technology, it can be extremely streamlined while still having powerful functions. The main weight is concentrated on the battery and ammunition. After coming in and taking a look around, I found that they had blocked the door. And without saying hello, I flew out quickly to find other entrances. It seems that I can easily identify whether they are zombies. At this time, all the survivors felt like they were in a dream. And outside the infected area, those who watched the live broadcast of Umbrella's cleaning were all staring with their eyes wide open. What kind of operation is this? No one wasted. Right? Every shot hits the head? Even if the zombies are slow and don't know how to dodge. This is too exaggerated. Right? And what about their bullets? Are they also electromagnetically launched? The size is too small. It doesn't look like electromagnetic launch. But it must be a separate ammunition standard. Otherwise it would be impossible to carry so many. Under many people's comments, Umbrella also gave some simple explanations and demonstrated the control screen. The control place is not an airplane, but seems to be an office somewhere. Many people here have holographic screens popping up in front of them, and all they have to do is give orders. And they don't need to control a single drone. The drones seem to be all automatically controlled by Red Queen. At the same time, after the camera came here, a person came out and gave some explanations to the camera. A projection was turned on, and a three-dimensional structure of a drone appeared. This is our honeycomb drone, which is specially developed for clearing zombies. In addition to its streamlined structure, the most important thing is that it has completed the linkage with Red Queen, allowing Red Queen to make her own judgment. I believe everyone understands Red Queen's judgment ability. Even if the big beautiful soldier makes mistakes, Red Queen will nod as he spoke. A scene of enemy identification appeared in front of him, which was the first-person perspective of the drone. The drone flew into the classroom and turned around. A green box appeared on everyone's head, and then it quickly flew out again and entered the next corridor. This time, there were a few zombies wandering inside, and several close-range headshots were immediately completed. The camera was blocked a little further away, and the yellow frame was temporarily marked. After the red frame in front was exposed to complete the second judgment, it continued to fire and kill. It flew all the way along the stairs. Chapter 433 Shocking Efficiency Starlink. In the apartment building, Xiongtai was also very excited when he saw the live broadcast. There is help! There is help! While shooting the video at the same time, he quickly ran to the balcony. Sure enough, where the boxes were dropped before, a large number of drones had taken off and swept towards various areas. The zombies on the street were almost dead on seeing the light. By Yubu, the bullet passed through the zombie's head and brought a lot of blood plasma to the ground. They fell in pieces like cutting wheat. The fragility of flesh and blood in front of modern weapons is clearly visible. Here! Here! He kept jumping and shouting on the balcony. Originally, he just wanted to comfort more and vent. He thought it was the same as the situation when the plane flew over at the beginning. But he didn't expect that after he shouted, a drone really came over following the sound. It quickly flew in from the open window, and then patrolled his room, as if it thought there were zombies in his house, and called for help. After it had gone around the room and still couldn't find the target, it flew out and came to Xiongtai's side, and the wings swayed slightly, as if to signal him to follow it. This made Xiongtai's face show an incredible look, and then he raised his bracelet and took a photo while muttering to himself. Is this someone controlling this aircraft alone? Then, he followed the drone to the door while muttering. At this time, the door was blocked by some debris, but the sound of zombies hitting the door could still be heard outside. The drone continued to fly forward a little, as if to signal him to move the debris away. Originally, Xiongtai was very timid and would never dare to take such a risk at this time. But after looking at the hovering drone here, he still plucked up the courage to move the debris away, and then looked back at the drone and said, "Do you want me to open the door and let you go out from here?" After the drone's camera locked on him, it actually swung up and down as if nodding. This made him numb all over, listening to the occasional roar outside and the drone next to him. Xiongtai didn't know where he got the courage from. He gritted his teeth and quickly stepped forward to open the door. The moment the door was opened, the drone found the best angle to shoot continuously, instantly clearing several zombies at the door. And then it rushed out of the door like a mad dog. It stopped at the door and kept firing, and there was no more roar outside within a few seconds. Every shot was a headshot. An extremely amazing killing efficiency. After the corridor outside was cleaned up, the drone stopped at the door and continued to wave, as if to signal him to close the door. After Xiongtai quickly closed the door again, he saw through the cat's eye that the drone floating at the door was killing all the way along the corridor. This is a high-rise apartment building, and it is really troublesome to come in from below. It actually came over to take a shortcut following the initial call. Now Xiongtai feels like he is dreaming. Then he uploaded the video clip he had just taken. With the title "Drones Have Become Spirits," looking at Umbrella's live broadcast and the endless stream of uploaded videos, everyone felt stunned. At first, they watched drones being deployed, watched the internet, and heard people talking about playing games. They also imagined that they were playing FPS games, with each person controlling a drone to shoot. This is already very awesome, which means that no manpower is needed and no life is risked. But when they saw the live broadcast control screen, they realized that this was basically a real-time strategy game. It is also a highly AI-intensive one. It does require human operation, but the control of humans is just a general direction, which is equivalent to expressing their own strategic intentions. The rest of locking headshots, automatically avoiding obstacles, automatically assembling, and automatically lining up are completely controlled by AI. One person can perfectly control an entire drone formation. And watching the smoothness of lining up, searching for enemies, and shooting makes everyone feel. Times have changed. Heck, it's really cleaning up. I said Umbrella didn't have enough manpower at first, but I was too superficial. Is this the advantage of artificial intelligence? A single drone can actually complete the linkage with the trap people? Can they ask them for help if the drone can't do it? There are also people who directly find agents, and their targets are quite accurate. What humans can't do, artificial intelligence can do. If drones can be used like this, then factories can naturally do it too. I feel like I'm going to be unemployed in the future. I thought the Pyongyang really beat them, but I didn't expect them to just play games. I thought I had found their weakness, but this time I lost all my prestige and gave my dog to someone else. Neon's recognition of fathers is really strong. I thought Umbrella's help would be a protracted battle. Even if the Pyongyang's garrison cooperated, it would be the same. How long did it take to clean up just one area in the last Tokyo incident? The follow-up problems are quite troublesome. However, who would have thought that Umbrella was really just cleaning up? The killing efficiency of this drone is shocking just by looking at it. This is to fight zombies, but I'm afraid it can also be used on people. This is another killer weapon of Umbrella. How is it possible? The head of the 7th Fleet, who has not yet arrived in Busan, was shocked. Danyang is also actively engaged in actual combat with drones, and has made many companies rich with this project. The combat power of drones is indeed very gratifying, not to mention the casualties of soldiers. Even if they are really scrapped, it is a reasonable way to use military funds, so they are very enthusiastic. However, at present, DPO's drones are all high-tech, such as Global Hawk, which has stealth capabilities and can strike globally. And the price is high. But this time, what Umbrella used is really just like the name they gave it. Hive. And it's a controllable hive. Whether it's against Afghanistan or Iran, DPO crushed the enemy with a crushing force. But the most troublesome thing is the follow-up issues. All kinds of small troubles are endless. But this kind of drone in front of us can obviously solve this problem easily. In the past, Umbrella's biggest weakness was that they only had destructive power. Now, occupying a mine in Kondo almost makes their manpower pale in comparison. Umbrella has many minerals around the world, but the only ones that are truly well protected by them are some silver mines, and those in Kondo. The other minerals they bought are just excavated normally, but no one is blind enough to provoke them. But in fact, when there is a conflict that tears the face, those unprotected mines are weak. But now, the effect of artificial intelligence plus drones can be so strong. A certain song has been researching for so long. I wonder if they can come up with something useful. In the end, he could only sigh silently, no longer furious, and the fleet continued to head towards Busan. The organization looked at Umbrella's drones and thought of another one. With the electromagnetic gun, their assassination ability is already terrifying. Now with this drone? Who can guarantee that they won't be shot in the back? We are willing to accept them. If they don't agree, what else can we do? What exactly do they want to do? We must also have this drone. And then we must find a way to crack it. Spend money. It must be solved. For some weapons research and development project laboratories that have also been watching, those researchers also gave more accurate evaluations. The size of their drones is here. And the bullets should all be special. They are all small caseless bullets. And the amount they can carry far exceeds ordinary ammunition. The power should be specifically aimed at humanoid creatures, which can deal with zombies and of course people. However, their control should have extremely high requirements for on-site signals. So they will first deploy signal transmitters. Of course, the requirements for this kind of detailed control are high. So what Masra said at the beginning is right. I'm afraid what they want most now is to launch a satellite. This time, we also took advantage of the network that Neon did not close, and directly connected with Red Queen to OK to complete this detailed operation. The response method is here. That is signal interference, as well as cutting off their network and preventing them from launching satellites as much as possible. Their demand for drones cannot be met by 1 or 2 satellites. Even if they ask the East to help them launch, they can't catch up. Now, it's time to really give Masla a push. The signal box is dropped by Umbrella. as well as a large number of beehive drones, have completed the cleaning of the existing infected areas in Japan with unimaginable efficiency. The speed and efficiency of this cleaning are far from comparable to the previous Pyongyang cleaning of Tokyo. Pyongyang just said in a sonorous and powerful voice that our garrison will not be dispatched. As a result, Umbrella's performance later was to directly use actions to show that your garrison should rest. The agreement reached with Japan was completed at the fastest speed. Even this incident made Japan itself feel relieved. This time, the West's true face was revealed again. It's not enough to beg on your knees. You have to bleed yourself. They just want to take their lives while they are sick. That is to say, Neon has just experienced this incident, and there is still a lot of follow-up work to deal with. Otherwise, it is likely that a more fierce confrontation will break out than the last time. In the face of Umbrella's efficiency, all parties have expressed their opinions. For example, Rabbit praised, Kangaroo and Gaul praised. But the Pyongyang speech was a bit interesting. It was still the spokesperson. Well, first of all, we are very happy to be able to solve the problem of zombie infection. But Umbrella's weapons are too inhumane. If they are used on humans, they are too dangerous. We should carefully consider the use of such weapons. This made the reporters below smell the hot spot again. And immediately a mixed-race black female reporter stood up and asked, if they continue to use it, what measures will be taken, if necessary? Pyongyang did not directly shout that it should be banned, because it could not be banned, and shouting too much might affect its own prestige. So the words were quite vague. But its own attitude was also revealed. Your weapons are too dangerous. In the past, Umbrella has always had a shortcoming in personnel. It can be said that even if it has the strength to win, it does not have the strength to occupy. But now, this kind of thing. Not to say that it can be completely replenished, but at least the threats in many aspects have greatly increased. And Pyongyang herself also wants this technology, and has been urging those companies engaged in artificial intelligence recently. Of course, if this technology is into Pyongyang's hands, they will say that it is a just weapon to maintain world peace. Now that Neon has temporarily escaped from the zombie crisis, should the previous compensation continue? Another Asian reporter stood up and began to ask. Before, Pyongyang had always said that Neon wanted compensation, and the European Union had also followed up. But at that time, Neon was still being ravaged by zombies, and was in dire straits. It was obvious that Pyongyang wanted to use the garrison to help clean up this point, to make the other party submit. Now Neon has asked Umbrella for help, and it has been solved very smoothly. Now there are only some aftermath matters left. So how should the next compensation be? Obviously, the spokesperson had been prepared for this question. After hearing the words of the Asian reporter, he said calmly, first of all, as an ally, we should be glad that Neon has walked out of the quagmire. But compensation is another matter. We cannot cancel the losses caused to others just because they are more miserable. So we will continue to promote the corresponding procedures obviously. Pyongyang has no intention of letting it go. Soon, the news came from the House of Representatives that the Neon compensation bill was passed with a high vote. And looking at the current situation, it is probably natural that the subsequent procedures will also be passed. Pyongyang has always believed that domestic law is superior to international law. If it is passed in such a formal way, I am afraid that it will really be enforced at that time. For a time, it caused a wave of waves again. Neon University of Tokyo. At this time, the surviving teachers and students are cooperating with the staff to deal with the subsequent debris. The campus, which should have been full of youthful atmosphere, is now filled with various corpses, and the smell of blood and rot is pervasive. Even though the drones were shooting at heads, the lifted skulls, the red and white mixed solidified plasma on the ground, and the smell in the air still made the scene look quite lish. The unrecognizable corpses in the flower bed, the corpses floating in the artificial lake, the stairs, the corridors, the elevators, the classrooms, and the zombie remains in a large number of areas have become the embellishment of the campus. Some people vomited on the spot, and some people burst into tears, but they still insisted on dealing with it silently. Even if they saw their former classmates and friends, they could only bear the pain to help them collect their remains. The majority of people at the University of Tokyo are Japanese. This is their school, and Japan is their hometown. Now the situation has deteriorated to the point where they don't help deal with it. When will they wait? Wait until everything rots and stinks and breeds new diseases? When it's time to be cruel. Japanese people can be very cruel, even to themselves, especially since the University of Tokyo has gathered a large number of elites. Everyone should pay attention to protection. Although the K virus will be inactivated instantly in the sun, please be sure to pay attention. There are also special nurses who keep reminding them. The resilience of the country of Japan is still very strong. Under the continuous blows of repeated blows. At least they are like these elites at the University of Tokyo. And they are still silently united. Put aside some of the past prejudices and start to recover. And it was in this atmosphere that the news of the bill passed by the House of Representatives of Pyongyang had also spread. How can it be repaired? This outbreak of infection may be caused by them. Too much. This time it is a normal version. Completely different from the past. Obviously man-made. Are you blaming us again? Didn't their garrison go out? Why? Before, Pyongyang relied on the garrison to help clean up, pinching the neck of Neon and forcing them to agree. But this problem was resolved by the umbrella that was invited. But in the end, who would have thought that when their garrison did nothing, they still had to force it? This feeling of anger in their chests almost made them lose their minds. But soon, they were poured a bucket of cold water by the ruthless reality in front of them. Oh, so what if they didn't go out? After all, they are still parked here. In fact, they are here to protect us. But who will actually invade us? Rabbit Dad? It's just a high-sounding reason. But what can we do if we know? For a moment, they also felt an unspeakable sadness. If the Pyongyang really pushed the bill, they could solve the problem by directly confiscating Neon's overseas assets. Neon has a lot of the Pyongyang debts. For them, it is not difficult at all. No matter how ugly the eating is, Neon's overseas shares and assets can also be swallowed up and detained. This is the case for the Pyongyang and Europe. Looking back at this time, it is safer to invest in the Eastern Giant. At least they did not respond to the compensation that the West has been advocating. It involves the world's third largest economy. Although the West, led by the Pyongyang, has long been thirsty, at least the steps must be completed. Since this is not something that can be accomplished immediately, they have given themselves a fig leaf and are planning to hold some hearings or something. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell that this is an operation that uses the result to complete the process. If they have already determined to do this, then any more they do in the middle is just a cover-up. Both sides. At the same time, at Daoi Shrine, Lucia visited again. When she saw that the French bulldog that had always been with Wang Yi was gone, she asked curiously, "Mr. Quan, where is your pet?" "Oh, he missed home, so I asked him to go back." Wang Yi played with an abyss magic crystal in his hand, and his tone seemed very brisk. "In terms of time, it's almost time. I know what you want to know. But if this virus is really developed by you, you should know what you used." Wang Yi looked at Lucia, and his tone seemed indifferent. "These are all rumors." Of course, Lucia would not admit this. But after Wang Yi said this, she could still roughly understand what Wang Yi meant. The K virus used the enhancement of magic power, which may have allowed the zombies to retain some special characteristics. And this master has the ability to influence them to a certain extent. This possibility made Lucia feel a huge shock and horror. The reason why the organization is so conservative in using ordinary viruses is that they are afraid that the situation will deteriorate. If the mutant virus is really spread in this way, even if it can be controlled in the end, it will definitely suffer heavy losses. And the organization itself will also suffer huge losses. The organization pursues interests. Even if it spreads the K virus madly, it is an opportunity for them to gain greater benefits. As for the losses of others, it has nothing to do with them. In fact, the control of infected experimental bodies has been studied all the time, and certain progress has been made. Relying on hormones and chip training, the infected body can obey orders. But this kind of control itself requires surgery and implantation of each infected body. It has no meaning after spreading on a large scale. But if we can get other control methods from this great Onmyoji, then we don't have to worry so much in the future. Recent research has found that Neon has the legend of Shikigami, which may be related to this. Sure enough, this is a treasure, and the organization must win over at all costs. The Pyongyang is following the procedures for Neon's compensation bill. At the same time, the news about the lethality of Umbrella's drones has been guided on their VD platform. Anyway, this weapon is too dangerous. No one wants to be shot by a drone when going out. Right? It seems that Umbrella's drones are hovering over our heads, because Rabbit handles zombies quickly enough. Ordinary netizens can pay more attention to it. Many people are still paying attention to it. Now that Red Queen Plus is becoming more and more popular, it is actually much easier to pay attention to it. By Bing, who works at a travel agency, also felt a little sore all over after returning home after a day's work. These few days are really exhausting. She took off her shoes and fell on the lazy sofa like a puddle of mud. The work is so busy, and it is really related to the recent zombie outbreak. Many tourists who originally wanted to travel abroad were scared and canceled their trips. But the small travel agency she worked for, which focused on domestic tourism, became popular, and she had to work overtime every day to contact the team. Xiao Dai. What's going on recently? Bai Bing, who was lying on the lazy sofa, was too lazy to move her fingers, and asked her smart AI housekeeper with a hum. As a young person, she accepted Red Queen Plus very quickly, and some home appliances and equipment in her home have been replaced one after another. And she also gritted her teeth and changed to Umbrella's latest mobile phone. The top 2 nanometers technology plus the top architecture has completely become the transit core of the entire Red Queen Plus system. In addition to Neon, countries have gradually relaxed entry and exit management. But domestic tourism is still on the rise. Sister has to continue to work hard. A wheat-sweeping robot ran to Bai Bing's feet and made an electronic sound, as if it knew what Bai Bing was mainly concerned about. Ah, there's more to add. Forget it. The bonus is high. So let's have pain and happiness. Bai Bing thought of the red bills and finally cheered up. Is there anything else interesting? De Pyongyang is about to hold a hearing on the compensation issue for Neon. But it should be just a formality. There should be some very interesting and weird questions at the hearing. Dog bites dog. Hee hee. It's what you deserve. Bai Bing was gloating. Anyway, she didn't like Neon or De Pyongyang. In addition, Masra announced that their SX company's recyclable rocket was successfully launched and will soon launch a launch mission. Then this news made Bai Bing stunned. She didn't pay much attention to this kind of thing on weekdays. What is a recyclable rocket? Does it affect me? But Bai Bing felt that Xiao Dai was smarter than herself. Since it specifically brought up this matter, it might have something to do with herself. Reusable rockets can greatly reduce the cost of satellite launches. Satellite phones will become more popular in the future. Sister's company may try to develop more tourist routes. Red Queen Plus is a coordinated product of the cloud and the terminal, and will evolve and update in real time. Some suggestions may not be very sophisticated, but it is likely to find some easily overlooked places. Hey, I really need to check it. Is there any relevant news? Play it for me. There are some live broadcasts now. Xiao Dai has helped Sister switch to the TV screen and has performed simultaneous translation. Then the TV was turned on, and Masra appeared inside. From now on, space launches will no longer be an expensive activity, and we will open a new chapter in space. Then a reporter asked a question. You said before that your company has applied for a large number of satellite orbits. Can this be used for military purposes? Following this question, Masra immediately assured. No, we are a civilian company. I just want to make better use of space resources to serve everyone. In addition, Umbrella also said last time that our coordinates have been exposed. So my satellite will also be equipped with some sensing functions to ensure real-time warning and early detection of possible alien invasions. Masra's words were quite high-sounding. He first said that he was a civilian company, and the possible military use of the satellite was also covered up by guarding against aliens. But you have applied for too many orbits. How long do you plan to launch? Another reporter asked. And this was obviously the question that Masra was most proud of. Then the concept map appeared after the press conference. First the recyclable Falcon rocket of SX company, and then the satellite structure on it. The structural diagram of the satellite was very small, and it was stacked together. Obviously, Masra was preparing to launch multiple satellites at a time. In fact, most of the mainstream functional satellites weigh more than 1 ton at present. So although there will be multiple satellites in one rocket launch, there will not be too many. Falcon originally did not have an advantage in thrust due to recyclability and cost issues. And it also adopted multiple satellites in one rocket. Obviously, the weight of the satellites is relatively light. Here, we must first thank Umbrella Corporation. Their lenses have helped us achieve a huge improvement. We have published the relevant academic papers in science, which should be published soon. At the same time, we also want to thank Mastery for providing some algorithm suggestions, which helped us find the best mode of communication between satellites. In short, in the past, the connection between our satellites usually required the satellite to transmit signals to the ground-based station, and then transmit them to another satellite. There was interference, long distance, and high power requirements in a round trip. But if the signal transmission between satellites in space can be completed directly, then all satellite functions can be directly connected. This is Starlink. As Masra spoke, the satellite images spread all over the Earth were constantly connected. Finally, a large network was formed, covering the entire Earth model. We have to complete the layout of satellites. And we must also seize the time to prevent possible alien invasions. So the demand for this number of satellites is necessary. Chapter 434 Master Yi's card applying for orbit. So many satellites? That's really amazing. With this, can we receive signals anywhere? Bai Bing works in a travel agency. She is relatively more concerned about things related to her work. But after watching it, she also felt that Pyongyang's technology was really strong. Although she didn't understand it very well, she could roughly understand how big a project it was to network the number of satellites. In addition, this Masla is a private company. Then you can really pay attention to it. Maybe there will be special uninhabited area tourism in the future. But it's really possible to launch so many satellites. Although Bai Bing didn't like to pay attention to these things, she also felt a little depressed for some reason. How many satellites did we launch? Repeatable launch? It sounds so efficient. Most people are actually similar to Bai Bing. They don't have a deep understanding of the difference between them. They just feel that Masla's company has strong technology. But there are still many military fans and technology fans on the internet, as well as groups who pay more attention to this matter. Especially recently, the technology side has been dominated by Umbrella most of the time. And Pyongyang is getting more and more exhausted. This time, it is not easy to have another outstanding achievement that is quite impressive. So naturally it has to be boasted. And compared with the previous controlled nuclear fusion ignition and the room temperature superconductor that was just released not long ago. Although the Falcon rocket has no theoretical innovation breakthroughs, it is obviously more practical. It is a rare opportunity. And the publicity funds that Pyongyang spends every year are naturally put to good use. A lot of rhythmic boasting and the spirit of self-funded Pyongyang began to vent all the depression that had accumulated before. Thank goodness that technology is in the hands of civilization. After all, it still depends on comprehensive capabilities. Umbrella is terribly strong, but it still lacks in heavy industry. For example, it needs to buy airplanes, and rockets have been left far behind. A beacon of civilization is still a beacon of civilization after all. See, it can launch dozens of satellites at a time, and it can be reused. I calculated that the cost per kilogram is only a dozen US, which is too exaggerated. Starlink. What an amazing research. It was suppressed by a private company. What else is there to brag about? The network environment itself still needs to be free to speak, as long as it does not cross the line. This also led to the breeding of many loopholes, because many people really publish themselves. Not robots, but 250 who are driven by the rhythm. And what is said this time is indeed much more useful than the previously advocated controlled nuclear fusion ignition and the discovery of room temperature superconductivity. This is something that can really be put into practice. It may even change life. It is difficult to refute from the data. Even some popular science bloggers would give a relatively neutral positive evaluation of this technology. Even Umbrella's diehard fan Sahiwajia published a popular science video explanation at this time, saying with some emotion, "It's really amazing. It can be recycled repeatedly. I looked at its rocket parameters. In order to save costs, methane is used. And the rocket SHL is also cheap. Everything is for cost considerations. Although the price of a rocket of $60 million is much higher than our 3B rocket. The reusable launch makes the cost very low. And it can also accept commercial launches to make money. Being able to make money from commercial use means that the other party can continue to snowball and be self-sufficient. In fact, we originally had these conditions. But the Wolf Clause has a great impact on our commercial launches." Sahiwajia said this and felt a little sad. In fact, China's rocket launch technology is very strong. And the cost was relatively low compared to foreign countries in the past. And it is safe and reliable. But because of various restrictions, most of the time we can only fight alone. It can only rely on grants. And it is difficult to commercialize. In fact, what Umbrella lacks most at present is satellites. I always thought that Umbrella should ask us to help launch some satellites. But thinking about the time when their company was founded, they are not so anxious. They can rent our satellites and use Beidou for navigation without fear of the counterattack of Pyongyang shutting down GPS. It's just that now, after Masra's Falcon comes out, if Umbrella asks them to help launch, it should be able to reduce a lot of costs. Now, I don't know if they will agree to help launch. In addition to the 4Cs, there is another popular science blogger who found another technical point to explain in depth. The weight of the Starlink satellite itself is actually not large. Probably only 1/10 or even several tens of times that of the main practical satellites. And the cost is also very low. I feel that it is mainly used to occupy the orbit. But when these satellites are combined with the communication technology between satellites, it is a bit scary. While speaking, the blogger explained the most critical technology in his opinion. Usually, satellites need to be launched to the ground signal tower and then forwarded to another one. There are steps in the middle. The speed is slow, and the power requirement is also high. But now with a laser transmission between satellites, it can be said that it is a qualitative change, which can truly complete the network connection. And the performance is far from being comparable to the lack of this technology. In fact, the most critical point in Starlink technology is still here, or in our Master E. If there is no paper published by Master E, I am afraid it will still be difficult to give birth. This even made Master especially thank him at their press conference. So everyone should not lose confidence and belittle themselves. However, when he popularized science to boost morale, he attracted a group of people's dissatisfaction. But even if they were dissatisfied, they praised Wang Yi at the beginning. Of course we are proud of Master E, but we can't blame him for everything. Okay? You are blackening him. That's right. Aren't you just AQ? Is it difficult to admit the excellence of others? The gap is obvious. But when they were expressing their opinions here, they were slapped in the face by their masters. The official domestic microblog of a certain song directly quoted this sentence and made an okay comment. It's strange. What this blogger said is not wrong. We who are engaged in technology know that the connection technology between Starlink is even more important than rocket recovery. What are you doing? Do you know how long we have been asking Master E to give a class? Every time we can only find ways to get a free class. The color of kneeling and licking is written on his face. And he directly stepped on the group of spirited beauties and licked them crazily. This scene made many people who were just watching the show laugh. It's so funny. Your goddess is someone else's licker. Uh-huh. What a weird image. A group of people with good spirits pick on someone who needs to lick someone's ass. You have to understand. Master Yi is a mathematician. His achievements benefit the most cutting-edge technology. He is the only one who can be praised by us. De Pyongyang and Umbrella at the same time. Okay? If other people want to get so close to Umbrella, they would have been sanctioned in this way. But Master Yi can only be seen against the World Company. Have you seen him personally? But you have to protect yourself and don't get arrested. That's it. And soon, they understood what a real slap in the face was. The previous song can only be regarded as a warm-up. After a certain song made a licking statement, SX, the party involved, immediately registered a Weibo account overnight to express its agreement. In addition, Microsoft, Intel, Apple, and other top Pyongyang companies have successively expressed some praise for Master Yi on Weibo in China. Some domestic comments have caused foreign companies to come out to counterwash. This kind of situation is also a bit dumbfounding. Can mathematicians really do whatever they want? Boston Fatty stood in front of the camera, holding his stomach and laughing. And the fat on his face kept shaking. Oh my. I laughed to death. To be honest, I also paid attention to the Falcon rocket and didn't see those comments. I looked back when I saw Masla's words in Chinese on a certain special, and almost sent me away. After laughing over there, he also said happily, to be honest, only those absolute laymen dare to say that the success of SX Space Company has nothing to do with Master Yi. Let's put it this way. Master Yi and I have nothing to do with each other. But just because of my status as an international student, my mentor came to me and asked if there was any way to invite Master Yi to give a class. If it succeeds, I can get this amount of benefits. The fat man stretched out 5-carat thick fingers. As for Master Yi's lecture fee, it can almost be regarded as a casual mention. You really don't know how legendary he is now. As he spoke, he also took out some of Wang Yi's recent mathematical papers and excerpted some comments from other scholars in journals. The smartest brain. Just look at it. I have been in Dongfang for more than half a year. I have been invited to participate in several activities of Dongfang University and have given speeches 7 or 8 times. But I have not been able to attend a class. I am very sad. I was fortunate to attend an open class at Master Yi's alma mater. At the end, I raised my doubts and was solved in a few words. I wanted to kiss his boots. I was also fortunate to ask questions. I felt that he could easily know where I was stuck and my level through my questions. The words he said felt tailor-made for me. If he is willing to teach, I am willing to re-enter the school and become his student. I already feel like half of his disciple. It helps a lot. After reading out what others said in academic journals one by one, Boston Fatty also said with some emotion, although I know that it is difficult to get out of the circle in the academic world without some major discoveries, I feel that many people still underestimate this person's status. Let's put it this way. This person can be recorded in the history books and is on par with those historical celebrities. And his status is still the top one. Even deified. He paused here, and then emphasized that this is a living legend as he finished speaking. He also posted his payment records. He spent hundreds of dollars just to get other people's comments in these journals. That is to say, Mastery is less active now, and does not go abroad. Otherwise, it is estimated that we can see what it feels like to be visited by all nations. All the most advanced things at present, including but not limited to Umbrella's artificial intelligence, algorithms combining quantum computers and classical computers, communication encryption, satellite laser communications, magic research, etc., are all related to this big guy. I even feel that he may have participated in every one of Umbrella's technologies. Many people also went to Wang Yi's Weibo to watch and leave messages. It can be seen that Mastery occasionally updates some Weibo, but the updated information is rarely related to academics. Either the food here is delicious today, or the scenery is beautiful somewhere. If you only look at some recent comments, you would think that this is a food and travel blogger. However, he is the boss of a world company and a world-leading mathematician. Facing these messages, the Weibo that has always been in Lin Churching's hands also took the opportunity to update. Okay. Thank you for the invitation. I am still verifying it. In fact, Umbrella also has some satellite plans, and communication technology between satellites is also used. I just published a paper inspired by this technology. It's good. The problem was solved by the mathematical formula I provided alone. It's amazing. In fact, after seeing Wang Yi's previous paper published to improve the overall magic number level, Master's research team and some research institutions of the Pyongyang discussed with each other. Umbrella must have mastered the connection technology between satellites. It's just that they still lack some launch channels. And they probably want to complete coverage like Starlink. So they didn't look for sporadic launches in the East at the beginning, because the number is too small. It doesn't make much sense. Master's previous prediction was correct. Umbrella is probably also thinking about satellite technology that can be launched frequently. Want to lay it out quickly. Although Wang Yi just said it casually on Weibo, it was soon noticed and attracted the attention of SX company. Even NASA held a secret meeting again. Sure enough, Umbrella also wants to complete the Starlink project. Our judgment is correct. It seems that we have to speed up the launch. Maybe we can build a few more reusable rockets? Well, we have to spread our satellites throughout the orbit before their satellites are launched. After having satellite connection technology, it is completely different from before, because satellites need to complete the connection power with the ground, as well as the weight of their own solar panels. The general functional satellites are more than 1 ton, so the cost performance is higher. However, if satellite connection technology is available, it is entirely possible to achieve a mode where one main satellite leads a group of auxiliary satellites. The main function of the auxiliary satellite is to complete its own deployment, and then connect to the main satellite through connection technology. Nowadays, chips have also made breakthroughs, and lenses have also made breakthroughs. Once they are fully deployed, they will truly cover every corner of the world. Even the satellite itself can be used as a target to intercept intercontinental missiles. Offensive and defensive integration. The construction speed over there in Penglai is very fast. It looks like they have already set up the rocket launcher, so we have to continue to speed up. NASA played the current image of Penglai in the conference room. If the previous Penglai was shocking, full of a steel majesty, and full of heavy metal texture as a whole, then the current Penglai is completely different from the original. The brackets of the previous offshore platforms are no longer visible. Instead, there are streamlined and sci-fi city exterior walls. Looking at it, it can be summed up in 2 words. Gorgeous. And you can see that at this time. The top of Penglai is extending upward to build 2 tower-like buildings. The building itself seems to have been completed, but it is wrapped in a layer of engineering canvas, so the whole picture cannot be seen. But from this height, it can be seen that it is probably a rocket launch tower. We have to race against time. Don't wait. I will start the first batch of launches immediately. At this time, the head of NASA suddenly called. which surprised him. It can only be said that the call he could receive at this time is quite critical. After listening for a while, he smiled. I know. Let them talk. Ha. The voice of the loser never needs attention. After hanging up the phone, he looked at everyone with a triumphant smile. Just now, Umbrella issued an official announcement, asking why a company can occupy so many space resources, which is unfair. After hearing this, the other people present couldn't help but smile. They knew that they had one. They say this just to put international pressure on us. But what impact does this have on us? The more anxious they are, the more we are on the right path. Perhaps their results are about to come out. But we just need to be one step ahead. One step ahead. One step ahead. Hearing this, the head of NASA also nodded and smiled. Okay. I will directly issue an official notice to fight back. Space resources are first come first served. If they have the ability, they can also apply. Space resources are shared by all mankind and cannot be controlled by a few people. The righteous words on the Umbrella official website. And this kind of words attracted many people, except De Pyongyang, to agree. Yeah. Why can De Pyongyang occupy all orbits? Is there no restriction? It seems that there is really no restriction. The current reporting procedure is mainly to prevent satellite collisions. And there is not much mandatory. Then let them occupy them all? At the same time, many people from other countries who are willing to speak to De Pyongyang. Even if they occupy them. What can you do? Do you understand this strength? If you don't have the ability to develop it yourself, just wait slowly on the side. He's anxious. He's anxious. The reusable rocket made by SX is already very popular. And Umbrella's public response has made it even more popular. Now Umbrella has proved its strength in the past few years. Every product is the best. And it wins by technology. And this time, it was finally defeated by the rocket. We don't need others to tell us what to do. The spokesperson of De Pyongyang spoke in a very high-profile manner. It can be said that he vented the anger of being defeated by Umbrella in recent times. You are showing off. Right? You have no satellite orbit position. Look at how proud you are. Although satellites are divided into low orbit, medium orbit and high orbit. In fact, most of the satellites of human beings are low orbit satellites. So the position of low orbit can be regarded as limited. This is not just a pure rocket launch cost issue to launch closer. Another main reason is the solar wind and Van Allen radiation belt. These will have a long-term impact on satellites and greatly reduce their lifespan. Comprehensive consideration of all aspects will allow most space equipment to be placed in the appropriate area of low Earth orbit. For example, the space station is placed in an orbit at an altitude of about 400 kilometers. It's just that in the past, everyone used satellites normally, and the number of launches each year was limited. Moreover, most satellites weigh more than 1 ton, and the launch cost is also here, so they don't occupy too much. Considering the number of orbits is not an urgent matter. Because of this, no limited charter has been discussed. As a result, who would have thought that SX would go the other way and directly use satellites with 1/10 or even several tenths of the weight, plus reusable rockets, and stack multiple layers of buffs? This time, the coverage can be said to be unprecedentedly improved, and almost to confirm the words of the big beautiful spokesperson. SX's first official recyclable launch has been launched. This time, for the sake of safety, we will only launch 30 satellites for the time being. But the next mission will be increased to 50. In front of the live camera, Masra came to the scene in person, accompanied by the head of NASA and various reporters. So, Mr. Masra, what do you think of Umbrella's previous statement? I heard that your SX electric car still relies on their batteries. Aren't you worried that they will sanction you? Some reporters are not afraid of making a big deal. Now Umbrella's electrode factory has slightly restored some production capacity and started selling electrodes again. However, like the previous batteries, the price has increased a lot, but at least it can be bought. In addition, Umbrella's tracker occupies the high-end market, which is quite difficult for SX electric cars. They can only win by volume to fill the low-end market. At present, Umbrella has never taken the initiative to do anything that violates business rules. I am just a civilian space company. I use my own technology and compete normally. If I am sanctioned by Umbrella, I will accept it, Masra said openly, saying that he was indeed controlled by others, and there was no solution. At the same time, he also expressed another meaning. Even if his electric car was sanctioned, he still wanted to develop space business. Then, if Umbrella asks your company to help launch a satellite, will your company agree? Another reporter asked. Because the various explanations now repeatedly show that what Umbrella lacks most now is satellites. This is their fatal shortcoming. Especially as Pinlai's construction becomes more and more perfect. The demand for satellites will probably become higher and higher. We are a commercial company. Of course we are happy to cooperate. But the premise is that our authorities have to lift some bans. But I think this is definitely negotiable. A certain degree of goodwill release. It's probably that both parties can sit down and talk. Compromise and make concessions to each other to achieve a win-win situation. Isn't it beautiful? When you lack satellites, we can help you launch them. As the interview progressed, the Falcon rocket also began the ignition countdown. A very simple launch site. A very ordinary satellite. And it can even be said to be ugly in appearance. Under the close-up of the lens, you can see that there are still some welding marks on the outer SHL of the Falcon rocket. The overall appearance does not have any technological beauty, but rather a punk style. But the more this is the case, the more it reflects the low cost of this rocket and its practicality. Boom. As the ignition is completed, the light blue flame of the burning methane pushes the rocket into the sky. And the speed is getting faster and faster. We use methane because it is cheap. Of course, kerosene is cheaper. But because kerosene is easy to leave some impurities, it is not convenient for us to use it quickly the second time. So we chose this fuel after comprehensive consideration. Masala talked in front of the camera. We all know that rockets are divided into liquid fuel and solid fuel. And solid fuel is currently more popular and respected. Many people may think that when they hear it. Oh, liquid fuel is compressed into liquid. And solid fuel is compressed into solid. But in fact, it is not the case at all. These are two different concepts. And even the materials of the fuel itself are very different. The most convenient thing about solid rockets is that the preparation work is simplified, and it can be launched easily. It can almost be regarded as a process of launching an upright without injecting fuel. But because of its poor controllability, it is not used by Falcon. Solid rockets are more suitable for one-time launch missions, such as missiles. As the Falcon's rocket body was constantly debugged in the air and turned upright again, it slowly fell down and completed the recovery. And thunderous applause broke out at the scene. A large number of reporters said in front of different cameras, "This is a miracle." From now on, the launch of satellites will become the same as civil aviation. According to their debugging, the performance of the current 30 satellites is normal, and the orbital position is being adjusted. Thousands of satellites can be launched in a year, and 90% of the space orbits in the future will be SX's satellites. At the same time, the camera also captured the staff who were debugging the satellites, continuously listening to them say various test words. The debugging of satellite number 7 was successful, and it has entered the predetermined orbit. Satellite connection information transmission is normal, and the network can be launched. Satellite number 21 is normal. Satellite number 17 is normal. All satellites have been confirmed. Thunderous applause rang out again. There were also a lot of cries of joy and congratulations from the Chinese section of a certain website. The square boat that had already run to Pyongyang. The former Professor Su Silong who was delivering takeout, and Chen Feng who was washing dishes in the restaurant at Pyongyang were all concentrating on their spiritual pillars. After watching the rocket take off, everyone on a certain website gave a lot of praise and blessings, eager to find someone to share this joy, eager to prove his vision. Chen Feng put down the bowl in his hand and excitedly found the boss from Fujian Immigration and said excitedly, "Boss, SX's recoverable satellite was successfully launched. And it was successfully recovered and sent 30 satellites at one time." While speaking, he waved his gloves covered with detergent foam. Boss Hu Jian couldn't help but turn around and look at him with a look of looking at a fool. "You are still surfing the internet while working? Hack you. Do you want to deduct your salary? Go back and wash up. You are not allowed to eat until you finish washing up. There is no such thing as sympathy or inconsideration for illegal immigrants. Otherwise, why did he specifically look for him? And these little guys curse every day. They are really stupid." Although Boss Hu Jian is an immigrant, the longer he has been here, the more he loves his hometown. And he can't stand hearing these fools coming here like this. Anyway, every time he hears them like this, it increases their workload. Beautiful. Right? Let you feel better. However, just when the entire network was flooded with SX's recyclable rockets and the successful launch of 30 satellites, Umbrella also slowly issued a congratulation and a statement of its own. First of all, congratulations to SX for the successful launch. But since you all said so, then, we have to be blunt. Since space resources are first come first served, Our company will now apply for 20,000 low-orbit satellites as a token of our appreciation. Chapter 435 Response Launch. Due to the zombie incident and the previous series of events, the Pyongyang urgently needed news that could inspire people. Therefore, under their main leadership, even though Neon is still in a miserable state after the disaster, the level of concern has dropped rapidly. Except for some pictures broadcast at the beginning, most of the world's attention was focused on the Pyongyang's recyclable rocket. Neon only had some humanitarian assistance, such as South Korea sending some old clothes. As for the post-disaster reconstruction, the only ones who really continued to pay attention were Neon themselves. In this environment, Umbrella, who had just made a big splash in Neon by clearing zombies and making people feel safe, said such words, which really attracted a lot of attention. Umbrella rescued Neon from the dire situation, not only creating a new combat system and a new way of playing, but also representing Umbrella's ability to quickly clear zombies. After the tragic zombie outbreak in Neon, except for a few powerful countries, no country dared to say that they were not worried about this. In this case, Umbrella, as a security company, has mastered this method, which still makes people feel safe, at least during this period of time. Umbrella has received many security negotiations. If Umbrella itself is not very rich, the dog tycoon would want to hit it in the face with a US dollar. It can be said that to some extent, Umbrella's hidden status has been greatly improved. Even if the spokesperson of the Pyongyang mentioned that this weapon is inhumane, it is useless. Instead, it shows their fear and concerns. To some extent, this can even be regarded as a reputation for Umbrella. In other words, the recent satellite launch of SX Company has indeed firmly suppressed Umbrella, and even made Umbrella anxiously raise its previous doubts about space resources. It made the Pyongyang breathe a sigh of relief. But now that SX Company has successfully launched, Umbrella suddenly jumped out and said that they want to apply for 20,000 satellite orbits, which is really quite eye-catching. Facing Umbrella's attitude, the Pyongyang did not take it as a joke, because Umbrella has always been creating miracles. The magic material is really too foul. So after Umbrella issued a statement, the Pyongyang did not respond immediately, but various staff, technicians, NASA, Masra, and others quickly held a discussion meeting. What does Umbrella mean? Have they also mastered this rocket technology? This is a question that the Pyongyang authorities, and even the organization, attach great importance to. Facing different situations, they will also have different means. As the leader of Blue Star, they do have the ability to make rules. There are no mandatory regulations for the space environment now, so they are taking this opportunity to prepare for crazy launches to seize orbits. Once other countries that want to set space restrictions make proposals, they will choose to delay as much as possible. The longer the delay, the more advantageous it will be for them. After a few years of delay, the launch will be completed. One step ahead. Every step ahead. No one can do anything to them. But if another party wants to surpass them in launch speed and monopolize resources, then they must quickly promote restrictions on space resources, propose reasonable constraint plans, and use their own influence to pass them as quickly as possible. So this time, they also want to determine this issue first. Masra, who was originally high-spirited in front of the camera, now spoke with a serious face. I have said before that Umbrella's design of the Red Queen last time was already very strong. Never doubt their rocket design capabilities. As for manufacturing capabilities, although they have not yet demonstrated the relevance of heavy industry, things are mainly purchased and modified. But they are not short of machine tools. It's just a matter of running it at this point. He paused again, and then said with some heaviness, I need to remind you that I use Umbrella technology not only in the connection between satellites, but also in the balance problem of rocket recovery. I also use some inspiration from the original artificial intelligence-related paper. When Masra said this, the consultant at the top immediately looked surprised and said, You mean? They have mastered it. I originally thought that they couldn't be so fast. But it seems that so far, they have never boasted. Masra couldn't help but sigh, and a trace of helplessness appeared on his face. Industrial improvement is not just about machine tools. He knows clearly the various difficulties in it, especially the various technologies of rockets. It is very likely that a certain screw can hold them back for a long time. So at the beginning, he felt that time was on his side. Even if Umbrella caught up with him, he had already occupied the starry sky. There are only so many orbits. First come, first served. It is true that we cannot underestimate them. But now that we have already said it before, We may not be able to stop them if they want to launch. Or even say that we can't stop them in the first place. If it is other forces, what is difficult to stop? They are used to double standards. I can launch, but you can't. But Umbrella, they don't buy it. We have tried a tough attitude before. Sanctions against counter-sanctions, armed clashes, etc. But none of them have gained any advantage. If we really announce that it is not allowed, it will be more embarrassing for the other party not to listen. There are two possibilities now. One is that they are deliberately using their previous reputation to bluff us, and they are trying to catch up faster. After all, reputation is valuable, and success is worth it. A consultant paused, and then continued. Another possibility is that they have also mastered the corresponding technology. The previous doubts about our occupation of space resources were just smokescreens, so that they can also launch with a legitimate reason. In fact, no matter which one it is, they feel a little tricky. In the end, it was the representative of the authorities who presided over the meeting who spoke. Then, we should also take two-handed preparations and agree to discuss the formulation of space behavior rules first, and discuss plans with all parties. Anyway, this kind of thing cannot be negotiated in one go. So just keep finding faults and dragging it out. Hearing this, Masra also knew what the other party meant and said with a smile, if their technology exceeds ours, then we will immediately pass the proposal quickly. If it is not as good as us, then we will continue to drag it out. On the other hand, we also have to increase the expansion of SX production capacity. You give up some shares, and we will look for capital injection to increase the number of Falcon rockets. With the gap in resources that we can mobilize, what can they compare with us? Masra frowned when he heard the consultant's words. He knew that this was the meaning behind the other party's representative. If there was no external pressure, he would not give up again. But now with this kind of pressure, he really can only compromise. He knows clearly how strong Umbrella's technology is. If he makes a move casually, his SX electric car is almost crushed to death. Now there is no way Pyongyang is actually quite contradictory internally, and often pulls each other's legs. But after the external pressure begins to appear, their elites can easily reach some consensus. This time, it is like this: we have always been tolerant and open to the exploration of the space environment. But with the advancement of technology, some new codes of conduct are indeed needed. So we support the discussion of new regulations. The words of the spokesperson of Pyongyang have attracted great attention from all sides. Combining the before and after, it is obvious that this is the pressure from Umbrella. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Pyongyang to make such a statement so quickly. This also caused an uproar on all sides of the internet. Awesome. Is this the pressure from Umbrella? It turns out that one company can't dominate alone. I don't know if Umbrella is using an empty city plan or has the same technology. Haha. Both are possible. But Umbrella's technology is strong enough. I prefer that they also have it. Voices from all sides appeared. And naturally some popular science bloggers were blown up. Sahawajia updated his commentary video and said, I believe that Umbrella is capable of designing a recyclable rocket. First of all, refer to a question asked during the Red Queen test. It must be said that Sahawajia has a solid foundation to be a popular science blogger. He almost said some opinions that are quite close to those discussed by NASA. Umbrella's artificial intelligence is second to none. Their drones' precise headshots show their microcontrol and locking capabilities. So as long as they can build a rocket, they must be able to complete stable and recyclable control. I think Pyongyang also considered this reason. So she responded quickly, but I think this may be a delaying tactic of Pyongyang. They like to talk and do dirty things like this. In fact, Pyongyang's face has never changed. He really never forgets his original intention. As long as you refer to their previous behavior patterns, you can actually see what they think. Most people still quite agree with the view that the world is their home. But there are naturally many rebuttals. Because Pyongyang's words are indeed very beautiful this time. Classic among classics. This is the attitude of a great country. Okay. This is the sense of responsibility of a world leader. He really likes conspiracy theories about everything. A certain special Chinese area is also full of relevant responses. For example, Fang Chuan and others are praising this as the style of a great country and the leader of civilization. But before they finish their praise, the aerospace department suddenly issued a solemn protest. Just before SX's Starlink satellite approached our normally operating communication satellite, we gave multiple reminders in advance, but there was no response. So we had to sacrifice the life of the satellite to change orbit. The satellite itself can also move. But it is undeniable that every movement will also have an impact on the satellite. The launch cost of Starlink is here. And the cost of satellites is 1/10, or even several tens of times, that of commonly used satellites. Of course, they don't care about the loss of satellites. But they don't care about other aspects. After their satellite approached without listening, they had to change orbits to make way. The words of praise before are still there. And this kind of thing happened here. So naturally there is some explosion. Are you kidding me? What's the difference between this and driving a bully on the road? You have to let me go anyway? This is obviously an accident. Please stop being so conspiratorial. Dian Zhongyan. I hope you can respond so rationally even if you change your nationality. Who can you blame for your lack of skills? If you don't have skills, you will be hit. Brothers, I found an important clue. The satellite announced is a communication satellite leased by Umbrella for a long time. After that, some official website announcements were issued. Sure enough, Umbrella has used this satellite for several live broadcasts and their communications. This is another uproar. Just before, they just said the code of conduct in space. And everyone should be orderly. Then, they started playing dirty right after? But soon many people also smelled something wrong. This was obviously intentional on their part. This was a test. This is to force Umbrella to launch quickly. To see if Umbrella really has the technology. Good fellow. If Umbrella doesn't respond to such a provocation, does it mean that they were just bluffing before? If that's the case, then the code of conduct they promised is probably a delaying war like the climate issue. And they will probably keep launching. This time, most of the people who were advocating the lighthouse of civilization before started to play dead again to avoid a headwind situation. A few are still bragging. That's because they have the technology. If you can do it, you can do it. Relying on technology to make a living is a skill. And Umbrella finally responded at this time. We appreciate the responsible behavior of Pyongyang. And the approach of satellites in space is indeed unavoidable. The information on Umbrella's official website made people a little confused. Is this a surrender? As expected, Umbrella started with an empty city plan? But then Umbrella announced its launch plan at noon the next day at Ponglai time. There is no doubt that this sudden and intense melon has directly thrown Japan, which needs to pay attention to post-disaster reconstruction. To Java, all attention and focus are placed on Umbrella. And the number of ships near Ponglai has increased suddenly. Woo-woo. The cruise ship's whistle sounded. And a large multi-story cruise ship was slowly sailing on the sea. The weather at sea is very good today. The sea surface is very calm with only a breeze. Dolphins are playing beside the cruise ship. Seagulls are hovering above, making unpleasant noises from time to time. The speed of the cruise ship is very slow. About a few knots. It is more like sightseeing than sailing. At this time, a large number of tourists also poured out on the deck of the cruise ship. And each of them picked up their mobile phones or bracelets and pointed them at the side of the cruise ship. I saw a gorgeous sea city standing in front of me. The silver gray SHL is full of metallic texture and is full of streamlined arcs, which looks very sci-fi. The waves hit the SHL, but there was no trace left. The smoothness and thoroughness made people think of Umbrella's unique chili oil technology. This seems to mean that those marine organisms similar to barnacles are directly prevented from covering. Many 100,000-ton cargo ships that are larger than their cruise ships are docked in the harbor extending from the sea city. And you can see the seaport equipment with ultra-high automated loading. The roar of the machinery can be heard from such a distance. This is a miracle of human engineering. Ponglai. The people on the cruise ship deck were also discussing fiercely, their faces full of excitement. It's hard to imagine that Ponglai has become like this in such a short time. I came here once half a year ago. At that time, it was still a metal frame. Later, when I saw the pictures on the internet, I couldn't believe it. I had to come and see it in person. It was even more shocking when I saw it with my own eyes. This is indeed a miracle. And we are lucky. Umbrella is about to launch a rocket. It should be the two things covered above. The rocket launcher? Since the construction of Ponglai, many cruise ships have also come here to promote tourism. Although they will not stop at Ponglai, they will circle around it as a tourist attraction and selling point. Some will come here specifically during the storm and seek help in the harbor. Their ship is just a normal wave of tourists. But they were lucky. They just caught up with the satellite launch plan suddenly announced by Umbrella. At the same time, they also saw someone carrying a special camera and looking at the logo on the camera. It was CNN. And it seemed to be preparing for a satellite live broadcast. We'd become rich. We originally wanted to come here to film the return of Umbrella's transport plane. But we didn't expect to be so lucky. The CNN reporter's face was full of excitement. As for whether Umbrella was hostile or not, it had nothing to do with her. She just wanted big news. This live broadcast is likely to make her famous. Looking at the sci-fi poem lie in front of the camera. Many people who didn't pay attention in the middle. Now seeing the sea city with a big change in image again. They can hardly believe their eyes. Have I traveled through time? I remember that it was put together by the sea platform before. It was full of steel. How did it become like this? Is this the city of the future? How many years has it been? Hack. At Haizai. Are you still in the city? Come out and broadcast. Oh my god. Haizai is on strike. We want to watch CNN's live broadcast? Is there a big platform to explain it yourself? Are we going to be forced to eat shit? Never mind. Drink first. All of a sudden, everyone flocked to CNN's live broadcast. And some domestic anchors began to broadcast and prepare for their own explanations. On the deck, the sea breeze made the beautiful reporter's blonde hair flutter. But she said to the camera, with a very excited expression on her face, after our squatting, we finally waited for this moment. Umbrella is about to launch a rocket. And Umbrella's rocket has not been reported accordingly. This is another arrogance and rudeness of theirs. It has to be said that CNN reporters are stubborn. Now even the beautiful spokesperson will pay attention to the wording when facing Umbrella. But for CNN reporters, it is not the case. Because they have found that as long as they don't tease Umbrella too much and don't touch their red line, this is actually a very reasonable company. As long as she says the truth, there is nothing to worry about. Even the overseas TT operated by Umbrella will generally only punish rumor makers. For journalists like them, it is clear that Umbrella's control is much looser than that of Pyongyang. So loose that they were a little uncomfortable at the beginning. As long as you don't tell lies and don't make fake news, it's fine. However, feelings are feelings. But ass is ass. They will not be soft-handed in reporting. And they will mix private goods throughout the process. For the Pyongyang's SX company, the satellite itself is mainly used for civilian purposes. And even if the Pyongyang develops aerospace, it is also for resisting possible aliens. After all, Umbrella itself said that our coordinates may have been exposed. After saying this, the reporter continued to speak. So, what is Umbrella for? As we all know, they already have a very powerful missile system. According to our understanding of some experts, we know that their propellant and ammunition should be a new special material with a long range and great power. Now after the satellite is launched, it is very likely that ultra-long-range cruise missile guidance and even ballistic missiles will appear, which actually violates some international norms. At this time, the reporter still considered it before speaking, just saying that it violated some international norms, and did not really hit it in the face. They grasped what to say when very accurately, because the wording is too harsh. They will really violate it. Now it's the only live broadcast on CNN, so everyone can only watch with a pinch of nose. After hearing what they said, even foreign netizens were a little overwhelmed. Can you broadcast normally? Even the Pyongyang came to fight aliens. Lou, you've watched too many movies. Right? I hope you can take over when aliens really come. Haha. You have a security agreement with Japan. But you didn't help when a biochemical crisis broke out. You just watched the show from the sidelines and added insult to injury. Do you expect you to resist aliens? Unless the aliens fall directly on your heads. Although domestic netizens were prepared to be fed shit from the beginning, they still couldn't stand it when they actually started to be fed. Fortunately, some professional commentators and Tutso anchors also OK nested dolls, and synchronized OK some of their own commentary live broadcasts. We can see that it is still standard Western arrogance, which is really strong. This time, the Pyongyang watched Neon become like this, and actually lost a lot of credibility. Maybe they will eventually pass a motion to kill Neon to recover blood. But in the long run, it also represents the loss of the Pyongyang's credibility. Once this kind of thing is lost, it is very difficult to recover. However, they have always been so short-sighted. Or it can be said that humans themselves are very forgetful. As long as time goes on, they may forget what they did today, and then enter a new cycle. Juan. It has to be said that many netizens are becoming more and more rational now. Although there are still many people who are easily led by the rhythm. There are also more people who are willing to look at the problem from different angles. At this time, the CNN reporter continued to say, in addition, we also connected with an expert from NASA. He highly affirmed the technology of Umbrella and believed that since they had spoken, they were likely to be able to launch. However, he remained optimistic about the gap between the two sides, because in terms of size, Umbrella is still far behind Demalion. Even if there may be a certain advantage in technology, Demalion will make up for it with its size advantage. Even if they can shoot 50 or 100 stars with one arrow, Demalion can use 2 or even 10 rockets to compare. The CNN reporter was still prepared. Although there was a luck factor in encountering such a thing, she still asked CNN to help OK to contact and gave a lot of insights. Although mixed with some of her own subjective views, at least for this point, most of the Nesting Dolls anchors still recognized it. One of the anchors also said with emotion, "In fact, I think Umbrella can choose to cooperate with us. They provide technology, and we provide volume. I still don't believe that the number of rockets we have made together will be less than that of Demalion. But this time Demalion is really strong. So many satellites at a time, and they can be launched repeatedly." However, at this time, the CNN reporter seemed to have received some new news and said excitedly again, "Oh my god, I just got the news. Just now, SX Company has launched the second satellite." The second launch was completed before Umbrella. This time, 50 satellites were sent at one time. When this news came out, many people watching the live broadcast felt a little heavy. Of course, there were also many people who cried with joy and washed dishes more vigorously. Even if he hasn't got a green card yet, even if he has to wash dishes for 14 hours a day, he can still hold his chest high when talking about SX's Falcon rocket. With the translation software, he can now directly read official information, which makes him full of a sense of pride. What's the use of Umbrella being so strong? Technology alone is not enough. The beacon of civilization is strong in all aspects. By the time you succeed in launching your rocket this time, they will have succeeded many times, and can even make more rockets. Chen Feng was washing the dishes diligently, while excitedly watching the live broadcast on the mobile phone in front of him. His eyes filled with pride. Then, he saw that as time approached, the rocket launcher covered by canvas on the upper floor of Punlai City was removed and covered. There are 2 high-rise buildings on Punlai. The one that is now opened is the lower one, and the one close to the edge. The canvas fluttered in the wind, revealing a strange building with a metallic luster underneath. This thing has a beautiful pattern on the outside, and it seems to be hollow inside, which makes people feel full of a mysterious sense of technology, but also a little confused about what it is. A rocket launch tower is so inexplicable. It's still SX Company's real. It looks like there are traces of welding, but it's practical. Chen Feng sneered while brushing bubbles hard. The rocket hasn't been made yet. Who knows how long it will take? But the next moment, as Umbrella announced the arrival of time, he really saw what a real launch was. The towering tower was flashing with a gorgeous arc, and the next moment, it was like a gun barrel firing. Sinking violently, a stream of light smashed the clouds and rushed straight into the sky. The white clouds scattered instantly, leaving a huge arc hole. The harsh air roared and vibrated, forming a visible shock wave that spread in all directions, causing many passengers on the cruise ship to scream. The powerful shock seemed to make the entire Punlai City shake a little, and the entire nearby sea area was stirred up. As the waves reached the cruise ship, the CNN camera lens could clearly be seen shaking. Chapter 436: The Future. Default. Beyond the roar of the fighter planes, the shock waves visible to the naked eye, the scattered clouds, the surging waves, and the vibration of the camera. The superposition of many pictures made everyone who was watching the live broadcast in front of them stare with their eyes wide open, their mouths wide open, and they had no idea what they were feeling at this moment. What is this? This. Sahaiwajia was also watching the live broadcast of CNN, and his face was full of shock at this time. As a popular science anchor, he vaguely understood what this thing was, but it was completely unbelievable. Looking at the surging sea water and the erected tower, he finally confirmed that this was the thing he had guessed. This is a truly epic-making science fiction thing that only exists in concept. It's a mass projector. It uses electromagnetic force to directly launch satellites into orbit. Damn! This is too fantasy! Sahaiwajia screamed in front of the camera. There are so many technical difficulties that need to be overcome for this thing. Not just the launch, the structure of the satellite itself, the obstruction of the atmosphere, the super strong magnetic field, energy, orbit, etc. It can be said that each difficulty may represent a Nobel Prize level achievement. However, Umbrella did it. I don't know if Umbrella's launch was successful, But I can only tell you that Umbrella really played too big and exaggerated this time. If you want to describe it, you can think of it as a super enhanced version of the electromagnetic gun that Umbrella showed up in Africa last time. At this point, Sahawajia's eyes lit up in front of the camera. And then he tapped his hands and said, I know. Umbrella's electromagnetic gun technology uses this, which is inherited from the same source. In addition, didn't Umbrella provide their high-strength carbon fiber paper before? It is very likely that they have begun to use room temperature superconductivity in a normalized manner. As soon as this was said, the barrage was in uproar. Room temperature superconductivity is practical? Terrible. I heard that superconductors can be used to make chips. Right? Then Umbrella will take off from the spot? All kinds of questions followed. But Sahawajia still explained. At present, if Umbrella uses physical pressurization technology, it may not be able to make chips. Because chips are too delicate. And pressurization on this structure is definitely not feasible. It is not as practical as low-temperature superconductors. However, if it is something fixed like this, it will be much easier. Of course, I am just speculating. And it is hard to say whether this launch will be successful. Once it succeeds, it will open a new chapter in space. But not every nesting doll anchor can understand what this is. A standard public intellectual anchor who tends to complain and is friendly and beautiful in his position. At this time, keeps saying all kinds of funny remarks like a talk show. My goodness. I didn't see the rocket. I just saw a firecracker. What was that just now? Did it explode? It exploded before it was launched. Awesome. Why hasn't the rocket come yet? Do they have to wait for them to move it temporarily? Umbrella is strong. But I feel like they miscalculated this time. After all, the previous launch was really loud. Not only was the sound deafening, but the cruise ship was also shaken. Those who don't know the principle can easily think it is an explosion. And most of the people who come to watch his live broadcast are people with similar positions. Brother Chi is right. It feels like Umbrella is forcing the ducks to land this time. This company is too domineering. It must be retribution. That's right. He doesn't obey discipline. I used to be a fan of Umbrella. I hated since De Pyongyang sanctioned him, and he still doesn't obey. He does whatever he wants with a few skills. Yes, he also created his own force. It means that De Pyongyang doesn't want to be serious with him. Otherwise the aircraft carrier fleet will teach him a lesson in minutes. That's right. Someone said before that De Pyongyang's normal training is to escape. It's really ignorant. But here, their happy base in their private reserve was soon slapped in the face by the dynamic picture released by Umbrella's official website. The satellite has successfully entered orbit. After seeing the reminder message in the barrage, Cheesy also immediately took a closer look. Umbrella did not hold any press conference, but just updated the dynamics on the official website and simply posted a schematic diagram. In fact, the schematic diagram is really quite simple, which is equivalent to an electromagnetic cannon directly shooting a satellite into space. You may not understand it when you look at the real thing, but after this simplest schematic diagram comes out, everyone can understand what is going on. Is this Umbrella's launch? Wow! Satellites can be launched like this? Although Cheesy also vaguely felt that this seemed to be very awesome. The schematic diagram was quite simple, and it didn't seem to be a big deal. He smiled and said, "Isn't this just a trick? Isn't it equivalent to a cannonball hitting space? It seems normal to have such a big cannon. The idea is very good, but the Pyongyang must be stronger in this aspect. They don't use it. There must be a defect. I just don't know what the defect is." Speaking of this, he still paused and continued. So in all, SX's recyclable rocket is definitely more powerful. He launches one at a time. And there are 30 for the first time and 50 for the second time. It can also be recycled, which is much better than this. A small number of replies were also yes. Yes, and you are right. But after all, there are still many people who can understand the horror of this through the pictures. I don't know how to respond. I can only watch them having fun over there, and then quietly exit the live broadcast room. Not to mention the reactions of netizens, fans and anchors on the internet, the space agencies, SX companies, and even some bigwigs in academia and laboratories of various countries, who also watched the whole process. At this time, their jaws almost dropped to the ground. This is impossible. It's fake. Right? It should be an electromagnetic cannon that fired a shot, not a satellite. Right? It didn't enter orbit, did it? Even if superconductivity is used, this height is not enough. Wait, do they have more underwater? If it's not a circular structure like a collider, then there must be more underwater. What about energy? They rely on solar energy and tidal energy, and at most oil power generation, which can't provide it. Haven't you seen them transport coal? Is it nuclear power? This is too fake. Can a real satellite operate normally? What kind of material can withstand such abuse? When all parties gradually thought of the material, they all stopped talking at the same time. This Umbrella's strongest point has always been its materials. Relying on magic, their materials break through human cognition and bottom line. Although it is not to the point of subverting the theory of physics, at least it is too super in practice. If it is Umbrella, it is really possible to make such a material. Looking at the simple picture on the Umbrella official website, and then watching the live broadcast on CNN, the real high-level people who are concerned about it from all sides can't help but fall silent. Now we don't know their consumption, nor their launch frequency. The energy consumption of this high power must be huge. Even if they have their own unique skills in storing electricity, it will take time to fully charge it. Yes, they won't really install a nuclear-powered reactor. Right? They don't go through the Atomic Energy Agency and do it directly. This is not allowed. Right? So what if it's not allowed? Don't they always do this? The principle of nuclear power is very simple. But how do they get the things involved? What about the raw materials? The head of NASA was constantly wiping the sweat from his forehead with a wet towel at this time, and then pretended to be calm and said, even if they can afford the materials, it will take time to get energy. Let's not panic. While speeding up the manufacture of new rockets, we should also quickly pass the restrictive international space terms and ask them to come together to discuss it. Immediately. Right away. He paused here, and then continued. Also notify Umbrella, and let everyone work together to draft a charter. Fortunately, I was smart and spread the word at the beginning. Now I just need to find out their launch capabilities and make some corresponding allocations. Masra on the other side was a little dazed at the screen that kept repeating in front of him, thinking of the reusable rocket he had just successfully launched, and thinking of the second launch that started before their test launch. He felt that his behavior was a bit ridiculous, whether it consumes energy or not. And regardless of the frequency, they have at least made something, even if it may not be as good as rockets in the short term. This is the new direction. Just like early firearms are not as good as cold weapons. With the update and iteration, this replacement is inevitable. The opponent's mass projector is such a thing that can press the rocket to the ground and rub it. But the next moment, Masla's eyes also flashed with a ray of determination. Although they are the future, the number of low orbits is limited. I can occupy all the future before you mature. As long as there is no gap for them, there is still a chance. Mobilize all the forces of the Pyongyang to mass-produce rockets as quickly as possible, and let Starlink fill the sky at the fastest speed. But at this moment, Umbrella's official website issued another notice. The test launch is complete. Next, we will fulfill our promise. Please enjoy the unique fireworks. The next moment, in the amazing live broadcast on CNN, the launch tower of the projector appeared with lightning again. Boom, boom, boom. Every time you bombard, you have to de-shock once. And every time you bombard, you have to wait for recovery. However, this frequency is the same as that of artillery. Every time you recover, you will start loading for the next bombardment. Moreover, this tower seems to be able to make some fine adjustments in direction. And you can see that it is constantly swinging on the top. Streams of light cut through the sky and rush straight into the atmosphere. It looks like the launcher in the Candy Crush game. Stable and unstoppable. The Falcon rocket is awesome. After launching and recovering, it can be launched again after 2 hours of correction. However, this mass projector feels like it can relaunch the next 1-2 minutes after launching. The projector fired at the sky at a frequency of 1 shot every 2 minutes. The entire sea area near Penglai was turbulent, forcing the cruise ship to start moving away. However, the passengers on the deck did not have the slightest intention of going back in the face of the continuous shock wave aftermath. They all raised their hands to block the strong wind and splashes while watching the shocking scene. Streams of light cut through the sky and rushed out of the atmosphere without stopping. These images also deeply stimulated some people who knew the meaning of this. Impossible. How could there be such a frequency? Even if the material can bear it. Where is the energy? Where does the energy come from? They really have nuclear power. And it is a high-power unit. Even a unit that exceeds our power. Where do they get nuclear fuel? Lawless. Lawless. But no matter how they jumped, Umbrella's launch did not stop at all. The satellites that had been accumulated long ago entered the predetermined orbit with the launch of the mass projector. The satellites with a weight far exceeding that of SX's Starlink entered the orbit, unfolded the solar panels, and the thrusters began to make fine adjustments. Completely different from the image of traditional satellites. Satellites filled with a sense of science fiction entered the orbit one by one. The signal light on it flashed for a while, and then changed from red to yellow, and then to green. The mass projector itself will make fine adjustments to the angle, and the layered sense of shooting and the propulsion of the satellite itself after entering the orbit will make Umbrella's satellites really enter the orbit like dumplings. What? 30 stars in one shot? Reusable rockets? Repeatable launch? Sorry. The mass projector doesn't even need a rocket. The energy provided by the controlled fusion reactor is simply wasted. What two-hand preparation? What urgent and rapid formulation of corresponding international codes of conduct when something goes wrong? The agreement can send hundreds of satellites into orbit every night. This launch frequency directly shocked everyone and caught everyone off guard. Originally, when SX launched a reusable rocket, everyone subconsciously thought that Umbrella was in the same situation. Who would have thought that they would open a new track directly? And they couldn't even brake. Just a pause can allow a large number of Umbrella satellites to be launched. Originally, I thought that even if you were better than SX, you can launch dozens more satellites, and we will quickly finalize it within a few months. But in this situation, after a few months, they have already filled the orbit. Please stop immediately. Umbrella. This is an attack, which may be regarded as an attack on satellites. The spokesperson of Pyongyang was obviously brought out urgently, and spoke righteously and strongly. They didn't know what to do now, but they had to make Umbrella stop first. That's for sure. But before he finished speaking, Umbrella turned the angle of the gun muzzle and instantly destroyed a Pyongyang satellite. After the attack, Umbrella's official website said indifferently, "This is an accident between satellite orbits, which is really regrettable. Just like your satellite almost hit our leased satellite, but your satellite did not choose to avoid it. So you should also bear certain responsibilities. We will compensate half of the cost. Remember to send the cost list. Very sincere apology." And also expressed that compensation will be paid. But this apology immediately after the fight almost brought the matter to the table. Let the spectators, who have been paying attention to this matter, be full of horror. You really hit. When has Pyongyang ever been so angry? This is too crazy. No way. Umbrella is too aggressive. Awesome. That was an accident. They will pay for it. Right? A hilarious accident. Whether it was an accident or not, anyone who saw the news would understand. What an accident. Pyongyang can stir up a storm even without any wind. Now that she has been slapped in the face, she will definitely not let it go. I'm afraid she will take this opportunity and excuse to do something. However, what surprised everyone was that Pyongyang, who has always acted domineeringly and could not bear the slightest loss, fell silent after being slapped in the face. After Umbrella's sincere apology, Pyongyang's spokesperson responded to this issue again, which made people laugh and cry. Impossible. Umbrella. Don't go too far. This accident is your sole responsibility. You must pay for all the expenses. We have sent the bill to your headquarters. Please be sure to pay the compensation within 1 month. Although these domineering and righteous words look so majestic, they inexplicably make people feel a little bit funny. This isn't the point wrong? After repeatedly emphasizing that the responsibility was all on Umbrella, Pyongyang no longer mentioned that this was an attack. After receiving new instructions, the spokesperson of Pyongyang forced a majestic expression in front of the camera, but added with a forced smile, "Collisions in space are sometimes unavoidable. But can we reduce the density of satellites first? We are about to start discussing the code of conduct in space. Can we stop before the discussion? We will also stop launching our own satellites." This reaction of Pyongyang also made all parties stunned. No continuation? That's it? Oh my god. When Pyongyang said you hit him, you'd better really hit him. Anyway, during this time of communication, another series of satellites were thrown into space, and Umbrella was just playing dumb. What code of conduct in space? How come we don't know? How come we remember that we asked you about this matter specifically? Your answer is not like this. Our satellites are just for the convenience of communication. Our Red Queen Plus function can also meet certain services when the network is disconnected. That's all. Therefore, the demand for the number of satellites is relatively high. Don't worry. There are only 20,000 satellites. There will be a lot of space left after all of them are launched. Umbrella looked like she had nothing to taste, which really made all parties speechless. What was the face of Pyongyang at the beginning? Now she has tasted it super double. When the discussion on the Global Aerospace Code of Conduct officially began, Umbrella's launches have never stopped. It seems that there is no need to rest. Just a fixed frequency launch day and night. After satellites can easily connect and form a network. Umbrella's satellite communication capabilities and coverage capabilities are constantly improving at a speed visible to the naked eye. Umbrella also sent representatives to participate in this belated discussion. Li Yao's image as a negotiating representative immediately attracted everyone's attention as soon as he entered the venue. Everyone present had different expressions and different ideas. In fact, there are only a few players who play in space. Pyongyang often takes a dominant position, not allowing this or that. And the International Space Station also makes decisions and restricts the participation of members. But when she does it herself, she is unscrupulous and has no worries. When the reusable rocket was successfully launched before, she was also arrogant and ignored protests from all sides. But now, in a blink of an eye, she is begging everyone to come. It can be said that Umbrella's satellites are still going up to the sky every moment now. It's great, but with your launch frequency, you will soon be able to hit the target of 20,000. Right? What will you do when you are free? Have you ever thought about taking on the task of launching satellites for other purposes? The representative of the Russian Bear can be said to be the most relaxed at the scene. They are currently short of funds and really have no intention of engaging in the space race. I feel that if Umbrella does this, the price may be quite cheap. SX's launch is also cheap, but it is obviously not going to help them. But Umbrella has a chance. As for Pyongyang's opinion, it seems that if she doesn't ask Umbrella, Pyongyang will have no opinion on herself. Yes, the construction cost is very high. How about sharing it? Other representatives also followed behind to make a noise. If Umbrella hadn't intervened, Pyongyang would have occupied the orbit continuously with recyclable rockets. All of them are 200-kilogram satellites, launched purely by number and low cost. This face is too ugly. Umbrella's move can be said to be quite relieved. And at least for now. Although they are also on guard against Umbrella, the relationship between the two sides is much more harmonious than that of Pyongyang. Not to mention other things. The lithography machines bought can solve a lot of problems. If there is a demand, we will certainly accept commercial launches. But our launches have higher requirements for satellite quality. Traditional satellites cannot be launched here. And we can't launch manned satellites. Li Yao laughed, which was also a little joke to warm up the audience. The reason why they found the projector so unbelievable was that the structure of ordinary satellites would definitely be damaged or even fall apart if launched in this way. And special satellites must be made. And if it is a live thing, then it will definitely be dead after it goes up. We are here to discuss the rules, not business. Since everyone is here, let's start. The representative of Pyongyang interrupted their greetings as if she was constipated. Although there are organizations such as the International Astronautical Federation in the world, due to the high threshold in the field of aerospace, only the 4 space agencies of Rabbit, Mao, Europe, and Eagle have some say. Most of the other countries are participating in various experiments. For example, in order to increase efficiency and speed up as soon as possible, the discussion of the rules this time is just these 4 space agencies plus Umbrella and SX. Other parties just need to wait for the results to be notified. In fact, most of the time, NASA will directly and forcibly replace the work in the international aviation field and will dictate to the aviation industry of other countries. Just like Pyongyang has always let domestic law prevail over international law. But now, in the few minutes they chatted, Umbrella has launched several satellites into space. It really can't afford to delay. Moreover, compared with the simplified satellites of SX Company, judging from the diameter of the pipeline and the monitoring and observation of space, they are probably satellites of fairly standard quality. This delivery volume is totally not at the same level. Let's discuss it below. We are determined to peacefully develop the space environment. We highly agree with the previous proposal. This is our draft. Do all parties have any opinions? The representative of the Great Beauty is also quite cunning. He dragged other parties into the water as soon as he opened his mouth. After all, after they launched a reusable rocket in a high-profile manner and showed plans to occupy the low orbit in the future, all parties submitted protests and conducted okay negotiations. But they didn't take it seriously. Now that Umbrella has jumped out of this thing, the top priority is to stop them as quickly as possible. It is quite normal to win over other parties at this time. But other parties are not stupid. Compared with the threat brought by the Great Beauty, Umbrella is a friend. Well, we do agree to peacefully develop space resources. Didn't you draft a charter? How about this? Everyone take it back and have a look. I think after half a month, everyone will have finished reading it and can discuss an argument internally. Then we can finalize the follow-up links and find a code of conduct that satisfies all parties. What do you think? The words of other representatives made Pyongyang look confused. Hack. Come back in half a month. The daylily will be cold. They have already launched. What are they still discussing? Yeah. Global warming and environmental climate. Which will take a few years. Half a month. Very soon. The bear is fanning the flames, hoping that the world will not be in chaos. He has been sanctioned into a bear. It doesn't matter. Anyway, it's better for Umbrella to have the upper hand in Pyongyang. They have been deceived by Pyongyang many times. Umbrella is really. But this is obviously not what Pyongyang wants. When they were discussing, they were still launching. What will happen in half a month? After a wink, the representative from the European Aviation Safety Agency coughed and said, Actually, let's make it clear. For now, it's actually to make Umbrella be more careful about the launch. After all, what does a company like you need so many satellite orbits for? You only have so few people. But as soon as he finished speaking, someone's eyes lit up. We divided by number of people? This made the whole person speechless. And he could only laugh dryly. It's not by number. Anyway, the rules are to follow what is beneficial to them. Just like the climate. They have already polluted what they should pollute. So they can naturally use this as an excuse to trap the latecomers and set up layers of obstacles. When the so-called environment really affects them, the environmental protection girls will become terrorists. The same is true for space. In fact, most of the strategic focus of Pyongyang is still on the European Union. And they want to hold it firmly in their hands. After so many years, many Pyongyang compradors have indeed ascended to high positions. This representative of the European Space Agency is one of them. So even if he sacrifices the interests of the European Union, he must finalize this matter. First of all, we need to establish a consensus that space resources belong to everyone, and no one party can occupy most of the resources. Then, we studied it, and found that the launch method of the projector is very bad, and will damage the atmosphere. Should we impose some restrictions after the European Space Agency threw out the idea? Pyongyang was the second to jump out to express support. I agree with this plan. Our Pyongyang can take the lead in promising not to build a mass projector. In this kind of private discussion, they obviously don't want to be pedantic. They just swear to something that they can't build. I thought you would make a fuss about the satellite that hit last time. Li Yao sneered. But this made the atmosphere on the scene a little silent. If there is no safety problem, you will definitely make a fuss about this. But you guys just shot down someone else's satellite and still make a fuss? Are you crazy? In fact, all countries have the means to attack satellites. But in fact, the cost is quite high. This is also the rogue of SX's satellites before. Large quantity and cheap. The cost of anti-satellite is much more expensive than their own satellites. So just release it without thinking. It doesn't matter if it really hits. Anyway, we can't see your worrying. Either you hide yourself or hit it. It's your choice. But it's obvious that Umbrella is more domineering. Hide? I can't hide even if I ask you to. Just come down. Since it can really be done. And it seems that the cost of anti-satellite is obviously much lower than traditional means. Who dares to make a fuss about it? But this is also something that can't be said openly. What do you mean by bringing it out at this time? Threat? Pyongyang and the EU representatives couldn't help but sweat on their foreheads at this time. This is not playing by the rules. Originally, they had predicted other operations. But they were sure that they could make some concessions at the last minute and tie these two companies to the car. However, before the means here were used, they directly took out a knife and gestured here. How can we talk about this? Threaten too? But Umbrella, this idiot, doesn't listen to threats at all. Being small also has its advantages. There are fewer areas to look after. If you say you can go all out, you can actually go all out. You have far fewer concerns than them. This made both parties ask everyone to wait for a moment. And then, they quickly communicated okay. When they appeared again, it was the representative of Pyongyang who spoke first. This, in fact, the mass projector is also an innovative way. It is good for Umbrella to test the waters. But you agreed on 20,000 satellites. That's 20,000. The remaining space resources should still be shared by everyone. But they went back and calculated. Umbrella was unstoppable. There was no way. If they confirmed that it was 20,000 satellites, it was not unacceptable. We will take the rest. It was 20,000 before the agreement. After signing the agreement, it will be based on the agreement. You can discuss the specific distribution. Liao smiled casually, and then said in surprise, "You don't think that you will not give us the quantity after the agreement?" In fact, he was just going through the motions. In any case, it would not have much impact on Umbrella. However, if he could help other parties and discuss to Pyongyang, he would definitely not hesitate. If Liao hadn't said this, the Pyongyang would definitely assume that Umbrella would take the majority, and he would take the rest. At first, the representatives of other parties tried to get close to them. In fact, they also had this idea, to use Umbrella's launch to break the monopoly of the Pyongyang. But now the Pyongyang changed the subject and was ready to unilaterally make concessions to Umbrella and then eat the rest. But they didn't expect that Umbrella would take a step forward and push them to the edge of the cliff. He opened his mouth. But in the end, the representative of the Pyongyang still didn't say anything. He chose the last backup plan and said, "Then, let's discuss it and see how to divide it specifically. The launch speed is not comparable. The threat cannot be threatened. And they may even hit your satellites. So what can you do? Now, it's good to persuade them to be satisfied with the number of satellites they have now. And don't expect too much. The rest. Then divide it. It will be cheaper for other parties." Chapter 437 Attention Premonition. A joint statement on aerospace behavior was signed at the fastest speed. If the Pyongyang, the biggest troublemaker, does not cause trouble, everything will go smoothly. This time, it was the Pyongyang who actively promoted this matter. All parties were shocked by this joint statement. Many people also expressed their feelings. After Umbrella launches 20,000 satellites this time, there will be quotas for future aviation launches. Umbrella is awesome. It will take effect only after they launch 20,000 satellites. I thought the Pyongyang would impose sanctions in this regard and have a tough attitude. I never expected it. What kind of sanctions? They pretended nothing happened even after shooting down the satellite. What do you mean nothing happened? Don't you have to pay money? What do you mean it was shot down? This is an accident. After the compromise, the Pyongyang's launch quota is not more than Dongfeng's. This is really rare. If Dongfeng is not dragged in this time, guess what he will do? Do you prefer Umbrella to occupy space or the Pyongyang? What can we do if we don't compromise with Umbrella? Their launch cost and speed are comparable. It's okay for him to occupy all the orbits in space and shoot down other satellites. This is a compromise brought about by strength. It's all forced. I think Umbrella has made too many concessions and should occupy all the orbits. Wrong. If that's the case, Umbrella will easily go to the opposite side of the world. Their control feels just right. Now Umbrella's Penglai is still launching into the sky day and night. It can be said that the world is paying close attention to this matter. After discussing this joint statement here, it can be seen that Umbrella's interests have been tacitly recognized. And from now on, Umbrella is the party with the strongest space projection capability. Even if the Pyongyang's delivery capability is also very strong, it is equivalent to being constrained because of the remaining orbital number limit in the joint statement. But at this rate, Umbrella's 20,000 space satellites should be deployed soon. Right? What are the functions of their satellites? Communication? I'm looking forward to it. I don't know. And Umbrella has spent so much effort to make the mass projector. It's impossible for it to just rest like this. And they have 2 high towers on it. One is the mass projector. What is the other one? I'm a little curious. The Umbrella official website has announced that it is a signal tower and a landmark building of Umbrella that are still under construction. And they are also about to be completed. Is that so? But will the mass projector really be left empty? Oh, I see. They undertake space transportation missions. But the mass projector has very high requirements for the strength of the items. And it is estimated that they will not be able to take on the work for a period of time. They have also announced the standards that they can bear, and are willing to do OEM after their own production capacity is sufficient. With the discussion on the internet, all parties are paying more and more attention to the situation of Umbrella. Later, someone found a photo sent by a diver in the past. The diver also went to Penglai to collect wind around him, and went underwater to take okay photos of Penglai's underwater structure. It can be seen that Penglai seems to provide buoyancy above, and there are also a lot of buildings and structures underwater, like underwater icebergs. Among them, A long pipeline extending to the seabed attracted everyone's attention. On the dark seabed, a straight pipeline leads to the depths of darkness, which makes people have deep-sea phobia. When this photo came out, it also attracted attention. But the offshore platform must be used to exploit seabed resources, so it is normal to have such a thing. Although the high seas cannot be used to exploit seabed resources casually, it was Umbrella who did it. And even De Pyongyang did not say a word about it. But now compare it again. This should be the seabed part of the mass projector connected to the above. The above is actually just the tip of the iceberg of this equipment. It turns out that construction has already begun. It's ridiculous that we thought it was just a pipeline for transporting resources. I was too superficial at the time. Awesome. If there is a mass projector, a space station with sufficient strength can be built. Right? 20,000 satellites. On the busy streets, the owner of a tracker started the vehicle's automatic driving while constantly scrolling through videos. What he is paying attention to is the recent satellite launch incidents. Now that Umbrella has fully popularized Red Queen Plus Queen, with the 2nm chip of the mobile phone, even if there is high latency and no network, the mobile phone and the onboard chip can cooperate to complete basic safe driving. At this time, if the owner does not take over, he will find a place to park by himself. So the safety of use is quite high. Although all countries have not yet passed the approval of automatic driving, this is only the function of assisted driving. There will be many reminders before use, so that drivers cannot rely entirely on assistance. But many drivers have already started to fully trust it. When you are stuck in traffic or rushing on the road, you can just scroll through your phone. How comfortable. Robin himself is in the seafood business, and his family is well off, because he went fishing in his early years. He deeply understands that the strength of the motherland can make him stand up straight. He is a standard deep patriot and an amateur military fan. When the Great Beauty's recyclable rocket was launched, he kept cursing. Now it was Umbrella who was watching with great joy. He knew that if it were not for Umbrella, Great Beauty would not agree to this code of conduct. But at this moment, Robin, who turned on the assisted driving and was waiting for the traffic light, suddenly felt the violent acceleration of his beloved car. The super acceleration ability of the motor and the sudden burst of acceleration almost made the seatbelt squeeze out his overnight meal. Clang. The sudden impact sound of the tail swinging obviously knocked the guardrail next to it away, and it was still retreating rapidly. The snake skin moved in a way that minimized the collision as much as possible and quickly opened the distance. Robin was still in a daze, dizzy, and didn't even think about getting angry, when the sudden violent vibration and collision made him come back to his senses. What happened? Looking forward, Robin couldn't help but find that a very tragic car accident had occurred at the traffic light where he was waiting. It was shocking at first glance. A dump truck was lying in the pile of cars waiting at the intersection, and it severely deformed several waiting private cars. Even his own car was hit by a subsequent chain collision. This scene made him a little confused for a while. He was watching videos well. Why did it suddenly become like this? At this time, he realized that the dump truck was now in the position where he started waiting for the traffic light. If it weren't for the sudden maximum acceleration that almost strangled him to vomit, he should be the one under the dump truck now. Right? At this time, he suddenly broke out in a cold sweat of fear. His hands were shaking when he went to pick up the dropped phone, and he couldn't pick it up for several times. If there was no sudden reversing, he would die. Then, he took out his phone tremblingly and took a small video first. In recent times, it can be said that there have been turbulent times. First, zombies broke out all over the world, although other places except Neon were handled quickly. Even De Pyongyang, whose situation was second only to Neon, solved the problem quickly with the help of the Federal Guard and some casualties at the bottom. Then De Pyongyang yelled for compensation, and Umbrella drones helped Neon clear the scene. It can be said that one wave after another has not settled, and they are constantly attracting the attention of the world and the majority of the attention. Later, De Pyongyang's sudden recyclable rocket, as well as the reported terrible launch efficiency and ultra-low launch cost, just caused amazement. Umbrella took out the terrible black technology of mass projector, even shot down a satellite of De Pyongyang in person. But all parties just regarded it as an accident. The code of conduct in space was also quickly negotiated later. It can be said that ordinary people are overwhelmed by the continuous melon. They are even numb and slow to some news. For a while, no one went deep into what Umbrella satellites wanted to do. As a result, a small video of Tracker automatically saving the master suddenly appeared here. But it quickly became popular again. Extreme operation. With a nearly impossible reaction. Rescue the car owner, who was doomed to die from the brink of death. Yang Feng is an international student in kangaroo country. And he is naturally adventurous and loves all kinds of extreme sports. He only restrained himself a little after losing a leg in a car accident. Because of his wealthy family, he didn't have any worries about the future. And after recovering, he began to return to his old job and began to look for excitement. But after all, he lost a leg. And now he has fewer projects to choose from. Recently, I have become fascinated with shooting short videos. Generally, they are videos of challenging various actions as disabled people. And they have received a lot of attention and have many fans at home and abroad. Because he is in kangaroo country. And with the recent actions of Umbrella, he also took a classmate's yacht to the vicinity of Penglai. Prepare to dive and shoot the scenery when the mass projector is launched. You have seen the above. And you have to do the first one of the following shots yourself. Every time the mass launcher is launched, it will actually stir up the nearby water currents. Even on the seabed, there are undercurrents. It is very dangerous to go into the water at this time, let alone a disabled person. But Yang Feng would take this risk. Although he used a special stabilizing device for the seabed, he could still see the surging water in the picture he shot from the lens. He almost lost his grip and was swept away several times. Every time the launcher was launched and moved down, a large number of bubbles would be brought out from the magnificent seabed, surging from the dark deep sea. Yang Feng was very satisfied with the shooting effect every time. After putting away the shooting and returning to the boat, Yang Feng said to his friend, "Hurry up and send the new material back so that they can edit it. How did we do last time? It should be very good." But at this time, his friend said with a strange look on his face, "Well, the response was good, but it was overshadowed by a car accident." Car accident? Yang Feng was shocked when he heard it. How serious a car accident must it be? What car accident? I'm watching it too. The satellite signal is not very good. We need to wait for buffering. Do you think Umbrella will cover the network by launching so many satellites? I think. Then Yang Feng, wearing a prosthetic limb, limped to his friend's place and watched the video together. After seeing the comparison of the scene, the dashcam, the owner's self-narration, and the surveillance at the intersection, the expressions of the two people couldn't help but become a little dull. This accident with 2 deaths and 7 injuries is considered very serious. But it can be so popular because of the protection of the owner by the tracker. Through the surveillance at the intersection, it can be seen that the driver left the steering wheel with both hands throughout the whole process, and was watching the video there. But the result? He should have been in the center of the car accident, and was sure to die. But he successfully escaped the scene. The tracker knocked open the guardrail and accelerated backwards. The whole action was done in one go. And he barely escaped the death. Bang! Yang Feng's camera equipment fell to the ground. And then he lowered his head and looked at his prosthetic limb stupidly. I didn't become disabled because of extreme sports. On the contrary, every time I did extreme sports, it looked very thrilling. But I was actually very careful and well prepared. It was an ordinary traffic light that led to my current situation. If I was driving a tracker at that time, could I have escaped this disaster? For a moment, Yang Feng's expression was a little stupid. After watching the video, there were many people on the internet who resonated with it. People around the world die in car accidents or suffer serious injuries every moment. Their relatives and friends will feel empathy when they see this video. They will have a kind of imagination. How great it would be if I had used a tracker. Even for this video, Umbrella rarely took the initiative to reply okay. It's not that they took the opportunity to promote themselves. In fact, Umbrella's products don't need any promotion. The effect is here. Even now, Tracker still has to line up. If the marketing energy is put into production capacity, all problems will be solved. Umbrella came out to explain and clear himself. Please don't panic. Our driving system is only assisted driving, not autonomous driving. So it will not exceed its authority. This time the driver took his hands off the steering wheel, and the situation was urgent before he made a judgment. Don't worry about the vehicle suddenly losing control. Good boy. This statement made people speechless. Although they knew that Umbrella was avoiding regulatory risks in some places, many people still complained. Does it mean that I want to keep my hands off the steering wheel to ensure my safety? I think this automatic driving is more stable than me. I can't avoid it if it's me. It's assisted driving. I feel that this clarification is a bit funny. Wait. Look. Does this data usage clause have this point? It seems to be related to their satellite. Picture. Someone posted a photo taken by a mobile phone, which showed some consent terms before the tracker turned on assisted driving. It's just that few people usually read these terms. But after this incident, coupled with the last system update, some people still look back. Access to the Umbrella Starlink system for data upload is allowed without a network. The case is solved. In the past, the computing power of the tracker onboard chip and mobile phone was still insufficient, and it was only complete after being connected to the internet. And the satellites that Umbrella has been launching recently are a kind of compensation to a certain extent. On the west coast of Pyongyang, there is a natural cave under a seemingly uninhabited sea cliff. And at this time, there are a large number of various high-end-looking equipment in this cave. In addition, in the central area of many instruments, there is a large mass of disgusting and strange flesh and blood. A group of figures wearing protective clothing are constantly testing and observing the flesh and blood with instruments. According to the detection arrangement method announced by Umbrella, weak signal feedback was indeed obtained. A figure who had been staring at the screen sighed after watching the weak signal fluctuations. What should we do? So many have been produced. Another researcher looked a little worried under the protective clothing. They used special channels to get some from the part of the alien corpses that Pyongyang got, because the number was not enough. And they found that this creature still had some activity even after death. So they tried to artificially cultivate it with Umbrella's culture medium and their own equipment. And it became what we see now. It still had no activity, and even no shape. Just a pool of rotten meat. Then, they slowly discovered that this thing was very adaptable and had strong repairability. Although it had the disadvantage of proliferation like cancer cells, it could be inhibited by drugs that were less harmful to the human body because it was completely different from the human body structure. They also used mice and various animals to conduct preliminary experiments. And the results were quite good. It was only later that Umbrella announced that this thing was emitting signals. And they were skeptical and conducted simple tests through Umbrella's newly announced silver structure. It turned out to be true. Moreover, the one they copied was also emitting. This made them a little blind. This Umbrella is now launching satellites continuously. Will they use this signal transmission method? It's hard to say, but it's very likely. Otherwise, why didn't they ask Rabbit to launch a few satellites in advance? There must be some secrets in the satellites. Someone sighed. Magic is a kind of dark matter. It hardly reacts with normal matter. It can easily penetrate various obstacles. It has strong anti-interference ability and strong confidentiality. If Umbrella has relevant technology, it is very likely to use it. Previously, there was a news that their tracker car is connected to the satellite and goes to avoid it in an emergency. If it can be linked with every mobile phone in car, then their multi-threaded processing ability is also beyond expectations. They have the most advanced chip process at present, and it is very likely that they have a quantum computer that exceeds a certain song. The formulas combining quantum computing and classical computing were all proposed by Mastery. It is indeed very likely that Umbrella already has a more advanced quantum computer, coupled with a magic enhancement signal with strong confidentiality and anti-interference ability. The 20,000 satellites in the sky are really terrifying. The compromise from above was quite unwise. But that group of people was short-sighted. There are not enough instruments here now. What the above means is to transport the things to a more advanced laboratory. Someone spoke after a moment of silence, causing many people at the scene to sigh. At present, it is indeed confirmed that this thing still has potential risks. But they don't seem to care about this risk at all. At the beginning, they arranged to conduct experiments in such a remote place, which was actually an estimate. But after all, it was too remote. And the equipment was still different from the top laboratories. After they completed the repair of the mice, repaired the organs of the mice in a non-rejecting way with these rotten meat cells, and then controlled the proliferation of these magical cells through drugs, the above became a little impatient. They wanted to speed up the research progress. How can this kind of thing produce results on people so quickly? I guess some old people can't wait. Well, just transport it over. All countries have this kind of thing anyway. I haven't heard of any problems yet. I really hope that Umbrella and SX can really complete the monitoring of space. I also hope that this signal can't be transmitted to the target. In He Shrine, standing on the top of the mountain and looking at the streets of neon that are still being rebuilt and cleaned below, Wang Yi's expression is very calm. The zombie crisis itself actually has limited physical damage, and various buildings and facilities have not suffered too much damage. Some are just collisions caused by cars out of control, and there are fires caused, but with the appearance of a large number of corpses. Now if you want to clean them up, You can only burn them in the open air on the spot. Umbrella can help remove all the zombies. But it is obvious that these subsequent tasks will have to be done by Neon itself. You can see many gray-haired old people dragging corpses to the middle of the road. And the dismantled bedboards and wooden doors have become burning fuel. Thick black smoke poured out from many areas of the city and drifted into the somewhat gloomy sky. At this time, except for Japan's own local media from other countries rarely went deeper into the matter after reporting it in the early stages. Most of the attention now is on the previous satellite launch. And only some humanitarian relief supplies have been sent over. Umbrella also sent a lot of things. And Lin Shurchin coordinated the resources and logistics of various places to help make some arrangements. In addition to Neon's own reserve food and other supplies. There was no famine or other secondary crisis after the disaster. Life is really fragile. Wang Yi couldn't help but sigh when he saw more devout believers gathered in front of the torii at the foot of the mountain. The Anachi shrine stood firm in such a disaster, which naturally made the surviving residents nearby appear more pious. Boss, the current satellite performance is consistent with the verification results. Lin Shurchin's sudden voice interrupted Wang Yi's thoughts. Satellites are still being launched. But the satellites that have been launched can already play a huge role. When 20,000 satellites are completed, the satellite connection mode is enough to cover the entire world. Not to mention the provision of civilian use. At least the signal coverage required by Umbrella itself has been fully met. Although there is no clue about the communication technology of quantum entanglement. The anti-interference and high penetration of magic signals have been partially applied. It can be seen that almost all parts of the world can have signal coverage and connection. In addition, satellites are also equipped with high-definition cameras. Although it is not possible to monitor all places in real time, the coverage area is greatly enhanced. Especially for some blind spots that were not originally monitored, providing the possibility of observation. Moreover, the magic signal in the satellite can be amplified and summarized through the magic towers in various places to complete multiple parallel connections. Even Wang Yi himself can use magic signals instead of external mental power to complete remote physical summoning control. Although due to the problem of signal type, things like the grass head god cannot be operated through satellites. But with the improvement of magic technology, it will be possible sooner or later. After returning to this almost magic-free world for 3 years, the initial infrastructure has finally been completed. Chapter 438 In-Game Anger. Thank you Mr. Quan for your advice. These are all the places we have explored. We are also adding more people, and will send them as soon as they are updated. Lucia knelt respectfully in front of Wang Yi and handed over a tablet computer, where the relevant information was stored. Wang Yi took a sip of tea casually and smiled. It seems that you really have good things in your hands. However, although there are many people who yearn for immortality throughout the ages, none of them have a good ending. I hope you don't make any trouble. The organization actively wooed Wang Yi's big yin-yang master. In addition to eating and touching, he also used the organization's manpower and the machines they developed to find spirits. At the same time, they also gave them some sweetness. Wang Yi certainly knew what those old immortals wanted most. So after some tentative inquiries here, he could easily lead them to ask the questions they wanted to ask most, and gave some appropriate suggestions. For example, Lucia brought a small piece of demon devourer meat cultivated in culture medium to ask for advice. It seems that she wants to know some information about metaphysics. And Wang Yi naturally took the opportunity to talk nonsense, saying that this thing seems to be active and seems to emit special fluctuations, which is very similar to the Tai Sui he has seen in the records. Now Wang Yi is an authority in metaphysics in the world. If he says this is like Tai Sui, then this is like Tai Sui. And he gave some feasible opinions purely from the perspective of metaphysics, such as healing, increasing life, and repairing. But he also emphasized that this kind of thing has a heavy evil spirit. Even if it can be done, it will probably have a very strong negative effect. It can turn people into neither human nor ghost. If it were him, he would definitely not use it. It can be said that it was Wang Yi's suggestion that led to the transfer of the Abyss flesh and blood debris originally in a remote laboratory on the West Coast to a more comprehensive and advanced laboratory in New York. At the same time, according to the direction provided by Wang Yi, some characteristics and feasibility were really found. This naturally made them pay more attention to Wang Yi. Now they all regretted that they had a bad relationship with the rising great mathematician. They finally found another master in another field. And they took a completely different approach. Since Umbrella could tolerate the existence of Master Yi for his talent and ability, they could tolerate this one too. Besides, this one was mainly in the field of metaphysics, and had no academic accomplishment. so he could only provide some side opinions. In addition, this one had the ability to hurt people from a distance, and was not a weak scholar. So they also chose this cooperation model that could benefit them. Sure enough, the effort was rewarded. Just the treatment suggestions of this Tai Sui now have made them gain a lot. At that time, combined with some of Umbrella's technologies, and their own biological accumulation, it is very likely that they will be able to find the principle to crack it, and then solve the negative effects. At that time, maybe they can use this to attract this great Yin Yang master to join. Pick up the tablet, look at the marketplace. Wang Yi can't help but have a sigh on his face. Sure enough, the mobilization of manpower and material resources. This deep-rooted old power is really strong. I have looked for it before, but the number is actually just this small. But the total number marked by the organization has been dozens. All over the world. Even in the East. There are several signs. You know, their equipment has not been out for too long. So it's quite good to be able to do this in such a short time. Moreover, after this baptism, Neon has more than 1 million deaths. Which is really a fortune. You are still kind. Wang Yi wrote down all the information and turned off the tablet, feeling the faint resentment bred in Neon's special terrain, and seemed to smile self-deprecatingly. The weather has gradually become hotter. Walking on the streets of Shibuya, Wang Yi can also smell the residual fishy smell and disinfectant in the air. The millions of deaths in Japan are not evenly distributed. Almost every place where the snowball rolls is accompanied by at least tens of thousands of casualties, and more than 100,000 in some places. Shibuya is the hardest hit area with more than 100,000 deaths. More than half of the total population in a place with just over 200,000 people were killed or injured. The density of corpses and the residual impact can be imagined. No matter how the disinfectant is sprayed, the stench, like dead rats, cannot be suppressed in the summer temperature. The K virus itself is almost dead in the light outside the body, even on cloudy days. This continuous disinfection prevents other subsequent infections caused by too many corpses. Occasionally, you can see the remaining charred ground in the middle of the road, and there is a charred mark every other section, which are all left by the open-air burning of corpses before. On the wall next to it, you can also see obvious scratches and some white lime powder. It may be left when cleaning the dried blood on the wall. The glass of many shops next to it is also broken at this time. But Wang Yi could already see that in this environment, the boss and employees had already started to tidy up the messy shops, as if they were preparing to reopen. There were few pedestrians on the road. Some of them were walking in a hurry with their heads down, and some were squatting in the corner and sobbing constantly. There were also little yellow-haired people holding beer cans in their hands and screaming wildly to the sky. If it weren't for some unclear Japanese mixed in the screaming voice, it would probably be regarded as a zombie by pedestrians who already had PTSD. A sense of decline and sadness filled this deserted street. But Wang Yi seemed to be quite accustomed to this atmosphere. He raised his fingers and looked at the soul fragments wrapped around his hands, and couldn't help but reveal a trace of emotion. Although ordinary soul fragments are not very useful, there are indeed enough of them. And in Shibuya alone, Wang Yi has collected 6 fresh vengeful spirits in one round. The remaining soul fragments that have not yet dissipated were also collected by him as materials. Not long after, Wang Yi saw a group of people dressed as Yin and Yang masters, walking on the street and performing some kind of ceremony. I think it is because of the special environment of Neon since ancient times that some customs have been passed down. After a major death or injury, it takes time to calm down. Originally, the grass-head god of the shrine would also patrol according to the instinct of the will. However, after all the people in Tokyo were caught, if they were left alone, there might be some subsequent troubles. Soon, the leader of this team of Yin and Yang masters found Wang Yi, who was out of tune with the surrounding environment, and quickly walked over, saying with a sad face, "Mr. Quan, you are here too. Thank you for your assistance. If you leave it alone, it will be a mess if you do it by chance. Alas, I don't know why it turned out like this. This should be a man-made disaster." Wang Yi's words of emotion made the expression on the face of the Yin and Yang master, who led the team, look a little gloomy. Indeed, this is a man-made disaster. Even if there is no evidence, it can be confirmed that it is De Piaoyang or someone from that organization. Just don't say there is no evidence. Even if Umbrella secretly investigates and finds evidence, what can it do? This world, after all, speaks with strength. If you are strong enough, you can use laundry detergent as an excuse to act recklessly. And for the weak, what can they do even if they take pictures of the bombing? There is no way to sue. Even if I give a speech at the UN, others will leave early and suffer humiliation for nothing. Neon was severely affected, and many places were hit hard. Although the death toll may be only about 1%. More than 80% of the cities in the country were not affected at all. Places where large-scale zombie chaos broke out, like Shibuya, were blocked by a large number of agents with vehicles and equipment, and led away by helicopters. And they could rely on the experience of the last time to ensure that the scope would not expand. Usually, even if it is a city affected, it is a small area that is severely affected. But the overall confidence blow brought by this is unprecedented. It far exceeds the local mutation infection in the port area. It can be said that the whole country is under a decadent and pessimistic extreme negative impact at this time. As the world's third largest economy, Neon can be said to have a lot of blood. Back then, it was hit by the big beauty, but it was hard to resist. Later, it was continuously hit by semiconductor suppression, earthquakes, tsunamis, nuclear leaks, the first Tokyo zombie infection, international capital hunting, and the bloodbath in the automobile industry. Now it really can't bear it anymore. It's like a domino. One move affects the whole body. 1% of the population died directly. 20% of the cities were affected. Plus the aging of Japan, debt and many other problems. The words of compensation and liquidation released by Damei before, and the covetous eyes of international capital. Confidence is completely bloody. Once the confidence is exaggerated, it is extremely difficult to turn back. Debt exceeding 260% of GDP is a big bomb, and banks have maintained negative interest rates for a long time. It can be said that all the ways that can be thought of have been thought of, and all the ways that can be used have been used. Now, even if it was not immediately detonated by the inaction of Damei's garrison under Umbrella's action, it is already a taut old rubber band. It is only thanks to the morale boost brought by Umbrella's rapid cleanup and the news that the Japanese media has been advocating cooperation with Umbrella that it has temporarily stabilized. However, just when Wang Yi and Yu Ji were wandering around the ruins, the 7th Fleet that De Pyongyang had left also finished its exercise and returned to Yokosuka leisurely. They disappeared when they were needed. Now they are back again. But there is nothing they can do. As precious and beautiful soldiers, they will have a holiday after a long-distance exercise. Many groups of soldiers also appeared on the streets of Neon at this time. The laughter and joy of their holidays are completely incompatible with the atmosphere of Neon. The beautiful military Hummers are speeding on the empty streets. The streets that are easy to be blocked by traffic do not have many vehicles today. And many abandoned vehicles that have been hit and deformed can be seen piled up on both sides of the street. It is not possible to tow away all the scrap vehicles in this time. So we can only temporarily clear the road and move them to both sides. Looking at the scrap vehicles on both sides, the empty streets, and the pedestrians walking in a hurry on the road. Several soldiers on holiday in the Hummer whistled. Umbrella is really powerful. They cleared the area directly. But it's a good thing. The last operation in Tokyo made me sick. The cleaning was fine at the beginning, but it was really hard to distinguish whether it was a zombie or not after entering the room. What to distinguish? Just shoot if there is a threat. Our safety is definitely more important. The black soldier driving the car didn't seem to care. From the American-style eye of the beautiful agent to the actions of their soldiers, they can fire without limit as long as they identify a threat. They came here just for money. They don't want to risk their lives. They don't want to be injured or disabled. A large number of predecessors have told them with bloody lessons that if they are really injured or disabled, the beautiful authorities will not be friendly to them at all. They are just for themselves. With this belief, they will not hesitate to take action. If you see a group of soldiers entering a restaurant to eat together in the East, there is only a sense of security. But the pretty soldier was completely different. But Neon and South Korea are both good places. Neon has become like this. And there will be less fun in the future. Many bars are closed. They are really stupid. Shouldn't we enjoy ourselves more at this time? The soldier in the co-pilot seat opened the window to let out some air. But a foul smell came from the front. So he cursed and closed it again. Really? It's still so smelly now. Affecting the good mood of the holiday. Don't worry. In fact, those zombies don't affect many places. We just need to leave this area. The unaffected places will also open. The Hummer quickly passed through the affected street. Sure enough, the road became wider soon. There were no scrap cars on both sides, and there were many more pedestrians on the road. But they all looked a little listless. Look! The bar over there is open. Let's go over there. I hope I can meet a pretty Neon girl today. Not bad. Not bad. Just park at the door. Anyway, no one cares about them now. The Hummer spun its tail and parked directly at the door of the bar. But after getting off the bus, they found that things were not as they thought. The bar was indeed open, but it didn't seem to be open for business. Only some bartenders were cleaning and tidying up something. Hearing the sound of the Hummer's tail swing, he saw several big and beautiful soldiers coming down. The staff here also changed their faces slightly. And then a red-haired beauty, who seemed to be the store manager, came over with a Japanese accent and said in English, "I'm really sorry. Our bar is closed these days, and we are just cleaning it up now." Seeing this hot red-haired beauty wearing a bartender's outfit, the black driver's eyes lit up, and then said with a smile, "I don't think you are affected here. Why are you not open? Anyway, the door is open. Let's have a drink together." Uh-huh. As he said, he directly reached out to the other's waist. Japanese women are easy to get along with. Most of them have a strong desire for them. Some of them are unwilling to be a little tough and dare not speak out. In fact, there are very few examples that really spit it out. For this method, he has long been quite skilled. But this time, the red-haired beauty dodged his hug and then said in a voice that suppressed her anger, "Gentlemen, one of our colleagues died in this incident. We are closed for this period of time. I hope you will respect this. The fact that Neon is so miserable has a lot to do with their inaction. If they fulfilled their promise and came out to stabilize the situation at the first time, with experience and just ordinary zombies, they could easily suppress it at the source at the beginning. How could it be so corrupt? It can be said that Neon is now full of anger towards the beautiful soldier. It's just that people have to bow their heads under the eaves. As a result, they have friends and colleagues who died in this incident. And this time, they are also sorting out their remains and preparing to return them to their families. A few beautiful soldiers on vacation here ran over as if they didn't care at all. They even started to tease. This is really hard for them to accept. The employees inside saw the situation here and overcame their instinctive fear, and all stood up and walked over. Many people still have mops and other things in their hands, and their eyes are full of anger. Although Nanako is only 26 years old, she has been working for 10 years. Japan advocates the spirit of craftsmanship, which is actually a kind of gilding and beautification of its own face from a tricky angle to a certain extent. The most fundamental reason is still caused by class solidification. Except for a few who can change their fate by entering places like the University of Tokyo. Many young people in Japan start to follow their fathers after graduating from high school. Grilled eels for decades. The son may have been an assistant until the old man can no longer do it. This is a craftsman. Nanako is not a native Tokyoite, but she has had a yearning for big cities since she was a child. Although she did not get into the university she wanted, she eventually left her hometown and came to Tokyo alone to work hard. A beautiful single female high school graduate with an Osaka accent from the countryside came to Tokyo alone to work hard. It can be said that it is AHL level start with full buffs. It is very likely to be deceived and engaged in some Japanese-style jobs. It is also impossible to enter the workplace seriously. When working as a cashier, you will be harassed by your boss and encounter setbacks repeatedly. That is to say, Nanako was mentally prepared before coming here, and she was also alert enough, plus her own good physical strength. So she was able to escape danger many times without any danger. After kicking the weak point of a pervert who wanted to molest her, she accidentally met the proprietress of this bar while making records in the security office. The proprietress admired Nanako's perseverance, so she hired her. From the beginning of cleaning, to waiter, and then bartender, Nanako spent 10 years to become the manager of this bar after becoming more and more familiar with the work. And because she was fair, loyal, and considerate of her subordinates, she had a high prestige in the hearts of her colleagues. After 10 years of hard work, she finally gained a foothold in this prosperous city. And Nanako was full of expectations and yearning for the future. The bumps and bumps along the way and all kinds of hardships were also regarded by her as a training for her own improvement. However, the good days were broken by the sudden appearance of zombies. The first zombie outbreak in Tokyo Port District. The boss who went there for socializing was involved and died. When the boss lady cheered up, suppressed her sadness and continued to lead everyone, she died again in this zombie outbreak. Only her 7-year-old son was left behind. The boss lady was kind to Nanako. Although she knew it would be difficult, she still decided to take in the boss lady's son and continued to help run the bar. Now, they are just packing up some of the remains of the boss lady and the other 2 colleagues who were killed in this incident. and preparing to hold some memorial activities after the emergency is over. They know that many people died this time, and many things can only be kept simple. But the heart still needs to be there. But who would have thought that when they were sorting things out, a car of big and beautiful soldiers came. According to the location, there are very few big and beautiful soldiers in their bar. But it should be that the place they often go to was hit by a disaster. So they came here specially without much impact. As for the legend of the big and beautiful soldiers, Japanese people, especially those who run bars, are of course clear. It is certain that the big and beautiful soldiers are rich and willing to spend money. But their temper and some personalities are unacceptable to many people. So there are actually some bars and entertainment venues that are specifically for them. They can be separated as much as possible on weekdays. But today, Nanako suppressed her anger and tried not to think about the boss's wife's death and their relationship. Instead, she reached out to stop the employees who surrounded them and continued to say to several soldiers, "We are closing now." And several beautiful soldiers who were originally on vacation to have fun saw that the lower class people in the colony were actually holding brooms around them. And they couldn't help but laugh in anger. Haha. Interesting. Are you trying to disobey us? In Japan, they are the emperors, and they are used to being domineering. No matter how bad they do, they can cover it up. All along, they have only been admired and feared by others. And they have always been high and mighty. The current experience makes them feel humiliated. In fact, if they don't open the door, they won't open the door. They don't have to be here. But now that they have been resisted and entered the lion state, there is no way to withdraw from this step. If others knew about this, they would be so amused. The few people smiled at each other. And then, the leader walked straight inside without caring about the weapons in the hands of others. Today, we will be here again. Get ready quickly. Don't worry. We will pay. You also want to get some income after the disaster, right? Otherwise, when your country's economy collapses, you will be unemployed. Ha ha. He stretched out his hand to push away the broom and squeezed in without a care. The employees holding brooms did not dare to stop him. It was their courage to be able to come around. But facing such a beautiful professional soldier, even if they did not carry guns, they were still completely suppressed. Ha ha. Serve well. There will be tips. Your country will be finished soon. After paying for this loss, you will have to kneel down and beg us to spend money. Ha ha. The black soldier who was driving also laughed at this time. And when he went in, he unexpectedly patted Nanako's butt. After finishing, she put it on her nose and sniffed it disgustingly, revealing a playful smile. It smells so good. Ah! Before she finished speaking, he felt a sharp pain in his vitals, and his eyes went black, and he knelt on the ground with his hands covered. Nanako on the other side also took back her boots, her face full of frust. How can you repair it? You are going too far. When the black man knelt down, she directly picked up a bottle of wine on the side and smashed it on the black man's head. The tip of the bottle was left and stabbed towards the other person's neck. It seemed that she wanted to vent all the accumulated sadness, anger, and repression. But the other two soldiers behind her also reacted at this time, and their faces changed drastically and pulled her arm, leaving only a bloody mark on the black man's face with the tip of the bottle. The captain who had already entered the room turned around with a gloomy face and walked over quickly. How dare you attack us? This is a terrorist act. We suspect you are related to the zombie virus leak this time. Although he was angry, he remained calm and quickly began to take pictures of the black comrade who had glass shards on his head and blood on his face, kneeling on the ground and looking miserable, leaving evidence. If they dare to attack us, then it's not that simple. In Neon, we are the real masters. Go! Subdue them all. Although there are more waiters here, the combat effectiveness of the 4 strong soldiers is really not comparable to them. Even if they don't carry guns, they can almost knock out one with a few punches when they suddenly burst out. However, the waiters in the bar were timid and didn't dare to use force. Except for Nanako, who struggled hard. The others were knocked to the ground in a few strokes, with blood on their heads. Nanako was also slapped in the face. Her face was red, and the corner of her mouth was bleeding. At this moment, a scream was heard from outside. What are you doing? Then, 2 beautiful young female students, one tall and one short, were seen looking at this side. One of them quickly opened her bracelet to take a photo, and the small one next to her looked like she was about to throw a punch. It was because the dormitory felt too gloomy that Yoko and Gu Qianqian, who came out to volunteer, Chapter 439, Let me check my body face. Seeing Yoko raise her bracelet to take pictures, the leader Little John raised his eyebrows slightly. This TT is really annoying. Now he keeps taking pictures. As if whoever takes pictures is right. I took pictures here too. This time. They were the first to start. Little John winked at the teammate on the outside. Then the young man nodded and turned back and said, this time. They started to hit people first. We have a video. While talking, he walked towards Yoko. But Yoko herself was also very alert. Seeing the other party approaching, she took a step back and said, don't come over. Stay away from me. I tell you. This is Red Queen 3.0, which is directly connected to the cloud disk. When necessary, I can ask Red Queen to help upload it. There is no point in you coming to grab it. Yoko's words really made the soldier, who came over, a little confused. Damn. It's Umbrella again. But they did start it first. You see, Little John came out and played a video of a black man who was kicked in the vitals and scratched on the face by a bottle. The projection of the bracelet made Yoko stunned for a moment. However, the staff of the bar took the initiative to attack the soldiers of Depyeong. It was obvious that they must have done something excessive. Now Neon is still on level 2 alert. If you are still causing trouble in this situation, you must wait for the agents to come and deal with it. Yoko participated in the demonstration outside the Depyeong pavilion last time and saw her classmates die with her own eyes. This time, it was because of Depyeong that she experienced the zombie incident. And she also suspected that the virus might have been released by Depyeong. The timing was too coincidental. So the disgust and hostility towards Depyeong can be said to be extremely strong. And she also instinctively distrusts him. But after she said this righteously, several beautiful soldiers suddenly burst into laughter. Haha. Today is really interesting. And we really encountered interesting things. Except for Lao Mo's injury. It's really interesting. My vacation? Ah. First, they teased each other for a while. And then Little John came out with a smile and said in a calm tone, Madam, I know you are recording a video. And we are also recording. First, I showed you that my companions were attacked first. And we passively counterattacked. Here, he paused and said, the reason I showed you is just that I don't want to cause unnecessary misunderstandings. After all, last time, it caused some unpleasant misunderstandings. Secondly, no matter what happens, you Neon agents have no right to interfere in our affairs. If you have any opinions or views, please contact our headquarters. After speaking, Little John arrogantly loosened his collar and said, this time, we also have evidence in our hands. And we won't let you confuse right and wrong again. Because he was being filmed. Little John was careful about his wording. But even so, what he said still made Yoko feel a nameless fire in her heart. And a kind of helpless sadness. The other party was actually right. What could she do? However, at this moment, Gu Qianqian next to her suddenly jumped and waved, shouting loudly, Here! Here! Help! Help! This sudden change made Yoko and Little John stunned, and they didn't react for a while. What is this little thing doing? But at this moment, they suddenly heard the sound of propellers. Then 3 or 4 drones fell from the sky and surrounded the place. The camera flashed green light with the breathing light, constantly observing the surroundings, and then saw the group of people knocked to the ground in the bar at the first time. The lens focused and seemed to have completed the lock and confirmation. The next moment, the green light switched to yellow and the mechanical external sound was released. Violence has been detected. According to the Cooperation Prevention Clause, the fire safety has been turned on. Please do not make any offensive behavior. The mechanical tone was slow and seemed very calm. However, after speaking, 4 big and beautiful soldiers raised their hands at the same time, and beads of sweat slid down their foreheads. Although it was just a drone suspended in the air, it looked harmless. But when they went out for the exercise, they also watched the footage of this kind of thing clearing zombies repeatedly. Every shot hit the head. It can be said that with their garrison's deliberate indulgence, the millions of zombies in Japan really need to be cleared with ammunition, which consumes a lot of energy. Even if they switch to dum-dum bullets specially used to deal with zombies, it will take a long time to clear. They have had experience in clearing the Tokyo port area before, and they know this clearly. But what did Umbrella do? Direct drone lock headshot. And it's a special small ammunition. Either way, it makes these soldiers feel palpitations. Killing zombies is so efficient. And killing people is also the same. They don't want to be this test subject. Why? Why is Umbrella's drone here? Why did they come here as soon as they were called? They even spoke. What does it mean? We are the beautiful soldiers stationed in Japan. According to the security agreement, we are protected. Because the drone made a mechanical sound before. Little John raised his hand decisively. And then tried to communicate with OK. Sure enough, what he said got a response from the drone. I am Umbrella F4728B High Patrol Drone. According to the cleaning agreement signed between Neon and Umbrella, and the authorization of Neon's second-level emergency, I am responsible for clearing possible infected bodies and maintaining order after the disaster. Our company does not have a database of the Great Beautiful Garrison and cannot identify the identity. So please cooperate. Hearing the drone's words, Little John's eyes lit up, and he quickly understood the current situation. Neon is a castrated country, and he himself has no power. Even if all the power is authorized to Umbrella, it is actually restrained. But Umbrella used the excuse of taking on the cleaning mission and maintaining public order tasks to enter Neon with light firepower. And the number of people is very small, mainly relying on drones, which is really reasonable and compliant. But even so, in the land of Neon, they still can't do anything. That's why they have this kind of rhetoric, using the excuse of not being able to confirm the identity. This made Little John speak immediately. I can contact our headquarters. But before he finished speaking, the drone interrupted with a cold mechanical voice. I am just a drone. I can't identify it. Now, please cooperate with the inspection to eliminate the risk of zombie infection. Shintemo is just a drone. It is obvious that this has joined the Red Queen Plus system. Little John doesn't believe that the other party can't identify it. But he said this. But he couldn't refute it. The other party even put the hat of preventing zombie infection on him. He was completely powerless. We just came out of the military camp. We were not there during the outbreak of infection. Little John began to defend himself. I am just a drone. I can't identify it. So please cooperate. As he finished speaking, the drone made a sound of loading. And then the flashing yellow light in front turned red. This made Little John immediately anxiously say, Cooperate. We cooperate. What should we do? The K-virus needs to be transmitted through blood. The most convenient way to identify it is to observe your wounds and skin lesions for rapid screening. Please take off all your clothes, and we will conduct corresponding inspections. This made some people who slowly gathered around, and everyone on the scene look confused. Hack! Little John couldn't believe his ears at this time. Take off? Here? Yes. Please respond within 20 seconds. Otherwise, you will be considered guilty. Oh my! This is definitely a personal vendetta. Right? It must be. However, the drone seemed to have the ability to read minds and added, I'm just a drone. Following the rules. I have no emotions, and won't be emotional. No. Your sister many Japanese people who gathered around also shouted loudly at this time. Yes. We can testify that this is Umbrella's patrol drone following the rules. Are you infected with a zombie virus? Cooperate quickly. That's right. Cooperate quickly. It looks like a zombie. That black guy is bleeding. Some people in the nearby crowd have already picked up their phones and bracelets and started facing this side. Obviously to record the whole process and broadcast it live. Little John, who has always been accustomed to being high and mighty in Japan, can't accept this fact at this time. Once upon a time, how dare you? I'm a big beautiful soldier. Bang, a shot grazed the tip of his hair and shot to the ground. The precise control of the drone broke a few of his hair as a warning, and began a mechanical countdown. 10, 9, 8. The roar of the eardrums and the dizziness in front of his eyes made Little John a little unsteady. It was the impact of the previous shot that temporarily disturbed his sense of balance. But the life-threatening countdown and the ruthless firing made him realize that the other party would never show any mercy. And the accusation made by the other party was quite heartbreaking. Zombie infection. Even though the infection in Japan has been suppressed now, it is still in the epidemic area. And according to the international provisions, that those infected with the K virus can be regarded as dead. If he is really caught and uses this as an excuse, then it will really be a glitch. In the end, it was just a war of words. Maybe the Pyongyang would use this as an excuse to seek justice. But they were definitely dead. When the satellite was shot down, they just shouted loudly for compensation. It was fine if they killed him with the excuse of zombies, but they might not get any compensation. Choose death or social death? A difficult choice was in front of him. Finally, when the countdown reached 3, he still trembled and moved his hand to his collar and began to undress. Several other teammates, including the black man who had recovered a little from the attack on his vitals, began to undress tremblingly. After they took action, the countdown stopped, but new instructions were given. As a drone, I can't understand your inefficiency. Are you delaying time because you feel guilty? This voice made Little John have the urge to explode on the spot. But when he saw the muzzle of the suspended drone, he could only quickly regain his sanity, and then began to speed up. Since it has already started, let's end it early. Already, nothing matters anymore. But then, he truly felt what it meant to be I'm just a drone. The powerful searchlights revolved around him, carefully observing every part, and asking what happened to any fresh damage. Because the drone had to fly, the viewing angle was limited. So in order to observe some blind spots, they were asked to pose in various ways. They were also asked some questions at the same time. When was the last time you had sex? Are you gay? Have you ever had bleeding? This serious question had to be answered. And if you answered slowly, they would say you were guilty. If your expression was wrong, they would say you were lying, which made them almost crazy. After tossing around here for half an hour, the 4 soldiers looked ashen before the electronic voice of letting them go was issued. You can put on your clothes now. And the suspicion of zombie infection has been initially ruled out. The onlookers nearby, the employees in the bar, and the injured Nanako all took pictures of the whole process with their mobile phones or bracelets. 360 degrees without blind spots. The 4 soldiers could only look miserable and put on their clothes woodenly. The red signal light of the drone turned yellow again. Now we will deal with this public security issue. Was the injured person beaten by you? Little John, who was exhausted physically and mentally, said with a miserable smile. Yes, but we. Please just answer yes or no. I am just a drone with limited judgment ability. Yes. Did you tease this red-haired lady and beat her? Little John's lips moved, but he sighed helplessly again after hearing the cold mechanical voice. Yes. Is this door closed originally? You insisted to go in. Yes. While answering numbly yes. 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 Little John's heart sank to the bottom. And you said you were just a drone? What they did was actually too much. But after the drone asked some questions, the original situation was further misinterpreted, and the contradiction was magnified. Hearing the drone's question, they seemed to be doing all kinds of evil, and would commit unforgivable crimes if they were not stopped. But at this time, the rhythm was controlled. And coupled with the previous mental blow, he had no other choice but to nod his head in agreement. Now, please follow us to the police station. Our company only has the right to act in an emergency. After the threat is lifted, it needs to be handed over to the local agents for disposal. After that, the 4 drones escorted them to the nearest police station. When they saw the bicycles parked in front of the neon police station, and the 2 old agents, who had already started working in this environment, these 4 beautiful soldiers suddenly wanted to cry. Finally, they were going to get rid of these devil drones. The 2 neon agents, who usually patrolled on bicycles, were stunned when they saw the gift sent by Umbrella's drones. Damn! We have no right to deal with this kind of thing. The pictures of the beautiful soldiers being tried, and the censored pictures of being inspected swept the entire network. It's not just TT. Even on VV led by Pyongyang, and on platforms such as YouTube, there are a lot of reposts, various angles, various analysis, and the crimes they finally admitted. After connecting them together, the vast majority of the middle number think that Umbrella's drone is great this time, even if this physical examination is suspected of infringement. But that is the epidemic area where the zombie virus has just broken out, and Japan is still on alert. So there is nothing wrong with doing this. Moreover, combined with the words asked to the Pyongyang soldiers later, the image of this group of people who are usually arrogant and do evil in Japan is immediately portrayed. Following the heat, some news about the Pyongyang soldiers doing evil things in the past, as well as the last incident of the accidental discharge at the door of the Pyongyang Hall, all turned up the old accounts. Even the social platform controlled by Pyongyang himself couldn't hold it back at this time. After all, it was a bit entertaining at the beginning, and a sudden turn caught them off guard. Too many people already know about it, and there are ways to go to Kangaroo Gall in Japan to see the TT platform, so it can't be blocked. This is still the big beautiful soldier bullying his allies, and it will also cause many countries in similar situations to feel empathy. Let the big beautiful, who is about to start the relevant hearing, also feel a wave of pressure. A contract for the employment of countermeasures for maintaining public order? Employing 24 umbrella security consultants? Isn't this a deception? The head of the defense department of the big beautiful threw the documents in his hand on the table fiercely. his face gloomy. It was really unexpected that several big beautiful soldiers in Japan exposed this matter. But in his opinion, it was not the fault of his own soldiers. This was a trap set by Umbrella's insidiousness. And that Neon, who was eating his own back, was really an ungrateful wolf. In order to avoid Umbrella, the main force of the 7th Fleet went to Busan for exercises before, and has just returned now. Anyway, no matter how you treat your own dog, the dog can only wag its tail, not show its teeth. Dogs that show their teeth to their masters will be killed. When the fleet returned, Japan seemed very tactful and didn't make any further noise. Everything remained the same as before. They reached their limit and asked Umbrella to control the zombies, and the matter was tacitly agreed. Later, they also took the contract of hiring Umbrella people to maintain public order and filed it in accordance with the requirements of the security agreement between the two parties. They knew about it. After all, the garrison did not go out in the previous zombie incident. It seems normal not to use these proud soldiers for fear of something happening after the disaster. 24 Umbrella security consultants. More formal. After all, in order to ask Umbrella to take action, Japan must have made a lot of concessions. At that time, they thought Japan was a bit stupid. Did you think that the matter was over after giving in to Umbrella? It would be better to meet our requirements from the beginning. But who would have thought that the result was that it was just a formal security consultant? But it led to drone patrols? The first arrest was made by a big beautiful soldier? Add to that the inspection process that is circulated everywhere on the internet. This is really embarrassing. The strength of Umbrella's drones has been fully demonstrated when cleaning up the zombies. Although they are all light firepower, the intensity of killing human bodies is absolutely extraordinary. A street fighting artifact. It is completely overkill to use it for patrolling and maintaining public order. Coupled with the standard battery of Umbrella, long-term cruising, fast response, and Red Queen connection, this Temo is indeed much more efficient than human patrols. After a moment of silence, the head of the Ministry of Defense pressed the button on the table, and soon several heads of important departments under his command came over. What do you think of this matter? We don't even know how many drones there are. What does the intelligence department do? They actually have to catch our people and expose the information to find out. How can I explain this to Mr. President? Although a new round of elections is coming soon, the speaker who has been re-elected for 2 terms must be replaced. And now he is just a lame speaker. But the other party had no more concerns at the end, and he didn't want to take on this punching bag. It's normal that we didn't find the drones, because the drones only patrol the epidemic area. And from the documents alone, Neon did not violate the agreement. They did hire only 24 Umbrella consultants, and the follow-up relied on Umbrella's drones, which were small caliber and light-fired, and were only used for security maintenance. When the agreement was signed, this situation was not expected at this time. Another consultant in charge of technology said, in addition, we suspect that the drones themselves may have completed satellite connection with Umbrella. When they first took action, they didn't have their own satellites, and the bandwidth was not enough. They relied on Neon's own network. Now, it is very likely that their drones can adapt to all parts of the world. Without a doubt, it is another bad news. Although Umbrella's satellites are still being launched and not all deployed, but tens of thousands of satellites, which still incorporate Umbrella's own technology and weigh more than 1 ton. How much effect they can play, even they have no prediction. Masra said that after the breakthrough of transmission technology between satellites, the various functions of the satellites themselves will be greatly enhanced. Not to mention that Umbrella already has the advantage of artificial intelligence. Who knows what their satellites will do? Anyway, every time they bombard, they are terrified. But they really bombard, and they have no counterattack ability at all. This also makes the scene look a little cloudy, and everyone is frowning. I can't suppress it anymore. I must remind Mr. President that their hearing should be held as soon as possible. Otherwise, when Neon and Umbrella have deeper cooperation, there may be more variables. Originally, De Pyongyang was about to cut Neon. Now Neon not only does not take the initiative to cut meat, but also introduces foreign aid. How can they tolerate this? Then a completely live hearing began. At least in terms of procedure. De Pyongyang has always been like this. And Neon also has a representative who is responsible for responding to the situation and came to the scene to answer questions. Obviously, he is a representative of a country. But at this time, he is sitting on a small chair at De Pyongyang's hearing, facing the siege of De Pyongyang's capital Hill Masters. It looked very serious, and it should have been a very serious occasion. But it also revealed a sense of humor. An old man with gray hair, wearing glasses and not wearing umbrella contact lenses, put the microphone on his desk, holding a manuscript, and raised his glasses from time to time to look at it for a while, and then asked the Neon representative, who was being questioned over there. Next, please answer my question, Mr. Watanabe. You just have to say yes or no. Watanabe, as the Neon representative, also looked very solemn. He knew that this might just be a formality and would inevitably be difficult. But because it was a live broadcast, he also wanted to fight for it desperately. For such a big thing, he was chosen to come here because he was really capable. And he reacted quickly. And he was familiar with the rules and regulations of the Pyongyang. He must express the grievances of Neon. For a while, Watanabe's emotions were also mobilized. And he seemed a little excited and fanatical. Has Neon encountered two zombie crises? Yes or no? Suddenly, he heard the other party say something obvious. Something that everyone knew. Watanabe was a little caught off guard by all the plans in his mind. But he still thought for a moment, and said steadily, yes. But? You just need to answer yes or no. The old man interrupted Watanabe rudely, and continued to ask. Has the second infection affected the whole world? Especially our great beauty? With heavy losses? Yes or no? Sir, what I want to explain is, you just need to answer yes or no. Or you can choose not to answer. Watanabe had a lot to say, but he couldn't express it at this time. And finally, he could only say humiliatingly, yes. The old man shrugged at the camera at this time, and had an expression of as expected, and then said to the camera and other old men watching, so, it's obvious that the virus outbreak in Neon has caused us huge losses. So compensation is needed. Thunderous applause rang out all around for this wonderful question and answer. But Watanabe still said anxiously at this time, I still have something to say. This time, we in Japan were obviously deliberately poisoned by people with ulterior motives. We are the biggest victims. So, where is the evidence? The old man raised his glasses. You have admitted that zombies appeared in Japan and affected the world. But your so-called poisoning is an assumption and speculation. There is no evidence at all. Zombies appeared in Japan. Which is your business. If it has caused a global impact, you need to be responsible. The old man said very arrogantly. It's your business wherever it appears. If this breaks out into Pyongyang first, will it be the same? Watanabe's face was full of grief and indignation. Of course. But it's obviously not the case. We got it from you. Regardless of the lively hearing that was being broadcast live around the world at this time. On a civil airliner flying to New York, Wang Yi, who had changed into a new vest, was flipping through the magazine in his hand in the first-class cabin. Chapter 440 New York Audacity. This time, Wang Yi used the identity of one of the 24 security consultants hired by Neon for Umbrella. He was also an instructor in public. His original identity was a retired soldier. And he was a soldier king. However, this guy refused the recruitment of many departments of Blackwater, CIA and FBI, and was keen on carrying out activities in Mexico. And then, he was directly killed and left with the SHL. It has long been rumored that Umbrella's instructors have some special operations or techniques. Rumors about the super soldier plan are endless. So when he was selected, he didn't care much about the trouble that this original identity might bring. This guy, whose real name is Carter, is a standard white strongman. Tall and muscular, full of a sense of fortitude. He has a short blonde haircut. Not very handsome, but very stylish, giving people a very manly feeling. There is also a tattoo of an anchor on the back of his hand. After the plane landed, Wang Yi picked up his salute and walked out of the airport. When he walked to the airport exit, Wang Yi turned his head to look at a beautiful woman who seemed to be waiting to pick someone up, and walked over directly. Fa Bo? What's the matter? Wang Yi took out a cigarette and lit it according to the habit of this vest, with an indifferent expression on his face. The expression of the beautiful woman with long brown wavy hair froze. But he did not deny it, but restored his seriousness and said, the instructor of Umbrella came here so openly. We also need to understand your thoughts clearly. The individual combat power of the Umbrella instructor is really too extraordinary. In addition to their electromagnetic guns, now with drones, it can almost be said that anyone who wants to assassinate can be assassinated. The risk is too high, and the uncertain factors are too great. That's it? Didn't you hold the hearing yourself? Neon is our ally now. Wang Yi's attitude is also quite clear. And this is indeed one of the reasons why he came here. Umbrella stands for Neon. Umbrella has paid so much for Japan, and has been doing it for so long. So the benefits it has received are beyond imagination. Japan has agreed to all the conditions of Umbrella. It can be said that as long as the authority of the Japanese authorities allows, Umbrella can do whatever it wants. Although this is also what they want to use Umbrella's power to help fight against the pressure of daimyo. And Japan is indeed an ungrateful wolf. However, as long as Umbrella can keep itself strong, it is not afraid of any waves. Normally, the internal situation of a world's third largest economy is extremely complicated. Daimyo has been domesticated for so many years. And it is not that it can be defeated in a short time. Just like kangaroos and gulls, they surrendered, and the country's door was knocked open by force, which was extremely humiliating. But at the critical moment, they would undoubtedly stand on the side of daimyo. But Japan has suffered so many continuous external blows, plus various problems that have always existed internally. And combined with Umbrella's big stick and sweet dates, it has achieved the current conditions under a multi-pronged approach. The dog that was finally tied up has 2 chains from its owner on it. This is not appropriate. So while coming to support Neon's hearing, he was also preparing to untie another dog chain. Of course, it would be very troublesome to untie it under normal circumstances. The Great Beauty Garrison was there, and there was a security agreement recognized by both parties. It was almost impossible for Neon to tear it up unilaterally. Even this hearing was not something Neon could resist. So it was natural for Umbrella to arrange for an instructor to come and show his position. There would be no assassination, no exercises, just a round of open and above board. And the meaning could be read very clearly. It was just like some exercises that emphasized that they were not aimed at a third party. But in fact everyone knew who they were aimed at. In this case, please Mr. Carter abide by the laws of your country. The beautiful female agent Ferber, who came to follow obviously understood the meaning of Umbrella sending people here. Her appearance here was actually a statement to some extent. Of course I will abide by it. Wang Yi laughed. There was no law that stipulated that Great Beauty could not communicate with the abyss. He could do what was not prohibited by law. He was reasonable and compliant. And the Ferber agent just watched him from behind, and did not make any other moves. It is not a wise choice to not burn incense and pray to Buddha to stop these dirty things when they come to the territory. And to take the initiative to tease them when they are not causing trouble. It is okay if the reminder is in place. Just when Wang Yi was about to stop a taxi, he suddenly felt someone approaching him quickly. That unprofessional look should not be other stalkers. So Wang Yi looked in the direction of the movement. Then he saw an Asian man in his 40s wearing a baseball cap. When Wang Yi turned around, the Asian immediately put on a humble and flattering smile, and said in a bit of unstandard English, "Sir, do you want a car? I have one here. The price is cheap. You can go anywhere you want." Originally, it was just a car, so Wang Yi naturally didn't mind. Waldorf Hotel. Wang Yi threw the bag behind him, refused the other party's bag-carrying service, and reported his destination. This made In Sheng, who was originally humble, press his body even more, almost hunched in front to lead the way. Even though In Sheng had just come to New York to make a living, he had heard of the hotel's fame. This can be said to be the originator of luxury hotels. Li Hongzong stayed at this hotel when he came here, and at the 60th anniversary of the United Nations, the heads of state of 32 countries, including the 5 permanent members, stayed here. In addition to the environment, the hotel service is also first class, claiming that difficult things can be done immediately, and impossible things can be done in a few minutes. Even the cheapest price of an ordinary room below the 28th floor is hundreds of dollars a night. This white gentleman is more distinguished than he looks. Although the hotel did not come to pick up people, it should be an ordinary room, but it is enough to show the other party's financial strength. This made In Sheng feel proud. When I send the guests to the hotel, I must find a way to take a photo and send it out to let them see my status. I clean the car every day, and you are its first guest today. He helped wipe the back seat again, and the smile on In Sheng's face became more flattering. After the driver got in the car and started driving, Wang Yi also casually said, "Chinese?" "Yes. Unfortunately, I can't decide my birth." In Sheng sighed with regret, as if he was implicated by this identity. Otherwise, he would never be so miserable. In fact, In Sheng spent a lot of money to come here. He used to be a painter and poet in China, and his family conditions were quite good. Later, he committed a crime and was restricted from entering and leaving the country. He tried every means to come here through special channels, and got a special green card as a refugee, abandoning his wife and 3 children and taking away all the cash in the family. He actually had a considerable amount of wealth, when he came here. If he was into Pyongyang, he could be considered a well-deserved middle class. And when he started to spend money in Las Vegas, he also posted updates every day to let those short-sighted people see how well he was doing. Well, then, he was targeted by someone and lost all his property. Now he can only make a living by driving online ride-hailing. In fact, most of the run people gather in Los Angeles, such as the famous Runway newcomer village Ding Pongzi Square, which has various one-stop services to drain the savings of run people as much as possible. But Ian Shung is still a little different. He got a special green card through channels. It can be said that the starting point is the end point of many people. In addition to his previous savings, he felt that his status was far higher than that group of people. So after he ran out of money, he did not go to Los Angeles, but chose New York, which is extremely difficult to open up. His income here is higher, but there is no doubt that the housing cost here is also quite high. So he chose to sleep in the car directly, saving a lot of money. Wang Yi was convinced when he heard the driver's words. In addition to the information on the internet, Wang Yi really didn't encounter this kind of thing in reality. But he didn't expect to run into it when he came to New York. He really didn't care what car he took. He came here alone. When he first saw the other party, he thought it didn't matter if he helped out when he was out, and he could give a tip at that time. After all, there are still many people who really rely on the exchange rate difference to make money to support their families. Who would have thought that I would meet such a person when I just wanted to chat with him on the way? Leaving home to work hard and earning money to support my family is something that needs respect. But forget about this. This directly killed Wang Yi's interest in chatting. On the contrary, Ian Shung may not have talked to anyone for a long time. And he couldn't stop talking. He talked about his misery. He fled here because of some persecution. And they all said it together. His words were full of hatred for Dongfang, as if his current fate was caused by his birth. But Wang Yi heard Lin Shiqing gloating and revealing the other party's past in his headphones. Wang Yi couldn't help but feel speechless again. He was actually a high-income artist. As a result, no one here recognized his art. Wang Yi could see that this guy had a potential problem in his body, which should be in his brain. Probably a blood clot. But it had not yet affected the important functional areas. At first, he said that if he met a compatriot when he was out, he would treat him if he was destined to. It was just a small favor. Wang Yi never minded such a kind gesture. But now, forget it. Let him enjoy his stroke freely. I beg you to beat me. After sending Wang Yi to the Waldorf Hotel, Ian Shung could not help but stand in awe at the building full of a sense of classicism. After watching Wang Yi go in, he quickly took out his mobile phone and took a photo. But just as he was editing the text excitedly, he suddenly felt a little dizzy and his head was groggy. In fact, he had been feeling a little uncomfortable in his head during this period, but he had always regarded it as a lack of sleep and cervical spine problems, and didn't take it seriously. But this time, it felt a little different, and his hands and feet began to tremble uncontrollably. This made his remaining consciousness know that it was bad. He opened the car door with difficulty and rolled down. After all, he had just sent Wang Yi to the hotel, and now he was not far from the hotel, which still attracted the attention of the hotel doorman. The Waldorf Hotel, which is famous for its service, naturally would not sit back and do nothing. It quickly ran over. "Sir, do you need help? Don't call an ambulance." After Ian Shung made his request with difficulty, he fainted. He was not the lowest class without an identity. He had a special green card. He had saved money in New York and had some savings. Although he was advocating day and night, he knew clearly that he could not afford the savings he had saved after going to the beautiful hospital. But obviously, the doorman had to solve the problem quickly instead of listening to this guy's nonsense. So he decisively called an ambulance. The extremely efficient Wawawa sent the person to the hospital. Wang Yi also heard the noise outside. He didn't expect this guy to have an attack so soon. Was he too excited because he was cursing all the way? But this had nothing to do with him. He just checked in temporarily. "Sir, if it's a tower building, you usually need to make an appointment. I'll help you check it out first." The waiter was very respectful when he heard Wang Yi's request. Below the 28th floor here are ordinary residences. But above the 28th floor is a completely separate area. Many wealthy people have long-term permanent rooms here, even including the beautiful president. The presidential suite here is a suite that the real president will stay in. However, it must be profitable to have such a high level of style. Wang Yi came to stay temporarily. In addition to the reply to improve the style, the waiter quickly arranged it to the presidential suite. If there is space for the $10,000 a night, It will naturally be arranged. I'm going to adjust to the jet lag. Don't bother me. Stay for 7 days. Wani casually ordered, which was naturally satisfied. And this level of hotel rooms are naturally very careful about privacy. They have people who specialize in eliminating surveillance inside, worried that something will go wrong. In addition, after Wani entered and turned on the bracelet and asked Lin Shichin to check it and confirm that it was correct, he closed the door and twisted himself to hide his trace. Sometimes, finding the secret surveillance by oneself actually exposes the problem. So this relatively hidden environment is also very important. This is also the reason why Wani chose this place. Next, he had to go around the laboratory where a large amount of flesh and blood was cloned to complete the connection between here and Enzo. The location of the laboratory has been locked by Lin Shichin. It should be one of the organization's secret laboratories. On the surface, it is a high-end private hospital called Ethan Clinic. But there is another world below the inside. Although it is a separate internet, Lin Shichin did not invade the inside. Relying on the satellite in the sky, it can be said that the trajectory of the transport vehicle was locked throughout the whole process. And it must have come here. You all do such evil things as cloning alien corpses. It's really too much. Wani quickly jumped in the steel forest with tall buildings with the help of the twisted cover shuttle between the tall buildings, and soon came to the top floor of the private hospital. Then, he took out a void crystal in his hand. Looking at the void crystal that emitted a faint yellow glow, Wani couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, it was below. Then, without a doubt, this is the coordinate. It is not only the coordinate locked by the abyss, but also the coordinate of the one coming from the starry sky in the future. Crush the crystal in your hand. The yellow powder floats, and it seems to gradually dissipate and merge into the void. In the laboratory, at this time, in a completely closed high-level experimental cabin, a volunteer participating in the experiment continued to swell with various distorted flesh and blood changes, continuously swelling, almost losing the original human image. As the body swelled again, a figure in a lab coat who had been standing behind the glass wall and observing could not help but sigh. It failed again. Deal with it, and find the reason on the wreckage. Why can mice be suppressed by drugs, but humans can't? It should be that an old man is about to reach the deadline, and the higher-ups are very urgent, even transporting things to this downtown area, and directly arresting homeless people for experiments. But I didn't expect that the smooth experimental process on mice would become quite troublesome once it entered the human test. It seems that the human body is quite friendly to this kind of flesh and blood, and even drugs can't suppress it. We can only think of ways to use culture medium to cultivate some other types of drugs for comprehensive use. Something is wrong. Looking at the flashing frequency of the instrument in front of him, a researcher's eyes were a little solemn. What's wrong? This thing has just been figured out. It's normal to have problems. Don't scare yourself. The other person next to him didn't care about it. Instead, he began to micro-manipulate the mechanical arm and began to mix new medicines in the culture tank in front. Another unlucky homeless man turned into deformed flesh and blood before. Let's test it again while it's still alive. Since we can find a way to suppress it when it's mice, there's no reason why people can't. But the machines that detect souls are now debugged very accurately. It's strange. The researcher who found the abnormal flashing of the machine hesitated for a moment, and finally chose to report it. Not long after, the door of their laboratory opened, and several figures, like engineers, came in and began to test the instrument with equipment. The display showed that there was nothing wrong. At the same time, they took out another portable device, like a probe needle, and directly pierced the flesh and blood inside. Not long after, the new device in their hands also began to vibrate at the same frequency. There is really an abnormal signal. If it was just one instrument, it would be fine. But after another one was confirmed, it means that it is not a problem with the machine. Originally, this flesh and blood was emitting weak signals at a fixed frequency, which is what Umbrella said before, that it might be leaking coordinates. But now it is obvious that this frequency has changed. And the most important thing is that the intensity has increased. Is it an increase in activity? No. It's still the same as before. If you don't use special culture medium and electric current stimulation, there is no reaction at all. Is it a change after contact with human body experiments? Could it be because of the soul? After this voice appeared, the scene seemed a little silent. There was a video of this monster appearing before. These things undoubtedly understand the language of the earth and can extract some information from the humans they prey on. It's just that they originally thought that human consciousness is also an electrical signal. So it is not impossible for this monster to extract it by other means. Aliens have appeared. Normal. Right? But then the machines that detect souls came out. Obviously there is a new explanation. So what is going on now? The group of people are completely clueless at this time. There is no clue at all. We only have some scraps related to magic. And the majority is on Umbrella's side. They are aware of the blockade and confidentiality of technology. There is really nothing we can do. Damn it. Even if they block our technology, at least we know the direction. They are also confident that we can't figure it out. In fact, the so-called blockade itself is often a kind of direction guidance. For example, the Eagle Sauce has successively blocked the aerospace technology of other countries. The Cox Report in 1999 and the Wolf Clause in 2011 directly allowed some countries to complete the upgrade of localization. Some heavy cranes in the Wassenaar arrangement are now only available in some blocked countries at a good price. See clearly, I will only block it once. Just like now. They actually want Umbrella to block something. So at least they are heading in that direction. However, Umbrella was very aloof. As for magic, it seems that a great yin-yang master has been found recently, who has provided a lot of advice on combining metaphysics. Can we invite him directly? I'm afraid it's difficult. According to the current psychological test, the other party has almost no soft spots and weaknesses, and may not even be interested in immortality. According to some records, if there is no accident, he may live for more than 100 years without illness or disaster, and he can still maintain vigor before death. Hey, it would be great if we could study him. It's impossible to be in a cooperative relationship now. What about Master Yi? The degree of compatibility between his magic numbers and magic is impossible to say that he has nothing in his hands. They should have obtained some technology. Do you have the ability to get it? Some of the chess pieces that were planted cannot be touched. There is no way. Although it is rumored that Master Yi likes beautiful women. He is not going abroad now. So it is difficult for us to even contact him. If necessary, we can activate some abandoned pieces. I hope so. Alas, a certain song is licking there every day. But there is no response. I can only take classes for free. Actually, I also want to take classes for free. However, just as they were discussing and sighing, the instrument suddenly increased again, and the fluctuations seemed to be getting bigger. This made them gather around and frown. It also increased. There is no external stimulation this time. What's going on? A researcher kept adjusting the instrument, looking at the flesh and blood that did not react at all on the surface. His face was a little solemn. There was also a vague feeling of badness. It was said that there was a reaction before. It might be that humans were used for testing, with stimulation of the soul. What is the situation of the sudden increase now? Add some more radiation detection equipment, and also invite some combat personnel to come. Dr. Chiao-sen, the head of the laboratory, also came over at this time and issued an order without hesitation. If these cloned flesh and blood turn into monsters or something, and make any noise at a place like New York, it will be really troublesome. Call the engineering team, thicken the isolation layer, and add another layer of tempered glass. Just when the laboratory was actively responding and taking some preventive measures, Wang Yi also bought a New York-style pancake at the pancake stall in front of the hospital. Well, in fact, at first glance, this place often feels quite similar to China. The guy selling pancakes was working hard, chatting with Wang Yi in English with a slight accent. I've been here for 10 years, but I'm still not used to it. The longer I'm away, the more I miss home. In fact, we came here just to make a profit from the exchange rate difference. I came here because I saw my uncle made a fortune and returned home in glory. Unfortunately, there are not as many good opportunities now as there were 20 or 30 years ago. The guy's face was full of frost, but his eyes were full of yearning for the future. His uncle came here illegally, and the income here was dozens or hundreds of times that of the country at that time. So his uncle really returned home in glory after returning, which caused a sensation in the whole village. Now he is a well-known entrepreneur in the town. This inspired him to come here to make a lot of money since he was a child. He also worked hard to learn English by himself. However, the times are developing too fast. When he came here, the gap from dozens or hundreds of times became several times, and he had to be frugal in his daily life. But after spending so much effort and cost to come here, of course, he had to make enough money before going back. It's just that he's a little confused recently. He saw some people who were already in good conditions in China come here illegally. He really doesn't know what they think. Anyway, he is planning to go home this year. Recently, I always feel that the discrimination against Chinese people here is getting more and more serious. Here, this is your Super Big Mac. He handed the finished pancake to Wang Yi. And Wang Yi also gave him an extra tip of $20. And then said casually, since you want to go back early, and don't leave any regrets. With a simple hint, Wang Yi took a bite of the New York flavored pancake and looked back at the private hospital. TSK. Relying on Umbrella's culture medium to clone abyssal creatures. And trying human experiments? Wang Yi felt that if he didn't work harder, they would kill him sooner or later. Now the coordinates have been strengthened. Just wait for Enzo to catch the species, and then capture the coordinates. I don't know when the guys from space will arrive. After eating the pancake in 2 or 3 bites, Wang Yi licked the sauce on his fingers. Not to mention, the New York flavor is actually not bad.